have we met before and all that good stuff. And then the guy will say, look, I met you only yesterday, but that's a different story. Okay. But next year, when you come here, you'll be wearing a Google pin, not a Google pin, sorry, I mean, an AI pin. An AI pin is just getting introduced into the market. If you read the papers, you would have figured they're talking to all the big telecom majors. And what that AI pin will do for you is, all you have to do is whisper into your AI pin saying, who's this person? And before you know it, your ears will be buzzing by, this is the person, this is how you met him, etc., and that's how it goes on. So it can also predict and tell you that, look, whether you should spend more time with this person, is it going to be fruitful, and so on and so forth. So in a sense, what Google tried to do with Google Glass many years ago, you wear a glass and that kind of, you get the initial, immediate recognition. I think things like that are beginning to happen. So what we're going to do in the next 70 minutes is really demystify some of these ideas, because I realize in every AI discussion, and Rajesh and I just finished a 2-day discussion on AI at NASSCOM last week, there are people who are very advanced in terms of their understanding. At the same time, there are people who are still kind of figuring out what can do. So I thought, let me first start by kind of looking at what people are predicting at trends that will happen because of artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence. What is this $330 billion new industry that people are talking about? So I said, no place to go better than look at the MIT Technology Review. And MIT Technology Review, as some of you will be knowing, it comes out every year in January. And they kind of honestly say, what did we predict last year and where did we get it right or wrong? And they also make predictions for this year. Now, last year, if you remember, if any of you read it, on AI, they had predicted that there will be many multimodal chatbots, which means that you can interact through video, voice, whatever. There would be a whole bunch of new startups that will come in that will challenge the incumbent. And they said, of course, that governments will suddenly wake up and say and jump to regulate. If you think back on 2023, you will figure that all this happened. I mean, multimodal chatbots are everywhere. If you look at startups, of course, OpenAI and what we've all heard about, Sam Altman and all the controversy and the big hype around it. And of course, every country, including our own country, India, and of course the US and China and UK have started talking about regulation. So what are the predictions for this year? I'll kind of start with that and then get views from our panelists first. So first of all, multitasking robots. So you're not far away when all your activity is done by robots, and that could be robots sitting on your computer. Multitasking physical robots who will drive your car, clean your room, make your lunch, everything. And that's the physical part of it. And then they talk about the text to video frontier. In fact, Vandana alluded to a few of those when she talked about actually animating and making stuff happen. Started very early last year, becoming a completely mainstream at this point of time. Just to give you an example, there's a company called Runway AI, which is now running a regular AI film festival where people can actually make movies, will eventually compete with the Oscars. And in fact, there is even a small thing that they produced, which is again by AI. And this is a movie, the 2023 version of Indiana Jones, which is actually has a de-aged and a de-human Harrison Ford. So imagine things like this will happen and you will almost be able to not differentiate the reality from what is a fake. Talking about fake videos, one big prediction they're making is with the 40 elections that are coming up in the world, many of them will use AI very effectively, and in some cases you'll get fooled as well. I mean, examples abound. I mean, if you look at what's happened in Argentina, what's happened in Slovakia, what happened to our neighbor, Pakistan. I mean, if any of you watch the television, you had multiple AI videos of Imran Khan from jail actually trying to appeal to his voter base. So that's clearly something that's going to happen. Good or bad, we can discuss as we go along. And finally, you will find a lot of these large learning models, LLMs as we call them, with customized chatbots. So you will have Microsoft Copilot, which is all the rage nowadays, and I'm sure Rohini will talk about that. We'll have other entities like ChatGPT, which we talked about, Gemini, or Gemini as the Americans would call it, which got into a lot of controversy recently by making some outrageous statements about politicians. And of course, as I mentioned, Runway AI and a whole bunch of stuff. So what we are seeing is on one hand a very confusing landscape because there's so much of hype, so much of investment happening in AI. And if you take Gen AI, which today is almost the 33% of the AI discussion, that's going to be even more compelling. At the same time, naturally, there are what we call the doomers who are saying that, look, AI will destroy the planet and we will have a completely different set of problems to deal with. But people like us who are optimists, or as Dr. Mashelkar would like to say, dangerous optimists, truly believe that society, companies, and individuals can get transformed through AI. So with that slightly longish introduction, let me throw it open. I'll tell you how we'll structure the session. We'll get maybe 5 to 7 minute comments from each of our panelists. I'll start with Rajesh, move to Jeff, who's based out of Hong Kong and is kind of dialing in from there. Then talk to Nitin, who is going to talk about a practitioner's experience, and then move to Rohini. And then I'm going to come straight to the audience. So any questions that you have, we'll take the questions, and then we'll keep the ball rolling till 11:15 when we stop. So that's really the longer agenda. So let me first start with Rajesh. Rajesh, as you know, is chairman of NASSCOM. And as I mentioned earlier, we actually did a full 2-day convening with all the global experts on the AI topic. So Rajesh, from your vantage point of view, both running one of the very large entities in technology in this country, as well as, of course, NASSCOM, where do you see AI, what's it doing, and where's it going?
Thank you, Ganesh, for the kind introduction. And of course, thank you for having me here in the panel. Always great to be here in Pune. So, no, I think you covered quite some ground today. And I just want to sort of pick up from where you left. And we know, you talked about the impact broadly. And when you go back and look at history, you will see that technology discontinuity has always had a major impact on human capital, which means anytime you have a major discontinuity in technology, which is, for example, the invention of microprocessor, and there are several things which happened thereafter. So I think what we're going to be witnessing is something similar with AI. But interestingly, AI is not new, and people think that it is new, but it is far from new. 1955 is when this word was first coined. 70 years down the line, we are still talking about AI. It's because of the fact that since then, AI always had a sort of a jagged progress, if you may. There was maybe a period of fast progress, and then nothing happens for the next 10 years, and then again some spurts and so on and so forth. So finally, what really got the attention of everybody, and then the reason why we are having this conference with a lot of AI discussion is probably because of the Gen AI, generative AI, as to be very precise, which happened about 18 months or so, maybe give or take a few months here and there. So that has actually made this discontinuum even more interesting for us to sort of look at it. Now, what is very different this time around compared to many of the other previous instances of where technology has created discontinuity? I believe this time around it's very different because of the fact that so far, I could argue that humans were trying to understand computers. This is the first time around when computers are trying to understand human behavior, or computers are trying to understand or mimic human intelligence in many ways. So it's a very sort of a reverse process in that sense, and that's why I think the impact is going to be that much more in many ways, and that too in a very natural language interface. So it's no longer, you don't have to use a programming language, or you don't have to, by the way, let me just ask this audience, how many of you, what is the most popular programming language today? Any guesses? English. That's the right answer, because you don't need anything else to interface with computers any longer. Especially with the generative AI, the fact that the generative AI can produce a lot of, it can understand natural language interface, it can generate, obviously, whether it is text, audio, video, images, and so on and so forth. We've come a long way. That chasm was the biggest one to cross, and then I think we've kind of made the first, far from being perfect, by the way, far from being perfect. And Ganesh, you quoted some of the examples of Gemini and some of the others, whether even including, my friend Rohini is sitting next to me, but I can still say none of the generative AI is perfect at this point in time, but it's getting better as the day goes by. So that's number one. So as you know that, the fact that it generates so much of content, and plus that the impact it's beginning to make, there are lots of estimations. So Ganesh gave a number. I believe that the impact on the GDP overall over the next 5 or 10 years is going to be anywhere between 2.6 trillion to 4.5 trillion is what the estimated number. It could go up and down. Again, these estimates are completely based on lots of uncertainty. So, you can obviously take it with a grain of salt in some sense. But the impact is, without a question, very, very tangible as we move into the next phase of this whole generative AI, if you may, right? And interestingly, again, I think Ganesh mentioned about the impact, which has both lots of positive connotation, whether it is the productivity gain, the ability for us to automate things a lot better than we've ever done in the past, all of that. But there's also a lot of negative connotations associated with it, right? The biases that you see on the generative AI content that you see, right? You know, obviously it reflects a lot of biases which is existing in the ecosystem today, but it is nevertheless an issue to be grappled with. The complete false information, hallucination as they call it within the industry, the fact that you could create fake videos or deep fakes and so on and so forth. So there's a ton of issues to be dealt with, and we will not go. I mean, we can probably have a discussion around some of those, but these are not solved problems today. These are yet to be worked on. People are spending a lot of time, both from a regulation point of view, whether it's governments or the industry or the individuals, they're all grappling with these type of issues, which will sort of, over the period of time, might have an impact. Now, I want to argue again, saying that with all that we know and the impact that it could have, in the short run, I believe AI is a little bit overhyped, or generative AI is overhyped in the sense people will. I mean, Ganesh talked about a doomsday, declaration that everything is going to shut down, nobody's going to have a job, and so on and so forth. So that's one way of, and there are others who will say that it's going to completely have everybody become jobless in the next few days, or the productivity is going to be so high that GDP is going to double in 1 year. I mean, you can find all kinds of predictions. I believe that in the short run, the reason is that not because of AI or generative AI is not capable of making that leap. I think at the end of the day, it is the human impact, human ability to leverage and then make a difference. Because AI by itself or generative AI by itself is not able to make that leap. The real impact happens when there's a human potential, human intervention in terms of making it happen in some sense, whether it is integrating with the existing systems or directing it to solve a specific problem, right? If that doesn't happen, right, we're not going to make much of difference. And hence, I believe that in the short run, we're looking at a 2-year, 3-year time frame. I think we're overhyping the generative AI. At the same time, I want to say that in the long run, we are under hyping or underestimating the impact that generative AI could have. So if you look at a 5 to 10-year horizon, I believe that the impact that generative AI and AI in general, but by the way, generative AI is a very small part of AI. So if you look at AI in general, will have a much more impact than any of us could imagine at this point in time. So that's my argument. In the short run, it is overhyped, and in the long run, it's probably underhyped in some sense. So I'll talk about a couple of impacts I believe are very, very different from some of the stuff that you probably would have seen. First, I want to say that generative AI is a great equalizer. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. And that's something which you probably might find it interesting. I think the benefits one could get with generative AI particularly is actually higher when your capabilities are lower, which means that, let's take a class of, a developer shop of about 100 people. People who are already doing really well, they're at the, in a scale of 1 to 10, if they're at an 8 or a 9, of course they can leverage the AI tools, generative AI tools. They would probably get about a 10% or a 15% additional productivity. But if you are already on the lower end of the spectrum, you're not very productive, you're not very sharp guy, and then you're in a scale of 1 to 10, you're at a 2 or a 3 or a 4, you will get about 60 to 70% productivity gain compared to the one who is really doing well. So in that sense, it's a bit of an equalizer, if you may. So, and also remember, today, most of the previous tools which happened, especially in the technology world, where you can only leverage them if you really understand them, if you're really good at using them. But this will be the first time when this becomes easier. As long as you have access to some of these, in some sense, you could use it very easily because of the interface and because of the ease of using and so on and so forth. And hence, is an equalizer. So that's something which we need to sort of grapple with. This is going to be an equalizer, right? So you can turn around and say, but what's the point of then being a bright guy? I don't know, right? That's something we need to understand how the impact is going to be there in a broad sense. And of course, generative AI is going to boost productivity because again, in the technology world, especially in the software world, people always had tools, right? The last 4 or 5 decades, we've always talked about tools which will make you much more productive. So the people talk about, we got to have 10x productivity, right? That's what people talked about 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Never happened, actually. Nobody was 10x productive. If you go back and look at the history. But today, the opportunity for somebody, not just 10x, to be 100x productivity is real. So which means that we went from an era where the productivity was actually marginally higher or lower to a situation where you could technically have a much, much higher level of productivity which will be driven by generative AI. So that's the second observation I want to make. It's also because we will move away from the world was always going from writing a lot of code to no code to low code to no code. But now that's getting a lot more real because earlier we talked about English being the language, the most popular programming language as we move forward. The third point I want to make, and then maybe I'll wrap it up, is this can impact white-collar jobs a lot more than anything else which came in the past. So traditionally, when you do productivity tools and so on and so forth, it was always aimed at the lower end of the spectrum, which was getting automated, right? So people who did repetitive jobs, people who did things which they did not have to use their brain a lot more. But this is the first time you're going to have a productivity enhancer, which will actually impact people who more. It'll actually impact more if you are using your brain a lot more, right? That's the whole point of artificial intelligence in some sense. So that's something which you need to be very cognizant of. No pun intended, Ganesh. So no, I said I won't talk about cognizant. But anyway, but it is important for us to know that that's another observation. I believe it's going to be interesting. Just to give an example, I mean, generative AI will do very little to the repair guy who comes and fixes your AC or lights. Very little, but it will do a phenomenal amount of impact on jobs which requires, for example, equity research, or people who use a lot more of their brain, or statistics and so on and so forth. I think the calculations which are involved in that will get a lot more impacted than mundane jobs which are traditionally meant for getting automated in some sense. And I also have a big theory around jobs will never get automated. The tasks under the jobs will get automated. We can talk about that maybe later on if we find some time. But I just want to be conscious of the fact that we have a lot more people talking. But this is absolutely the right time for us to have this conversation, so that we get a good sense of what should individuals and enterprises do, because these are very different. Today, if you see the interestingly, usually the technology is absorbed by the enterprises first, and then the people later. But this is one thing where you find that individuals are able to absorb and understand, and then ability to sort of get into the bandwagon pretty quickly, and enterprise is still struggling or trying to figure out what is the best way for them to really leverage this technology. So with that, let me pause here, Ganesh, and hand it over back to you.
Thanks a lot, Rajesh. And I think what you're saying is so right, because while companies are still getting their arms around what exactly is the value of Gen AI for the enterprise and its customers, I think individuals are really shooting far ahead. So it's interesting that this panel consists of Rajesh, who's flew in from Gurgaon, Rohini, who flew in from Bangalore, Nitin, who is from Mumbai, and of course Jeff. I cannot even predict where Jeff fit on a different point of time, because I think he lives in one different city in Asia every day. So Jeff, just to kind of tee up this conversation with you, we had this presentation by the BCG NASSCOM report, and there we talked about the $330 billion AI opportunity, and of course, almost immeasurable impact on GDP. And we also talked about India's $17 billion opportunity in this area. So from your vantage point as BCG Asia, how do you see Gen AI playing out, not just in Asia, but worldwide? What's your view?
Oh, it's a great question. I think, and obviously we could probably do a 700-minute panel on public. And can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Great, I see thumbs up. I was going to say we could probably do a 700-minute panel on this topic, but we'll try to keep it to our time constraints. I wanted to start with maybe two observations, right, and two classes of observation. Number one is, who is starting to take advantage of Gen AI from a company perspective? What's the profile, et cetera? And number two is, how are people actually using it, and how are companies actually using it? Where do we see value being created today? So first, in terms of adoption, I think many of our clients, we're running roughly now around 100, 150 odd Gen AI engagements around the world. And I would note that Asia Pacific has a disproportionately high proportion of those, and I'll come back to that. But if we first, if we look at the common characteristics, like 2023 was very much a year of very early experimentation with generative AI. And when we talk to CEOs and company leaders, 2024 is the year when they want to start seeing real impact. So I think we're seeing a transition from experimentation to impact. That's first. And then you say, well, I get a common question. Well, what types of companies are adopting this, right? So first off, actually across industries, right, we see experimentation and adoption. I think one common characteristic is places where there are large corpuses of information that need to be, I'd say, used on a regular basis by people in a company, right? And that could be a wealth management advisor. It could be an insurance broker. It could actually be a high-skilled technician. Actually, we've been doing deployments for frontline elevator technicians and also frontline wind turbine engineers. But these types of roles actually exist across industries, so we're seeing adoption across many industries. And as I said earlier, our adoption that we've seen in Asia Pacific is actually higher than in a relative basis than we've seen in North America or Europe. Why might that be? Number one, because we have one could argue, a larger set of companies who are less encumbered by very long histories and an ambition to grow, but also in many of our markets across Asia, India inclusive, we increasingly have a very digital customer and digital consumer, which means we have natural data advantages, et cetera. So that's a bit on the what, right? But one common characteristic of companies is we really see the leaders adopting faster. What does that mean? When we look across corporations in the world, right, we actually segment into a couple different segments, as you might imagine. But to keep it simple, there are about 25% of companies out there that deliver outsized total shareholder return growth, that deliver over 3x EBIT growth compared to their peers, that deliver over 3x revenue growth compared to their peers. So that's 25%, right? If I look at those 25% based on surveys we ran in December of last year, 65% of them are in the process of experimenting and deploying generative AI. If I take the other 75% of companies, the ones that are not in this top quartile of performance, actually, as of December, 0% of them had actually already progressed with the generative AI deployment. So I think, first observation on the who is across industries, Asia Pacific disproportionately represented, but it is the companies that have significant ambitions and I'd say a track record of innovation and growth that are the early adopters. Now, the next important question, right, is so what are they doing with it? And if there are these leading companies that are driving adoption, they must believe in value. So what types of value are they creating, right? So let me say a few words on that as part of this opening statement. Now, we think of three modes of value creation from generative AI, and the important footnote is that it's never generative AI alone that creates that value. Typically, in most of the examples that we'll talk about today, there's AI plus generative AI plus optimization and many other technologies working together. That being said, three modes of value creation. Mode number one is what we call deploy. What is deploy? Deploy is a co-pilot that helps you record meetings and summarize the meeting notes. Deploy is respond to my email faster. Deploy is I have some editing tools that help me to write a memo faster and better. So basically, it's the everyday jobs inside of a company where there's now some better tools that help people along the way. So the nature of the job is pretty much the same. The sequence of processes is the same, but there's better tools that can drive a 20 to 30% productivity improvement throughout. And this, we believe, will be the domain of the big software companies deploying enterprise software. And you can imagine who some of those are, right? That intersects the desktop or the mobile device of workers, both in headquarters and out in the field. So that's deploy. Second is what we called reshape. And reshape is about how do I look at functions inside of my company, major functions inside of my company, and rethink how I work them end to end. Because generative AI enables me to actually run them in a fundamentally different way. So it's not just about a technology deployment, but it's actually rethinking about, using an example I showed earlier. Well, I have a wealth manager in my bank who calls up 25 different clients or potential clients every day. How can I actually reimagine their entire onboarding to training to actually the tools that they use to interact with a customer or a potential client, right? To actually reimagine what it means to be a wealth manager in a bank. So common functions we see being reshaped is very much in customer service, It's very much sometimes in frontline engineering and service. Also, very frequently, as you can imagine, in marketing and other related functions. So, really taking functions, rebuilding them from the bottom up end to end with what Gen AI can do, and driving sometimes 40, 50% effectiveness improvements in those functions. And last but not least is, and I'll end with this one, is what we call reinvent. And invent is actually as a corporation, or in some cases even a government, right? I could imagine fundamentally different businesses that I want to launch that are now possible because of generative AI. And so new revenue streams, new parts of the market that I can access, but actually kind of rebuilt and new from the ground up. So anyway, those three areas. And actually, if we look at companies today to close, I'd say almost everyone is starting on the process of deploy. So how do I get the standard Gen AI tools throughout my organization? We argue that will be table stakes for competitiveness in the coming years. And the big focus right now is on reshaping, reinventing. How do I reinvent my critical functions from end to end? And that's where we see the leaders moving fastest.
The world, uh, I think we are again looking at a bit of a concentration risk because most of these technologies are coming out of a certain place in the globe. So I think now that we're seeing a few of these LLMs being built in India, and State Bank has also expressed that we would like to build our own LLM, but I'll talk about that later. Is probably is something that we should think about because this is likely to also change the way the overall geopolitics works. And Gen AI, because of the very nature of being transformational, uh, the extent of being transformational in a very long time, from what we've seen in the last few decades, can expectedly also create a divide between people who have the data and have the technology, and people who don't have the data and therefore cannot have that technology and have to depend on somebody else. From that point of view, I think we are fortunate in India that we have a lot of digital data now, and most of it is recent, and we can actually put it to good use. Uh, I don't know how that stands for a developed market because most of the data that we see in the developed markets is actually uh, public data. It's not personal data. In India, we have a good mix of personal and public data because of just the fact that more and more people have taken to digital. A lot of digital businesses have come around. So then comes this whole context of how can you put this data to use? Of course, there are regulations across the world. Some people are guarding it very carefully. Some people are saying that no, we will have to stand up for privacy. We are obviously looking at DPDP getting enacted anytime, in the middle of this year. And many of those nuances around how we are going to be using data and therefore using data for Gen AI, because Gen AI will work to the extent that we want it to work based on what data we provide to Gen AI. If we start to use Gen AI like a conversational interface that OpenAI has done, it will do all the things and give the answers like the ones we shared last evening. But will it help me in my job? Will it help you in your business? Will it help a student who's, let's say, studying Sanskrit? Perhaps not. So these models will have to be trained on our data. And therefore, I think that effort, if not already begun, will have to begin right now across businesses, across governments, across all kinds of stakeholder systems. Now, within that, in the industry that I come from, which is the financial services or banking in specific, we again have this advantage of a lot of data. And State Bank being in the position that it is also has a lot of data, much more than many other of our colleagues in the industry. So we want to now bring in a nuanced view to working on technologies like Gen AI. So far, we worked on traditional AI. SBI has been working on traditional AI for maybe around 7-8 years now. In fact, we don't have any rule engines anymore. All of them have been replaced with AI models. So when we start looking at AI a lot more seriously about 3 years ago, and this is pre-Gen AI, one of the things we realized is that we need a framework for ethical and responsible AI. Because as an important stakeholder in the ecosystem and for the economy, we will have to at least put those guardrails in place where even if there is no law like DPDP, which obviously wasn't there 3 years ago, how do we protect, how do we make sure that the rights are protected, how do we do things in an ethical manner, how do we bring about the explainability for AI, and how do we also make it inclusive. Now, one of the things that can happen with this technology, while I agree with Rajesh that it is a great leveler and an equalizer, and it should be, there will always be some people who will disproportionately benefit from it versus people who will not benefit from it as much. Or maybe the benefits will flow to them over a longer period of time versus some people who will be the early beneficiaries of how they want to put the technology to use. So clearly from that point of view, the way we look at it in SBI is that one, we make it inclusive. We don't exclude any segments of our customers who should not get benefits of insights that we have on on data which may relate to them or may relate to lookalike segments, and therefore whatever we need to offer, we should be able to offer to them in a very equitable manner. That is number one. Number two, what kind of frameworks are required to make sure that there is a governance process? Because if there is governance at the board, there is governance at the regulator, there is governance for everything pretty much that we do, and every single activity that the banking industry gets into is very tightly regulated. Even regulations will have to change. So there are active discussions going on even in the regulator community that what kind of regulations are required to even oversee something like this. How do you go and fault somebody by saying that you did this, but show me where is it mentioned in the regulations, because the person who is answering back to the regulator might just turn around and say that I didn't do it, my AI did this for me. So regulators also are going through that change. And yesterday I was at the RBI College of Agriculture Banking, and we heard from the ED who looks after supervision there. And he was talking about how much RBI itself is investing into AI and of course now generative AI. So regulations across the world are likely to change. In those regulations, regulators will always want customer protection at the center of it. And as banks and as a responsible bank, we thought it is important for us to bring that framework of governance. And governance for us means that there are enough and more checks and controls. So we look at this whole journey of AI, and this is a view I've had personally for quite a few years, that we move from AI being assistive technology to an augmentative technology, which is where we are today, and finally autonomous. Yes, there are lots of use cases of autonomous AI also, but I don't think we are in any hurry to get there unless all of us want only driverless cars and we want only robots running our homes, but that's a different topic for another day. But Gen AI probably is somewhere in between. So it is expected to augment. We do expect it to enhance knowledge. So some of the things that we are trying to do with Gen AI now, effectively, we are looking at two tracks within the bank. One is that we will learn, because we don't profess that we know it all. Yes, we have data. We have a lot of AI models. We have a great team of data scientists. But what we're trying to do is to learn through a whole lot of experimentation. So quite a few use cases are getting developed in-house and some with our tech partners. The second track is a little more ambitious and fairly long term, is that we should start building our own large language models, which is at least domain specific. Because for how long will we be dependent on open source models? I'm sure Rohini may not like that, but we are looking at a situation where we can either coexist with open source models or have something of our own, which also goes through all these tests of data sovereignty, etc. And eventually we have that kind of independence with technologies like these, that we are not completely dependent on both the cryptography or the technical aspects, and even the I would say the talent which is coming from elsewhere. It is also a fact that most of the tech that's been developed across the world in AI 40 to 50% of that has been developed by Indians working for those corporations. So there is also a great emphasis of people wanting to come back and wanting to do that in India, because just for the sheer fact that we have so much data. So I think, in summary, it's a bit of a fine balancing act right now. We are excited and optimistic, but we are also a little concerned, because we also need many other things to fall in place, including regulations, the governance structures, inclusivity, making sure that people don't actually end up getting excluded while we progress on this path. Thank you.
Thanks, Nitin. That was fascinating. And thank you for bringing out those 2 points. I think the point that we've always made is with AI, as he rightly said, it can be assistive, ideally augmentative, which GenAI certainly will be, and autonomous. And the fear always gets created by people worrying about autonomous machines. And I think any responsible government, society, or corporation CEO will not be looking at autonomous too early, before we know what exactly needs to be replaced. So I think that's very clear. And the second point, of course, on ethical and responsible AI, because we all know that the term now being used is hallucination. So it's very easy to blame the hallucination of an AI on something which is completely not okay to put out in the marketplace. But it's like a 4-year-old kid going to class and beating up somebody, and the teacher calls you and say, look, aren't you teaching him properly? But the responsibility, whether it's AI or it's a human being, is entirely ours. So I think that's not going to shift from the human being. So let me now move to Rohini, because I think Microsoft very much in the last 1 year has been totally on the leading edge of AI, and including I think what we have seen with the new collaboration with the French company, and of course the very famous partnership between Sam Altman and Satya Nadella. And the co-pilots area, in fact, when I met Rohini 5 months back at home, she was talking about co-pilots and promised to train me on using co-pilots, which Rohini you still haven't done. But that's going to completely change the way. But imagine a situation where you are actually going to work for an employer, and the employer says, look, let my AI first talk to your AI, and then we'll figure out whether you're compatible. That day is not far off, by the way. So ultimately, a co-pilot can almost be your co-pilot, guide in everything you do, everything you think about. So Rohini, tell us, what is the great Microsoft story, and how are we going to see life unfold in front of us in the future?
Okay, thank you, Ganesh. So one of the advantages of going in the end is that you get to connect a few dots and respond to a few points. And I will try not to make it a Microsoft thing. Let me put three ideas here. One is that the changing nature of work in general. The second is, why is this phase of AI different? And Rajesh talked about the fact that AI is not new. Why is this different? And third, I'll combine the two ideas as to how this is changing some of the ways work is happening. And I'll touch on the couple of, or the 3 layers of ways in which Jeff talked about the way AI is changing jobs, right? So one is, we all just recently went through the pandemic world, and we all saw changing nature of work. We all experienced it. We all began to see doctors online, which we would have never done in the past. We all began to order food online on our apps that we may not have done in the past. So our mental model shifted in big ways in how we work, how we function on our daily personal lives, our professional lives. We changed our paradigms. Think of that as being, if you see the dimensions of time and space. In the past, we were looking at primarily working at the same place at the same time. And we kind of began to say that, that doesn't have to be the case. We can work in different places. We can also work in some ways where we don't have to be at the same time at the same place. Now think of AI as a third dimension to how we work. And that is an important idea to think and just internalize a little bit. And I'll come to it why. I'll give you some examples. Now let me come to the second part as to why this phase of AI is different. As Rajesh rightly said, AI is not new. In fact, there are many things in AI, such as the protein folding problem, such as when Watson defeated the humans in Jeopardy. These all happened before generative AI came about. So many very famous landmarks or breakthroughs have happened in the world before generative AI. And again, generative AI is just one new technology and large language models, etc. And this is not the last. So it will keep happening. But why is it different? It's different because on a couple of different paradigms, and I'll just take two of them. One that was mentioned, I think Ganesh mentioned in the opening address, is that now you're able to talk to the computer in your own language. The computer has to understand you. You are able to, you don't need to learn Fortran or C or whatever, Python, etc. You don't have to understand that. That's one big difference. And it's multimodal, meaning it can see, it can hear, it can talk, right? So that's a very, very big difference. Second difference is that, which is perhaps a little less understood, is that it's a reasoning engine. What you have in the LLM is a reasoning engine. Let me give you an example to explain what I mean by that. Let's say you have a particular job requirement. You have a job description, JD, that you have created, and you have two candidates that you need to define who will work for you, who will be a better candidate. A human being will look at the job description, look at the two resumes, and do a reasoning in the mind as to who will be a better candidate. Today, this large language model can do this for you. You give this model the job description and the two resumes. The model will tell you who's better and why. Now you can tell this model, you know what? Okay, you told me person B was better than person A, but I need this person in 2 months. The model will come back and say, oh, with this new restriction, who's the better person? With reasoning. That's what I mean by reasoning. So what you have behind in this intelligence engine is a reasoning engine. Now, if you combine these two, that's where the idea of a co-pilot comes in. So co-pilot in general, the idea is that of having an intelligent agent that works with you, for you, alongside you, etc., right? Now that changes the way in which work happens. So if you think, for example, you're getting into one of the white collar jobs, you're sitting and getting into a team meeting, and I do that all the time. In the past, I used to be writing notes. Today, I don't. I look at my teams, I look at people, because the co-pilot is taking notes. And in the end, all I say to the co-pilot, please summarize this meeting for me, tell me the action items, and it does everything. This person said this person said that, this is what happened in the meeting, these were the action items, these are the follow-throughs, everything. I can even ask it, this person so-and-so say a joke, or where is this person going for a vacation? All that the co-pilot is able to tell you. I no longer take meeting notes. That's an example of how even an example of a work changes. Now I'll just touch on a couple of things that Jeff mentioned at the 3 orders of examples, right? So today, the example I just gave you on team meeting, think of that as a maybe assistive or something that you could have done. It's an assistive thing. Now let's go to augmentation or something that completely changes the business process or a function. Now think of the nature of a teacher in a government school who wants to create a lesson plan for a 7th grade chemistry class, right? That person neither has the time, nor the resources, nor the capability of bringing interesting experiments, interesting ideas, something that you can use from your local environment to demonstrate, for example, third law of motion, right? That teacher can today completely change the way in which teaching can be done. In fact, that's happening today. That was one of the demos we showed to Satya. It's a foundation called Shikshana Foundation that Microsoft Research is working on to provide the teachers an intelligent agent, a co-pilot that's helping the teacher create interesting lesson plans for their students in a way that could not have been done in the before. Now, that's a way in which entire function or entire particular job gets changed. The last one is clearly the ways in which completely new lines of businesses or new revenue streams or business models change. Yes, that will also happen, and I'm seeing that happen early stages in some of the companies I work with. But yes, that will be the third way people suddenly say, you know what, I have this data, I have this know-how, can I now do something completely different for my customer base or a new customer base? That will happen. So I'll pause with that. I think the co-pilot idea is a more general idea, and it will impact every section of society and in ways that we cannot imagine today. And I think some of the great places where it has tremendous impact is things like education, things like healthcare, things like the judiciary. There are a huge backlog of problems are sitting to be solved, years and years where cases don't get resolved, where a legal, a person who works on the legal documents can use co-pilots to really create their cases. There's tremendous healthcare. I mean, I think some of these places we will be able to solve things that we could not imagine solving in the past.
Thanks a lot, Rohini. But can't help asking you a question that if everybody has a very intelligent and increasingly intelligent co-pilot with us, won't that make us all stupid and lazy?
So I'll have to ask that. Did calculators make you less intelligent or less innovative or less?
I think so. I used to know 19 times 7 without thinking about it. Now I don't.
Yeah, but would you have done a space shuttle by just calculating on the fly?
Done. No, that's true. So I think it's which way you look at it. So that's the beauty of it. Okay, now this is your time for asking questions or anything, but remember to make it short. But before that, don't forget I did ask ChatGPT to comment on this discussion. So came up with some doomerism views. You know what a doomerism is? What is going to go wrong with the world? It's just ChatGPT's own view of killing itself. And what, of course, can be the very positive things. And what ChatGPT came up with is economic disruption, because there can be a complete change in the way economies grow or not grow. I mean, we've already seen China had a march over even the United States in AI and been investing in it very heavily. But where will that go? Ethical violation, which ChatGPT also points out. I mean, the whole era of deep fakes and deep fake videos is on us, and we have to be, especially in this election, we have to be very careful what we see, what we believe, and we have to really, I mean, that's a lot of stuff happening in TV as we speak. The third is, of course, employment displacement. Again, remember we talked about assistive, augmentative, and autonomous. So that's the potential threat. And the fourth, which I think a lot of people mentioned, including Nitin, is the potential digital divide. That will the digital have-nots or the co-pilot haves steal a march over the co-pilot have-nots? So I think that's something we have to think about. Yeah, it also points out a number of very interesting advantages. One is personalization. That is, what you see is exactly based on your reading preferences or learning preferences, and you don't have to worry about somebody's style of speaking or articulation or whatever. The second, of course, is global competitiveness, because ChatGPT genuinely believes that societies and companies which adopt Gen AI can potentially become much more competitive globally. And obviously that again means the people who don't might be left behind. And finally, it talks about something that Dr. Mashelkar mentioned. I mean, his favorite theme of science, technology, and innovation. And talks about really fueling substantial innovation. So innovation, research for individuals, companies, and countries which really embrace it is really what ChatGPT says can be the biggest advantage of using or adopting Gen AI. So with that, over to you. I know my friend Ajit Ranade has his first question. So yes, Ajit, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, and really fascinating conversation. So my question is perhaps to Dr. Rohini about, in economics we have a law which says, it's called Gresham's law. Bad money drives out good money. So if you have counterfeit currency circulating, people tend to kind of get rid of it. So eventually the bad money just keeps circulating, and the good money, the genuine money, that's the Gresham's law. So in the context of AI, this snowballing effect, the learning models are going to learn on stuff which after some time AI itself is going to generate. A lot of the op-eds are being written by AI. The co-pilot is going to talk about summarizing. So AI generated stuff is the stuff which is going to be the input for learning models. So that potentially can have a snowballing effect that we are just, Gresham's law. Is that a risk, big risk?
Yeah, so I think it's a good question, and you're right. As the lot of content starts to become AI generated. Now the question is that do next generation of AI follow the same route as the previous generations in the sense of learning from all of internet? I'm seeing that change. So for example, some of the work that's happening now is actually realizing that you really don't need such large language models, because the ability to give it the right kind of data. In fact, there is a paper recently which says textbooks is all you need. The original paper, the original work came out from something called attention is all you need. It's a play on that word. But the idea is that if you are able to give a learning model very well curated and good content that you will give to a child to learn from, then actually the model doesn't have to be that big. So what I'm saying, the way I'm responding is that one innovation started by learning everything from the internet. That's only one level. As things are changing and people are realizing that what other innovations, what issues, bias is one thing you didn't mention. And again, as you rightly said, it's that snowball effect. Many other reasons. There are work happening in terms of ensuring that you actually have language models which are getting trained on good data, on relevant, good, solid textbook-like data. That's one. Second point is that, you know, while we are all talking chat GPT, etc., which I mean, I absolutely love, but I think the important thing, and Nitin also brought up, is that you will see, and we are seeing large language models being developed in multiple countries, including in India, which are trained on that country's context. I got a very recent good interesting example recently that, let's say you ask ChatGPT, or a 5-year-old asks ChatGPT, what should I eat for a healthy diet? That person, the response should be in the context of that child. If the child is sitting in a small town in Karnataka, it should talk about ragi mudde and it should talk about the diet that that person is used to, right? Not something that is eaten in the West. Point I'm saying is context element, some of that is happening. And just like OpenAI, just like Mistral, just like some Hugging Face, all these models are on Microsoft Cloud. Indian models will also get on Microsoft Cloud. That's the nature of the game because it is going to become a model as a service. The last point is, today, when we are asking ChatGPT, we are asking ChatGPT to tell what it knows. Actually, that is not the dominant way in which you use these things. The dominant way you use these things is by telling it, I want to use your reasoning capability, but I want to tell you, this is my data, this is my context. So use my context, reason on it, and then tell me the answer. So you actually ground it. It's called grounding. You ground it on your context, your data, so that you are getting something that's relevant to you. It's a larger question. Happy to take it later.
Yeah, that's amazing. Thank you. I think we should all look for grounded AIs. Yes, Mr. Bode. If you can just also say your name, it'll be useful.
Yeah, thank you, Ganesh. My name is Sushil Borde, and I'm a member at Pune International Center. Just picking on Rohini ji, your point on AI and education. And this question possibly is for all four of you being leaders of this industry. What is happening in terms of integrating AI in education in India? And the reason why I'm asking you just this morning, Ganesh, you mentioned about MIT's technology review. Eric Schmidt has recently written an article in that, where he talks about how AI is going to change the way science is being done or will be done. And of course, you know, there are examples of how drug discovery is going to get accelerated and all of that. We know that, and it's fascinating. My daughter's in med school, and she was sitting next to me while I was reading that. And I asked her, are you studying AI? And she said, no, I know what is AI, but it's not in my curriculum. And it's a 5-year curriculum. She's in the first year. And I don't think she has a view on AI getting integrated in her 5th year even, right? So how is AI changing, for example, just to stay with this example, just medicine? And if it is not being taught to the med school students, then it is only about, yes, you will be interacting with AI, but you will not know how it gets integrated.
So in a sense, what you're saying
science.
is, how is AI going to transform the way kids get educated? So Nitin, you want to comment
And
on that?
more importantly, what is being done,
Yeah.
Ganesh, in India
Yeah.
to very rapidly integrate AI as part of the curriculum.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're going. So, I mean, I'm picking on Nitin because his daughter was in Pune just a couple of months back, and she was actually doing a full project, and she's a school kid, on AI, how it transformed the social sector, and how, you know, we in what we do call lighthouse communities can actually predict what can happen to the kid as they come through programs like this. What's your view on this, Nitin, generally?
No, I think it's a very good observation. But even before AI gets into the curriculum, AI doesn't need to get into the curriculum. AI is an assistive tool. But before that, I think what has also happened is that most of the learning has now moved to experiential learning. And specifically in the context of medicine, I came across this company almost 7-8 years ago, which had developed 3D models on iPads for medical students, because they said, what do you understand with a 2-dimensional image of a skeleton in a book versus, you know, what you can see rotate and see it from different viewpoints? And now it's pretty common. So I think as the learning teaching techniques are changing, the ability to personalize that is far better. But I would imagine that 1 year ago or 1.5 years ago, everybody should have known coding, at least in that generation, is what all of us would believe, that I wish I knew coding. And all of us believe that all children should learn coding. But now that coding itself is becoming low code and no code, why do you even need to learn coding? You can just give your prompts in English. So I don't think AI needs to come into the curriculum per se. AI needs to come in a more applied manner, that if I have access to something, can I use it for better learning outcomes? If I'm an educator, can I use it for better teaching outcomes? So my daughter, for example, developed a model, which detects, which works on speech recognition to detect autism. Now that is something, at least her view was that, a lot of unprivileged families don't even understand that their children are autistic, for a very long time. And by the time the therapy actually starts, it's too late. So can you do that for a 2-year-old? Can you do that for a 3-year-old through basic speech pattern recognition? It may not be something extremely innovative, but I think it was a relevant project to look at. So things like those, which may not necessarily be a part of curriculum, even as an area of interest, at least we see a lot of kids now taking to that. But I think education per se will probably take a little more time before it changes.
You want this?
No, I just want to add to what Nitin just said. I mean, when you look at AI for education, there are multiple dimensions to that. One is, of course, what get taught in the curriculum. But let's also not forget that the biggest impact, in my mind at least, for AI will have on education is the hyper-personalization, and which again, Nitin, you mentioned it. It's traditionally in a classroom, the teacher is actually teaching the average student. The really brilliant student get bored with the content, and the really dumb student really gets it doesn't get it at all. But the idea would be once you really have AI pervasive, then you could technically have an education system where you are being taught to the level you are at in some sense. So some level of hyper personalization in terms of how can you really learn, that becomes the key. And then the most important thing for the student will be learnability, and how do you really pivot from one to the other, not necessarily studying. There's no point in going and teaching somebody who's in the 2nd grade or 3rd grade about generative AI today, because for sure, in the next 3 years, we will not talk about generative AI. We'll be talking about something else. So how do you make sure that you understand the general concepts of how you can pivot from one technology to the other, or from understanding or how rapidly you could learn with this whole notion of hyper-personalization, which is clearly relating it to how you learn and what can be taught to you.
Great. I think we have 3 questions in that cluster. So can you ask your question and pass it back?
Sure.
And you can pass it to Uma. Yeah. Go ahead.
So my name is Girish, and my specific question is.
Girish, hold it closer to your.
Yeah, my name is Girish, and my question is to Rajesh. What's the future of software services business? Because coding is gone, and that's prominently what software services guys do. And my second question is for Jeff, where do you see business models changing because of generative AI? Because, mobile changed the way we did business, computers did that. Do we see generative AI doing that as well? So there's 2 questions for me. Thank you.
Okay, so let me start with Jeff. Jeff, the question was, how does business models completely get transformed by generative AI? So any examples you'd like to share from BCG's work?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's very early days. Right. And I think one of the interesting analogies going way back in history that I've heard that I will repeat, which is, I forget in what year the car was invented, but we actually had to then after that, you had to have the invention of the assembly line manufacturing process before cars transformed society. Right. So I think we've got it, like, if the progress in Gen AI is like the invention of the automobile, we still haven't yet invented, I think, some of the new things. But to give some examples of where I see very interesting progress, right? I think number one, we had a little bit of talk about medicine before. I think many of the leading pharmaceutical companies in the world believe that generative AI will transform the drug discovery process, and actually are actively in the process of investing in capabilities to leverage generative AI technologies to transform the drug discovery process. So I think that's certainly one area, and that's what I would expect to see significant disruptions in the value chain there. I think the second, and this is relevant, in India and many of the markets that I work in, is customer service will be significantly transformed, right? We have not yet, I think we are not at the stage where one should be ready or should be comfortable to make a chatbot or a generative AI system your interface to the customer, but the ability to actually make a customer service call center agent 10x more productive, right, in terms of the resolution rate, et cetera, is actually possible. So any industry that has significant customer service components, I think we see being very likely transformed. And I'll give you one last non-obvious one, right, because we talk a lot about, chatbots, customer service, et cetera. There are many very, very complex design processes that exist in the back ends of all of our technology. Just think about the layout of a printed circuit board, for example. It usually is very high-skilled humans who have to figure out how to lay out a PCB. Actually, there is very promising views that the whole process of actually how we design, especially some of the electronics components and things that still have an analog portion to them that go in all of our devices, could be radically transformed. So just a few examples there, and I think you could, to some extent, imagine, right, if those pieces of the puzzle were transformed, how some of those industries could be very much disrupted.
Thanks, Jeff. So, Rajesh, about software services, with 10 years later, would NASCOM become NICOM? It's no longer software services, but AI.
That's something we may have to think through. But to Girish's question, listen, I think when you look at today in the broader software services, and this is the question I get asked all the time. First of all, there's two different buckets broadly when you look at some of these workforce, right? There's people who work on process-related industry, which traditionally we used to call them BPO, but of course it's evolved quite a bit in terms of what we do. Some of that runs a risk of getting probably replaced with an AI engine pretty quickly. But when you go back, that as well as on the software services, in programming and design analysts and so on and so forth, my view is that one, I think people who do not use AI might run the risk of getting replaced by people who use AI, right? Not by AI. So I never think that humans are going to get replaced with AI. So the way to think about it is that the humans who do not use AI might get replaced with people who use AI in some sense. Also, as I think I've kind of mentioned it when I was saying in the beginning, the jobs themselves are unlikely to get replaced. What is likely to get replaced are the tasks under a job. So let's think of a job. It's not just one task in a job, right? So you probably can map about maybe 10 or 5 or 10 or 25. So you will find that when you go back into those tasks, some of them will get potentially actually get done a lot better with a higher level of productivity. And those are the ones which are getting replaced with maybe an AI engine or a productivity tool and so on and so forth. So if you look at it that way, if you are a programmer, instead of all day sitting and coding, you might now have coding done by the co-pilot or the equivalent of, not just Microsoft, right? I mean, there could be others who could probably replace that, but it will be other things that you did in terms of solving a problem, understanding what is the most impactful algorithm that you could build. All of that is still something which will be done by a human being. But so it's about augmenting its humans and AI as opposed to humans versus AI in some sense.
Good. I think we have 3 more questions to be. So maybe we can get all the questions together. And since I'm a good soldier of Gautam Bambawale, I'll make sure we finish on time, Gautam. Don't worry. So Uma, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Uma. Rajesh, you mentioned a little while ago that white-collar jobs are the ones which are going to be impacted most with generative AI. We already have some Chinese companies like NetDragon Websoft, which has appointed AI agent as its CEO, and I think it's called some Tang Yu. So my question to you is whether you think this will happen in India and jobs of the CEOs like yourself will get replaced with generative AI agent very soon.
Sir, go ahead.
Thanks for a wonderful session. My name is Harshal Chitale. I'm an economist who's worked closely with governments. So my question, we have the private sector here as well as someone from the public sector, is on data and the fear that you might sort of start to restrict access or concentrate the benefits from sort of the next generations of AI technologies. So my question is, where are you comfortable right now where we are in our journey on data governance, data sharing with public agencies, given that data availability can lead to such sort of large progresses in research and innovation?
Okay. Pradeep? Can you get a mic here, please?
My name is Pradeep Bhargav.
Hold it closer.
Yeah. grew up in brick and mortar industry and I've been off IT, but my question is, just in this 70-minute session, we had Rajesh saying it's an equalizer, Nitin said it's a divider in your own ways. You said co-pilot and Ganesh said, no, you couldn't be the pilot. So I'm saying with this phenomenal diversity of views, it's important that we respect and acknowledge regulator as an intervening phase. Industry and technologies don't like regulators. But it's time here, unless regulator will generate a regulation using AI. Well, that's also a possibility in lighter vein. But on a serious note, I think it's important at this stage in life, we technologists and industry engage with regulators so that a sensible thing comes. Otherwise, the flux will go up in the geo-economic challenges that we face. It's going to be a very dynamite, so engage. That's my submission.
Okay, so let me get quick closing comments and answers from our 4 panelists. Let me start with Jeff. I think the question, sorry?
Can I ask a question? Small question.
I'll come back to you. Okay. The question, Jeff, was regulation. I mean, you, in your vantage point all over Asia, including, of course, China. So do you think regulators will over-regulate? Will they come in the way of data access? Is it good for data privacy? I think both these last 2 questions in that context. What is your view?
Yeah, it's so. No, I mean that's not a short answer, but I'll make it a short answer. The regulatory approach is very heterogeneous in different regimes around the world, right? And so, some places are focused on outcomes, some places are focused on inputs, etc. So I think it's actually, really early to say exactly how it's going to play out. I think that we can safely assume, like most technological advances, sort of the regulatory regime needs to catch up with how fast the technology moves. And I think we're seeing that play out, number one, right? And number two, and I would want to relate back to a point of another panelist before, which is the ability of generative AI to do harm will probably move faster than the ability of regulation to prevent that harm. And that is why, many companies, and probably many companies in the room, are building responsible AI capabilities such that they can make sure that the way they are deploying this technology sort of meets, I'd say, their values and their standards, because just being regulatorily compliant is maybe necessary but not sufficient in this very dynamic setting.
What's your view, Nitin? I mean, in one of the most regulated sectors in this country, do you think the regulator will play a role in dampening the enthusiasm around AI, or will they kind of make sure that it's done properly?
No, I don't think we expect them to play spoil sport. But since the overall business nuances are changing, and it's not just what you regulate, the regulated entity is going to change. The regulated entity deals with businesses and consumers. They themselves are changing. So if it is, I think the point was made by Rajesh in his opening remarks that this is the first time that the users are pushing it up, or you, I think, made that point, up to the enterprise level rather than the top-down approach that we've always seen. So regulators, I think, are fairly clued on. Now, the only thing we can argue is that how timely is it going to be? The point that whether it comes, what Jeff said, whether it comes after the harm is done or before the harm is done. And in our industry, there are 4 financial services regulators. So how do we also make sure that all of them are thinking the same thing? And I'm sure they are talking to each other before they form a view. But from what we hear, I think both the government and the regulators are seriously thinking on the lines of bringing out regulations.
So now to that interesting question, Rajesh. So will we need Rajesh Nambiar anymore, or will your AI suffice?
You may not need Rajesh Nambiar anymore, but that's a different topic altogether. But I think this absolutely a craziest idea, I would say, to have executives replaced by AI and so on and so forth, right? I think time will tell that if somebody has to perform the role of a CEO of a company, they do about 100 different things in their life. And again, I go back to the task versus job argument. There are lots of tasks which the CEO could perform today can certainly be used with an assistant, AI assistant. We talked about co-pilot. We talked about people who could summarize meetings for you, who could get you data, in 2 seconds as opposed to 20 days of financial reporting and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of things which a CEO can leverage AI and then be a better CEO. But CEO getting replaced with an AI, I don't see that in my lifetime.
Rohini, last word.
Hello. Yeah, I think, so I think the idea of the earlier point Rajesh mentioned about a CEO will use AI, become a better CEO. Perhaps more time for people, perhaps more time for things which are require that creativity and empathy and being able to connect, see the trends that you cannot see otherwise. The last point I would just say, I think the point that Jeff made is there are organizations who have not been waiting for regulations. I think responsible AI, the whole process and program started in Microsoft in 2016. So from principles to processes to governance to standards to working with partners, we are now 7 or 8 years into the journey. And in fact, if I would say that because of that foundation getting laid for many years is why we were able to innovate at the speed at which we could innovate in 2023 in terms of bringing AI into every single product. It was that foundation to allow AI safety, content moderation. There's a whole suite. I don't want to go into it, but I think companies which have those foundations laid out will do better. Who understand what it means, how to leverage this technology for innovation, for productivity, all the discussions we've been having. The regulators will come in and they should learn, and that's something we are also, I've been working with NASSCOM on NASSCOM's generative AI toolkits, with Niti Aayog on multiple things for many, many years now. They'll have to learn and they'll have to understand the risk and ability to intervene at the right place. But I don't think a lot of leaders in this space are waiting for regulation.
What an exciting panel, ladies and gentlemen. I think it was a great start to the second day of AED this year.
Hello.
And I think Pradeep mentioned it. What you really see is a lot of unity in thinking, including from ChatGPT, that yes, there is a revolution in the making. As Rajesh rightly said right in the beginning, it's not going to happen as soon as you think, but it will happen in many fundamental ways beyond what we're imagining today. So it's good to be prepared, good to be the haves and not the have-nots. So thank you very much. Thank you for a wonderful panel, and thank you for your questions. I know there's a lot of unanswered questions. Please hold on. There is a break coming up soon, and you can ask it then. We just don't have time. I'm sorry. Why don't you ask one-to-one?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ganesh. Fantastic panel. Can I ask Ambassador Bambavale to come up and just give a small token of appreciation to each of our panelists? Okay, to Rohini. To Rajesh. To Nitin. And and yes, Jeff will send you a digital one. And to Ganesh. Let's get a photograph. While we're doing a photograph, I will just read you out a little poem from ChatGPT in honor of this session. In the realm where AI whispers abide, Chair Ganesh with wisdom as our guide, Rajesh Nambiar unveils the dawn's hue, technological leaps, a future anew. Jeff Waters with insights profound sees Gen AI's growth the world around. Nitin Chugh with cautionary might, navigating geopolitics in AI's light. Rohini's vision, a co-pilot's grace, transforming tasks in every space, from mundane chores to innovation's quest, AI's evolution, humanity's best. As we stand at the brink of this digital tide, a symphony of voices on AI we ride, with questions abound and visions clear. Okay. Thank you to the panelists. It was a great start to this morning, as Ganesh said. Let's move on to our next session, which is a conversation on India's role in information technology and digital diplomacy. India's remarkable IT industry is awe-inspiring. Today, it stands as a beacon of innovation, excellence, and resilience, contributing significantly to the country's economic growth and global competitiveness. So as we reflect on India, success story, we're going to learn about the valuable lessons that can be gleaned for other nations, especially with collaborative efforts with international partners and leveraging technology for efficiency, transparency, and accountability. We're going to hear about key initiatives that have also facilitated the adoption of digital technologies on a massive scale. And you all know that on a grassroots level, the penetration of IT has been nothing short of revolutionary. From street vendors to self-employed entrepreneurs, the ubiquitous case of use of WhatsApp, payment apps, and other digital platforms has democratized access to technology and really given economic empowerment and social inclusion. So it's my pleasure to introduce our two distinguished speakers for this insightful discussion, Kiran Karnik and Dinanath Kolkar, who will be in conversation. Can we give them a big round of applause? And may I ask them both to come up? I'm sure they need no introduction, but Kiran Karnik is a former NASCOM president, and he's been instrumental in shaping India's IT landscape, promoting brand India globally, and spearheading groundbreaking projects that have truly impacted society. His insights, in addition, garnered from his leadership roles at organizations such as Discovery Networks India and ISRO, offer a unique perspective on India's IT trajectory. Kiran Karnik. Big round of applause, please. Remember, applause is free and AI cannot do it for us. Joining him is Dinanath Kolkar, independent advisor and former senior vice president of TCS. He's the chair of ITES committee at the Maratha Chamber and the PIC research track lead on science, technology, and national innovation ecosystem at the Maratha Chamber. So today our speakers will not only explore India's past achievements, but also the emerging trends and future possibilities in IT and digital diplomacy. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to both of them.
Thank you, Vandana, and it's great to be here again at AED. Kiran, thank you for joining us. I just want to call out a few words. ISRO, broadcasting, higher education, IT and outsourcing, NASCOM, board member, author, inspiration, and Pradeep just yesterday added his role model. So if you put all of this together, that's Kiran Karnik for you. So please give him a round of applause. So Kiran, it's absolutely an honor to be here with you and engaging with you on this discussion. Let's start talking about your book. You wrote a very interesting book on coalition of competitors, where you talked about the story of Indian IT and NASCOM. You have really seen the entire industry from very close. And you've also worked with quite a few of the senior leaders, including Mr. Kohli and many of my senior leaders. So just walk us through that journey, because I think it's very important for many of the youngsters out here to know about how did we become such a powerhouse. And it will be good to hear from you directly and share your perspectives around how that journey has been.
Thank you, Dina. And special thanks to Ambassador Bambawale and the PIC for inviting me here today. Pleasure to speak with all of you and share a few thoughts. Dina, thank you very much for that very generous introduction. The IT story, if I get straight away into it, to me starts long back. And don't worry, I'm not going to make this a long story, but it starts with the basic foundation of creating the educational infrastructure in this country and the technological infrastructure that made a certain segment of society, admittedly a limited one, technologically oriented and educated. The talent base was there. And then we had some tremendous pioneers. I don't want to name all of them because it would be unfair to name some and not others, who saw a tremendous opportunity here and were very innovative. The biggest innovation to me was the leaders of the software industry who, unlike all other industries at that time, said, yes, we are new, we are nascent, we are globally starting very late, but we don't want protection. And people thought there's something wrong. I mean, what are you saying? Zero import duty on software? I mean, you guys are either crazy or you don't understand basic economics 101. And we have some economic giants here. They might appreciate the point of saying some protective tariff, which is what we are doing nowadays in some of the industries. And the software industry said, no, we will compete because that's the only way we will survive. The domestic market is too small. We need to look at the world. And the only way we can survive in the world is if we're competitive. And that was the start, of the industry's mindset. The other critical part was, thank you for mentioning the title of my book. I like that title. I like that summary of what the industry stood for and NASSCOM took forward in a big way, which is that it's a coalition of competitors. These are people who compete intensely on every order. The big companies, the small companies in the country or in the global markets. But yet they come together for certain things of common good. And that coalition of building partnerships, of building links, of trying to work together for a greater common good, of in many ways growing the pie, and then of course competing intensely on who gets what, and not trying to see this is an existing one and how much do I get. So I think this foresightedness was key. The third element, of course, was the capability of our talent. Young Indians took this up as a challenge, worked on it, and created a tremendous energy and dynamism, which frankly swept the world. And finally, the business model. And this is something we under-recognize. We talk of innovation a great deal, and we need a lot of invention, first of all, which starts with R&D, and innovation in products, in a whole range of kinds of ways we do things. But our biggest innate ability is innovation in business models. And this IT industry did wonderfully, not just outsourcing, but offshoring. If you can do this with your secretary 5 feet away with only a wall dividing you, why not do it 10,000 miles away? What's the difference with good communication links? Finally, and I said finally the last one, but I think the ecosystem, and to that, much under-recognized, and particularly some of my colleagues in industry say half in jest that we grew because the government neglected us. Not true at all in my view. The government played a key role in creating a policy framework and an ecosystem that was supportive to this industry. So these to me, I can go on, but these to me are the key lessons, some of which are India specific, but many of which are very useful for countries around the world who are trying to see how they can get into not only this, but a whole host of new industries.
Absolutely, Kiran. It's amazing to see the different elements of this success story. And also, you did mention about the cooperation and the collaboration with the competitors. And I've been part of some of the NASSCOM committees, and we were competing on deals, but at the same time, we were standing up there in New York and building up brand India. So it was quite a good experience that I have seen this happen. But let's.
Sorry, if I might interrupt you for a minute. I mentioned talent, education as a starting base from the early years, 70 years ago, I might say, when the IITs and others came up. But you've spent a lot of time on education, and both from TCS and now working with IEEE through PIC and other institutions to see the education industry interface. And this has been key. We'd love to hear your own experience from, you might say, the other side, from the corporate side and elsewhere, on the whole education scenario in this area.
So I have been working almost 20 years. I've been volunteering through IEEE in various roles. I've been the chair for IEEE Pune section. I've been very passionate about teaching. So I've done classes at College of Engineering Pune and done workshops with other colleges and things like that. One of the things which, when I moved into Pune in '96, there were about 20 odd engineering colleges. If you look at the number of colleges which are there today, it's about 130 engineering colleges. So we've scaled up quite significantly. But the biggest concern I have seen is that we've not necessarily looked at quality. So the quality of education, which probably many of us in this room were very fortunate to see, the younger generation is not necessarily getting that type of quality of education. And I would say that rather than looking at it only from an academic institution point of view, I also look at it from an industry point of view. Is industry doing enough? Is industry contributing? I keep on going and doing these lectures, but are there many others who are wanting to do that? I think industry does require to participate. One of the key things which I lament always is the amount of money that industry is putting into research. And that has to go into the research ecosystem which is there in the academic institutions. And when I compare it with the stuff that happens with, even in India, within say the IIT network and some of the elite institutions, that's not the case. And if you look at the scale at which we have grown as an industry, we needed every institution to be at a level which is an IIT. So there is clearly an opportunity which is there, and I feel that there are various things which are responsibility. It's a you can't call it as a corporate social responsibility. It's actually your responsibility to run your business. And if you're really going to scale up, it definitely requires that. And I feel that organizations like PIC as well as various other institutions are playing an active role in getting industry leaders to participate, to volunteer their time and things like that. But let me, take a look at the industry as it is today. And we'll take this question, and then I'll also open up for questions from the audience. But the IT industry is expected to double its size by 2030, reach a 500 billion number. So it's like a astounding number. The sector itself accounts for a very large percentage of the India GDP. I'm sure it'll definitely touch a 10%. And clearly, we have to sustain this momentum, take on the challenges, and look at new avenues. So where do you see the challenges and the opportunities, given the type of growth that we are seeing and the growth we are anticipating? Do you foresee there are challenges? Do you foresee that there are opportunities that we should look at as industry leaders?
Well, I think there are huge challenges ahead, Dina. But let me preface that by saying this industry has always faced huge challenges and successfully overcome them. When I first joined NASSCOM 2001, so-called 9/11 had just happened in the US. And the big story of the 2000 bug, the Y2K bug, was over. And very good friends told me, you're a complete idiot, which we know anyway. But joining an industry like this at this time, this is a downhill industry. It's over. It's seen its peak. The US market is uncertain, your biggest market. And on top of that, the Y2K boost that you got is over. And the internet boom has become the internet bust. So, miss. But the industry not only grew from there, but grew very rapidly. And we've seen time and again, I won't go through each one, something new coming up and people feeling that this is going to be the end. The industry has continuously reinvented itself, innovated, changed, moved on. And I see that happening now. The big challenge is now, and you heard a fantastic session just now before this, is what is changing in terms of the technological landscape and what it might do. We went through this in some ways in a rudimentary sense when the big so-called BPO industry at that time, the call centers, either moved elsewhere for various reasons, cultural, language, etc., but also automation. At that level, many years ago, we're seeing now a much, much, much bigger challenge in terms of what AI in general can do. And I think this is a challenge. I'm confident the industry is on it, on top of it, will overcome. But this is one big challenge. The other one is concerns on a broader scale. And we've talked so far of IT software, but in the whole IT area, the ICT area, you might say, is the whole supply chain problem. There was a lot of discussion on that yesterday. I don't want to get back to repeating any of it. But there are concerns about concentrations, about locations, about what is our role in that, about where the value add comes from, on how we move up the value chain and really do things here. And these are challenges which call for cooperation, and we'll touch on that later, between countries. And this is something in the IT industry, in terms of its DNA, has inherited very well. How do you work with others for mutual benefit? The whole IT software industry is based on bringing value to your customers and their customers. So it's the customer's customer who gains in the end. And that's something I think we have to absorb much more deeply as we move ahead, despite what many people see as deglobalization. The interdependency has become so strong. And therefore, the ability to work with other partners, be it in country or outside, is critical. And this is something the IT industry has proved very well. It's a capability that we have as a country. We have shown it in many other areas beyond the technological area. And that's something we might touch on a little bit in terms of the diplomacy and working together. But certainly, I think a very big challenge is AI and Gen AI. And you heard some of it, so again, we don't have to go through that again as a big challenge. The other one is really the challenge of how you bring the digital revolution, not just to people, and we might touch on that later, but to the whole chain of smaller companies, smaller industries, which are not in the IT sector. These are MSMEs, which are a huge contribution. And you have worked in this whole area, working with MSMEs also, Dina, Love to hear some of your experiences and what you think will happen as we try to digitize in these millions of companies that do small things, manufacture, services, this, that, which are all very, very small.
So, Kiran, I moved out of the corporate world just about a couple of months back, but I've been spending a lot of time with the MSMEs to the Maratha Chamber of Commerce, Industries and Agriculture. And I meet quite a few MSMEs. We have an IoT cluster. We have various other digital transformation programs that we are running with the MSMEs. And it was very interesting to see the level of digital penetration being very low. And that gives me a significant amount of hope on opportunities that are there, which are untapped. To give you a very simple example, we as a large organization, we focused on those Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000 companies, which are at the apex of the entire supply chain. Now, if you look at, they are all going through a significant amount of digital transformation. But if the companies which are their suppliers, their channels don't adopt digital technologies, they are not necessarily going to bring up the value chain significantly. So I feel that there is a huge amount of opportunity. While we talk about AI, I think the fundamental things people are missing out is ability to get data in a digital form. And if you actually go across, Pune has about 20,000 small and medium businesses, and I've been visiting some of them. They still have a lot of data put on whiteboards. So I've been actually challenging some of the solution providers to take me to companies where they've got rid of the dashboards, the whiteboards which are there, and they can see things on their mobile phone or on tablet. But I feel that that opportunity is huge. It is also an opportunity for the banking sector, because I feel that the banking sector is not necessarily looking at this as a transformation where they can provide those type of capital for the transformation, things like that, because payback in some of the cases is quite phenomenal. I've seen some examples where a digital transformation has led to a significant amount of productivity. The production capacity has almost become 150% of what they're doing. And these are the type of opportunities which are also there, which needs to be looked at. So it's not just about technology. It's also about how others in the ecosystem participate. And just last point I would like to tell is about policy interventions. We all talk about climate change, we talk about carbon dioxide emissions and things like that. And we also talk about renewable energy in form of solar and various things. But nobody's really looking at, can we save energy? So I actually have been working with one of the startups which is focused on just saving energy. It's quite phenomenal. And the payback time of the implementation is just 9 months. Just 9 months. Solar panel implementation takes about 3 years of return. So I'm actually currently working on, can we create a policy of intervention? And I've been interacting with the commissioner of Pimpri-Chinchwad to look at whether we can create some nudges, experiment on some of these things so that we have data points which can be taken up for policy changes. So I think it's important to look at, when you look at some of the technology changes, you have to also look at what in the ecosystem can enable it faster, and what can potentially be the policy interventions which can be there, which can make a difference. And again, it's not only about just using technology, but it's also making a sustainable transformation in general.
I think that's critical, Dina. But what's exciting to me, particularly in terms of what you mentioned, is the fact of what was discussed in the earlier panel, and I think Rajesh said it, that the new technologies, in fact, many technologies even earlier, tend to help those who have the most headroom for growth. Yeah. And therefore, I'm very hopeful that as AI makes its way in,
the other thing I
it'll
just
be smaller ones that can grow faster.
The other thing which I missed out was, most governments are investing significantly on the digital public infrastructure, as you're aware. And most of these companies need to align towards using that. And that also creates a lot of opportunities. So we should look at these type of opportunities which will create jobs, which can enable the overall economy, because that's the type of change that we'll see.
Just one comment on that, Dina, and then I have one more question for you. I don't know if you want to get to audience questions also in between. But you talked of DPI, and this is phenomenal. And again, the DPI in relation to what was done by India in the G20 in terms of cooperation, making our DPIs available to others. We might come to that later. But the DPIs have done 2 or 3 tremendous things. One is the fact that you mentioned bank credit for these companies, capital investment. The digitization will help them to have a record which will make them credit worthy. There'll be a credit record of transactions, which today many of them don't have. And it's so easy now. The second is that DPIs are becoming very inclusive. So you don't have to know technology today to be at the bottom of the pyramid in the socio-economic order in education to be able to use the DPIs. Many of them are symbol-based, many of them are very simple, and anybody can begin to use them and be integrated in the system or to benefit from it, like the direct benefit transfers, which go straight in. So I think there are huge possibilities there. But, and this is a question for you now, these DPIs and the whole digitization process has created a great deal of energy in the economy, but it's also created a great deal of dependence of critical sectors and even very basic things like individuals receiving pensions on the digital framework. And in this context, the concerns about cyber crime in the broadest sense are worrisome. I don't know, you've done work in this area, you recently launched a fantastic initiative, you might want to spend a minute or two talking about that, but what do you see as the real dangers in terms of the extent of digitization and how can cyber criminals begin to take advantage of that and begin to give it a bad name and create problems for both individuals, companies, and indeed countries?
So I think there are two things which I would like to put side by side. Obviously, one is the resilience as far as cybersecurity is concerned, but it's also about data privacy and related norms which are there. But I just want to take a couple of minutes on the initiative that you mentioned. We just launched MCCI Cybersecurity Initiative in partnership along with the US Consulate. This actually is being done as part of the India Trade Agreement, where they wanted to focus on technology and do some things with specific cities. So when we started the discussion, we create an aspiration that let's look at Pune being a center of excellence for cybersecurity. So anybody in India wants to look at which is the destination where you should go to for cybersecurity expertise, Pune should be that. And we created a fantastic ecosystem. We have IIT Bombay's Trust Lab, we have a few academic institutions, we have the knowledge partners that we have in form of academic institutions, some of the product companies which are here, startups. So you've got that all put together. But the key thing which we wanted to focus on is, again, going back to the education. We want to build excellence in cybersecurity education. And it covers the entire spectrum, right from school kids awareness to college students to engineering students who are studying cybersecurity to people who want to aspire to become cybersecurity professionals. Also, we want to look at a lot of, we looked at the demand supply. Just to give you a number, there is 3.5 million jobs in cybersecurity which are available. And I was having a discussion with one of the persons who is running a very specific initiative on getting women who have taken a career break to back into the workforce. And I said, why not look at training them on cybersecurity? You can actually get a good advantage through this initiative. So overall, these type of initiatives will make a lot of difference. And it will also help people appreciate that, and the feedback into the digital public infrastructure of India would also get enhanced quite significantly, because now you have a much aware consumer who knows the type of risks which are there, and the feedback will definitely help it in a big way. So hope that gives you a perspective. But I'll come back on that point on digital diplomacy. And if you really look at, we had seen the type of amplification that was done during the G20. And India clearly stood out with the type of the digital public infrastructure. I think one of the most talked about stalls was that of the digital mission and various things and stuff like that. And give us a perspective, now that we are seen as leaders in this area, and we've done a lot of work in collecting all the information related to digital public infrastructures of different countries. And it's about our overall philosophy that, we are very inclusive. Digital is making things much more inclusive, the point that you mentioned. But how do you see this panning out? And how do you think the overall relationship building with different countries, and especially the G20 community, will help?
I think this is both an opportunity and a necessity, Dina. A necessity first, because you just talked of cybercrime. And this is a global phenomenon. There are no boundaries for cyber criminals. Because the digital is all, the internet is all pervasive, and anybody from anywhere, be it an individual or an organized group, or indeed a state-funded group with plausible deniability, so to say, can try to hack into your systems, steal your data, play around with your digital infrastructure. So this is a problem which countries around the world are facing. And the only way to look at it is to treat this as a global problem. Just as we're now doing in the climate area, we recognize now action may be a bit tardy, but the world as a whole recognizes that global warming is something which all countries have to tackle together in some way. Cybercrime, there is recognition, but action a bit slow. And to me, it seems this is both a need for India, given the attacks that we face, but also an opportunity for India to play a more active role. We showed the positive side of the whole digital arena at the G20, showcased it. It was greatly appreciated. And many countries, let's not forget the G20 is only the top 20 developed countries. Thanks to India's initiative, this time many of our neighbors and indeed countries from the south, including the African Union, were there. So this is an opportunity for us to work together with these countries to try and see how can we take further both the digital revolution, which helps people and countries, but also the concerns, be it cybercrime, be it regulation about AI. And again, the previous session touched on the question of regulation, no regulation, and what do we do. But these are global problems, and there's no way we can tackle them without putting in a global framework. And to me, digital diplomacy, in which India very rightfully is both well-placed and in terms of capability, well regarded to be able to take an initiative and begin to do things. And this is something which we've started many years ago. We're trying to help other countries upgrade their IT capabilities in small ways. I think it can be taken much further now, much further. At the industry and business level, already, NASSCOM has played an outstanding role. And, Ganesh and Rajesh are both here. Ganesh is former chair and Rajesh is the present chair of NASSCOM, who could speak much more to it. But I think there's both a business-to-business possibility there and a government-to-government possibility to undertake digital diplomacy where we help other countries, work with them, and each country benefits from it. India, as I said, is very well positioned.
So just to call out, during the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration, they agreed on developing a G20 framework for systems of DPI. Plus, they further welcomed India's plan to build and maintain a global digital public infrastructure repository, GDPIR, a virtual repository of DPI to use by other G20 members and beyond. So very clearly, India as a soft power, if you may look at, we were all known for cricket, Bollywood, the Indian cuisine, yoga, Ayurveda. I think the entire digital journey is definitely placing us. But one very big concern, and I just want to call this out, and maybe we'll take a test out here. How many of you are students out here? Students, researchers. How many of you know about indiastack.global? And this applies to everybody, not only just the students. How many know about indiastack.global? So actually it's quite surprising, isn't it? We have beaten the drum till the drum is even broken down at G20 about India Stack. And it's actually quite shocking that our student community and even a lot of professionals are not aware of how we are building up this India Stack. So one of the things, since you asked me about the education ecosystem, I've been doing a lot of evangelizing of the work TCS used to do in the entire digital transformation journey with the government. I realized that a lot of the students are not aware of it. So I started doing this as evangelization of digital public infrastructure, the Digital India Mission, and various solutions which are being brought together. So clearly there is an opportunity, and maybe we should look at this as a avenue. In fact, one of the things that we are clearly looking at doing as part of Pune International Center is actually to organize a one-day event where we get people from the Digital India Mission and do the evangelization with the students. So I will pause over here, and I will have one last question before we conclude. But I will, we have about 10 minutes. I'll take questions from the audience. We'll take one at the end first. Uma will take 3 questions. Can you run the mic? No, we can't hear.
Hi, my name is Vikas. I run a small software development company. I think continuing with your point about India stack, can you throw more light on ONDC specifically and how it may pan out? Definitely, it will help a lot of people here also, and for me to understand how it will and where it can be use cases for going ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, Uma.
So this question is to both of you, or either of you can answer this question. Um, Actually, there is quite a bit of concern in the campuses around the country with respect to their placement opportunities, given the current industry scenario and AI in particular. So what would be your thoughts on how should educational institutions be looking at admissions, skilling, and how should these students be thinking about their future with respect to the opportunities in the IT industry for them in the near future?
Okay, thank you. Third question.
Yeah, good morning all. My name is Rahul Renavikar and I'm a member of PIC working on tax reforms. My question is for Dr. Karnik. Your book, I have read that. You talked about coalition of the competition, but now we have competition from other countries. Southeast Asia and others also are good competition to the Indian IT industry. So do you believe that we should now go international as far as the coalition is concerned, whether it's a good idea to have all the coalition partners from other countries? That's the question for you, Doctor. Thank you.
Yeah, so the ONDC one, because it'll probably require a lot more detailing, but one of the things which we do, and we will definitely take it up at MCCI, we have been looking at some of these platforms that the government is rolling out, doing very specific programs for the members so that they get an understanding of what these platforms are and how it can benefit you and what type of enablement you require and things like that. So I'll not go into the details, but we can definitely take a discussion outside. We had one of the ONDC heads come over here. We had a workshop in PKC, Pune Knowledge Cluster. So there are some of these events that we are organizing where we are getting these people to come and talk about this and also interact with the industry. So we'll take that. I'll take Uma's question on the education front. So I'll tell you, specifically, I'm giving examples on the cybersecurity one. So I mentioned about the demand that is there, and I visited a few cybersecurity programs which are there in some of the colleges. And I was actually quite surprised. Okay, honestly, they are just having one more class created. There is nothing of excellence or nothing related to cybersecurity at the level of depth that I would expect. So I asked them very simple question about, the students, second year, third year students, which are the top 10 cyber crimes that you have heard or cybersecurity threats that you have seen being reported. And they had absolutely no clue. So I'm just giving you this perspective that I think it's also important for us to look at what should be really be driven in making those changes and stuff like that. I asked another question, have you interacted with CISOs of companies? Do you know what it really means to be in cybersecurity as a professional? So I think education institutions also need to change the way they want to look at. Any excellent student will always be on demand, okay? And they have to look at creating excellence at scale. There is no other alternative but to create excellence at scale. And there will be enough takers. As I said, 3.5 million jobs in cybersecurity. We had a roundtable of US companies which are based in Pune when the US Consulate General was here earlier this week. And everybody had that same thing, that we have a lot of demand and they want to set up centers. They want to do some core area of work. So there is definitely opportunities. But also one more thing we have been doing is we are looking at how do we create FDPs for the teaching staff. Okay, so keep in mind, many of these people are still teaching the same traditional way. You have to look at what can be changed. And we looked at, so I have a person who is an MCCI fellow who works with me, and he's been looking at creating and curating content, talking to people who go and from the industry and going and doing lectures. We're getting some of the best practices that they're using in innovation in teaching. So I think there are various things which we are looking at. And as I said, we are working closely with 3 or 4 of our knowledge partners, IIT Bombay, VJTI, DIIT, and COEP, to create what will be an education excellence. We have also got specialized training companies which are very specialized only on training and hands-on in cybersecurity. So I just took a example on cybersecurity because I've been working very closely on that. But as I said, education institutions have to really look at not just creating quantity, but that level of excellence and quality in what they will produce for the industry. Your question.
Yeah, just a quick addition, and Uma, we should discuss this separately. Last year, the IT industry added 60,000 jobs, low for the IT industry, but it's been a difficult year, though there was growth. But the important thing to me is that the growth now is happening in user industries. So it's wrong to look at just the IT industry. And historically, whenever you go through a change of new technologies, there's a bit of a dip, and there are new skills required, both in conjunction. So existing skills and the slight dip is going to create a problem. I may be sounding pessimistic. It is for a year or two, unless people quickly pivot to new areas. Now, some of the institutions I'm involved with, you mentioned cybersecurity, are doing things like computer science plus social sciences. It's critical. More and more, all of us read about it, things like brain implants. And what does it mean? There are ethics, there are neuroscience-related things. What do we do in these newer areas where there is demand, where worldwide, globally there's demand, and globally there's shortages of people, particularly in countries which are developed because they have aging populations, they need younger people. So I think there are opportunities there, but in new areas. The existing ones of, just doing, one example, code writing is going to just decrease hugely. It's not going to go away, it's going to decrease. So I think there are things there which need to be done and looked at differently. Rahul, to your question, again, very briefly, just a sentence or two. Yeah, what you implied, I do see that as the way ahead. That again, like companies in India, countries will and should compete, but there is scope for coalitions. I mentioned some examples, coalitions on regulations or guidelines, be it AI or be it newer areas altogether. I mentioned the brain transplants or brain implants being one of them. We need to look at what we need to do globally, because you can have a one country regulation, somebody goes somewhere else and gets it done. Is that good, bad? What kind of constraints do we need? Rise in genetic engineering. We've run out of time, I think, but just one addition to that, and that is that, as we look at some of these things globally, we need to see what role India can play. And I want to repeat that we are a leader in many of these areas, and we can play a lead in terms of the diplomacy as we go around, certainly with the neighboring countries, but much wider than that. Asia and much beyond. The global south, why not? And with developed countries too.
Kiran, I wouldn't let you go without asking you this question. And you started off with ISRO, and I'm sure you are very proud of what they've accomplished, especially in the recent times. A combination of space tech and information technology. Just a few comments on that.
Well, just a couple of sentences. IT is all pervasive. It's like the air we breathe. And certainly space uses a great deal of information technology, both the software and hardware. There are limitless possibilities, and it's a very, very exciting area. And this conjunction of areas, again, to Uma's question, is where the new jobs, the new excitement, the new breakthroughs, and the new exciting ideas are going to happen.
Thank you, Kiran. It's absolutely a pleasure to have you with us at AED. Thank you for being us and delighting us with all your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. I enjoyed it.
Thank you so much to Kiran and to Dina for a fantastic conversation. Can I request Pradeep Bhargava from Pune International Centre to come and give a small token of appreciation? So I think the conclusion is the world has been watching India. Now India needs to continue to watch India with the development. Padma Shri Kiran Karnik. And Dina Kolkar. Thank you so much. As they take a photograph, we are going to take a very, very short break. I would suggest you go out, get teas and coffees, and bring them back in straight away so that we can start on time. We will start at 12:15. Just one other thing, you'll find out in the corridor, there are some standees which have got QR codes on them. Please do take a click of the QR code, follow the link, and you might be surprised with what you see. Look forward to seeing you very shortly. We will be starting at 12:15. Thank you.
Geo-economic churn is an area of flux. So the best of evidence. Sobald es läuft, kannst du gehen, machst du die Tür zu und dann.
Sir, could you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we're just testing the line. Yes. Okay. So if you want to keep your video off for some time, it will be all right because I think so the people will be back in 10 minutes.
Okay, let me find the button. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll do that. Thanks.
Okay.
Are they still on a coffee break?
They just went on a coffee break. Yeah.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to settle down? If you're outside, please bring your coffees in so that we can get started. Can I request somebody from PIC to ring the bell outside so that we can get everyone in and seated? We will get started in just a minute. If we can encourage everyone to come back into the hall so that we can get started, that would be great. If I can ask you to make your way into the hall, please. Thank you. PIC staff, if you could ask everyone to come in, that would be great. Thank you. And then if we could ask for the doors to be closed so that the noise doesn't disturb our speakers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. It's time to explore global economic dynamics. And to contextualize our conversation, let's reflect briefly on the historical trajectories of the first and second globalizations. The first globalization, characterized by the period from Suez Canal to the outbreak of the First World War, was marked by relatively unrestricted flows of labor, capital, goods, services, and ideas across borders. During this era, states refrained from significant interference in economic activities, fostering a climate of openness and free exchange. In contrast, the second globalization emerged in the post-1983 period, following a gradual rollback of restrictions imposed during an era of nationalism. This period witnessed unprecedented levels of international integration, with core nations granting substantial access to peripheral countries, even in the face of conflicting foreign policies or military strategies. The expansion of global trade, investment, and technological exchange during this time underpinned remarkable economic growth and development across regions. However, as we navigate the complexities of global economics, it's evident that the landscape is evolving once again. The emergence of what some cautiously label as the third globalization signals a shift towards greater selectivity and conditionality in international economic relations. In this new era, access to core markets is no longer guaranteed, with barriers to the movement of labor, capital, goods, services, and ideas being reinstated based on geopolitical considerations. Today's session will delve into the implications of this evolving paradigm. What specific restrictions have arisen in this third globalization, and what additional constraints can we anticipate in the future? How do these restrictions impact countries differently, particularly those on the periphery? What are the potential ramifications for global economic growth and the allocation of tangible and intangible capital? And how do policymakers and business navigate this shifting terrain? And what are the implications for optimal policy choices? We have a fantastic panel with experts from all around the globe, and we intend to unpack these complex questions and foster a deeper understanding of challenges and opportunities presented by evolving global economic order. So it's my pleasure to introduce our panel, which is chaired by Dr. Jyoti Chandramani. So Dr. Jyoti Chandramani, can I invite you up, please? And can we give her a big round of applause? She's Director of Symbiosis School of Economics, Dean of Faculty, Humanities and Social Sciences at Symbiosis International University. She brings over 35 years of experience in teaching, institution building and research, recognized for her educational contributions, including representing India at international conferences. She's received the prestigious awards such as the Gold Karamveer Chakra and Rex Karamveer Global Fellowship. Her research focuses on urban development and international economic cooperation as evidenced by her publications. We also have Dr. Famida Khatun. Is that the right pronunciation? Yes, okay. Executive Director, Center of Policy Dialogue, Bangladesh. Can I welcome you? Big round of applause, please. She's the Executive Director, Center for Policy Dialogue in Bangladesh, non-resident fellow at the Atlantic Council. Dr. Khatun holds a master's and PhD in economics from University College London. She has a career that spanned research roles at BIDS, UNDP, and USAID. She's a respected figure in the field, and she's served on economic panels and advisory committees in Bangladesh, where she's known for her research findings, which have been widely published. We also welcome back a speaker who was speaking yesterday, Mrs. Anniken Huitfeldt, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kingdom of Norway. Please give her a big round of applause. She brings extensive experience in international relations and diplomacy, and as a former minister, she's been deeply involved in shaping Norway's foreign policy and navigating complex geopolitical landscapes. We also have Rahul Bajoria, Chief Economist, Asia Pacific for Barclays Bank. Rahul, welcome. Big round of applause, please. He leads thematic research across Asia Pacific and serves as Chief Economist for India, with a Master's in Economics from the National University of Singapore. His expertise spans time series econometrics and financial volatility models. Formerly at INSEAD and NUS Business Schools, he specializes in productivity and growth. He's also produced a publication on the story of the Reserve Bank of India, offering a comprehensive history of the central bank. So lovely to have all of you. And online, we have Professor Lars Hendrik Röhler from the European School of Management and Technology. Lars Hendrik, welcome. He holds a number of positions, including chairman of BlackRock's TIAC and a fellow at the European Economic Association. With a remarkable career as chief economic advisor to Chancellor Merkel and Germany's Sherpa for the G7 and G20 summits, he's been recognized with awards like the Gossen Prize and Orders of Merit from Italy, Denmark, and the Netherlands. I will now pass over to Jyoti. Jyoti, please take the discussion on the third globalization ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, give the panel a big round.
Panelists. Is it okay? Okay. Nice to be here with my co-panelists. I don't have a co-pilot nor AI in this session, though we may have referred to it on a number of occasions. But let's go with the flow. We were talking about this particular session today. We're talking about geoeconomic challenges in the era of flux. And then I went back over 100 years. I went back to the World War I, to the Russian Revolution. I came down to the Great Depression, moved further, and we moved to the World War II, and then the establishment of the Bretton Woods coming in, UN coming in, Cold War thereafter, decolonization, OPEC crisis. I'm sure all of you can link it with different decades. And as we go on, I come to 1986, the Eurogay round, and then from there, it's the establishment of the the work towards establishment of GATT in 1995. As an economist, 1990-91 is very important for me because I'm also a development economist. And there it comes with the HDI, or the Human Development Index, and come down to 2000. That's Millennium Development Goals. But we don't have a good break in between, where in 1997 we had the Southeast Asian crisis. In 2001, we had the dot-com bust. And from there, 2008, you know what happened? We come down to 2016. Of course, in between, G20 also happens. We come down to 2016. You had the Brexit and immigration stance by Trump. And we come straight down to 2024. And there seems to be so much of a flux around. I wonder, and I think each decade did have it with them, but we have coped with it differently. So we are meeting here today to look at how the next level of globalization, international economic cooperation, how this is going to unfurl and move forward in a different manner. So there are new forms of restrictions. In fact, we are just having this conference immediately on the back of the 13th ministerial conference of the WTO. And from 2019, till date, there has been no dispute resolution that has happened because that's been kept under wraps till it gets addressed. And so we come down to giving you this backdrop, and I come to you, Rahul, to address the first session and be the first speaker. And the questions were really put down to, given this geo-economic flux, which gets integrated with the geopolitical flux around, okay, how has it impacted the overall international economic cooperation, whether it's trade, investment, information, people? How have they got affected? Are we moving towards a more plurilateral regime from a multilateral regime? And then moving down, we come to the third part of the question over here. What kind of restrictions have increased or arisen? Old ones have continued, like sanctions, but what new ones have come in? I think each one of you could bring in your regional context and your country context to give it a more global framework. Over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Yeah, so, just to kind of take a step back, since you sort of laid out last 100 years of progress and, various stages of globalization, I think it's a question of, if you sort of think of it as a sine curve, right? And you move up and then you move down. We are probably on the move down phase at this point in time in terms of global trade where it stands. So at level terms, global trade continues to grow. You have basically a situation where the world feels more integrated from a travel perspective. You have greater mobility of people compared to where we were 100 years back. But effectively, for the last 15 years or so, and I picked that time frame very carefully because I think the global financial crisis and its ramifications, both in terms of what it did to general confidence levels, and you had two incidents basically, or two dimensions of it. First, there was the fall of the US housing market, this economic stagnation, which really plagued a lot of issues, or created a lot of issues in the West. And then you had simultaneous rise of China, right? I mean, these two parallel events were kind of moving together. And that effectively led to a situation where we have seen a gradual rollback of globalization, especially from a trade perspective. But then I think the weaponization of trade and, like supply chains, etc., in the last few years, particularly in the backdrop of COVID, has really accelerated the process. Now, you can look for numerical examples of, which country has imposed what kind of trade restrictions. But then there's also the parallel, more structural issue of, climate change, green transition, which is leading to trade restrictions of different kinds, right? So, we can talk about, say, the border adjustment mechanisms, say, that European Union has proposed in context of getting goods from other parts of the world. But then you also have sanctions coming in. We have seen basically a fracturing of agreement that global trade is a good thing, right? And this is not necessarily happening, across the world. I think people are basically, and India as well, in that context has become more and more opportunistic. But this also kind of reflects, the fact that people are not really thinking about it on an ideological basis, number one. And number two, they are not trying to take a very long-term view of what global trade should look like, right? Because your immediate requirement of, say, getting iron and steel, getting oil, getting energy, getting people, is now. This needs to be solved in 6 or 12 months. So you're not going to take a 5-year view saying, oh, I'm not going to do something, because I am ideologically opposed to this. But that, I think, has been fundamentally the biggest change when we think about globalization, that the world has become very short term in its approach. Most countries, and this is very visible in policies that, say, the US has adopted in the wake of, say, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and it's leading to more and more fissures as far as the broad policy environment is concerned. Now, is there a possibility that this changes anytime soon? I think at this particular point in time, and this is a point I always make to my clients when I meet them, is that we have probably entered a decade where, the political imperative is going to dominate, the economic logic in many ways. So the whole restructuring of supply chains, talking about resiliency over efficiency. I mean, these are all new, not new buzzwords. I mean, they have been around for a while. But the fact is, you are seeing that, being played out in very different ways. And, I think just to kind of talk a little bit about India, I mean, India finds itself in a very interesting sweet spot that, we have the demand side, we have, a young population which is getting used for, some of these areas. And then we also have been able to kind of navigate the geopolitical landscape from a foreign policy perspective in a very, very interesting way, which has led to outcomes, I think, which most of us would not have predicted, when the war broke out, right? I think particularly in the last couple of years. So from that perspective, we have done okay to navigate these challenges. I think the real question will be how long can we continue to do that? And I think that's a bit of an open question because not everything is in our control, right? So we will be, viewed policy takers in certain areas. But I think broadly speaking, I can't see a scenario where in the next 2-3 years, and there's not a comment on the political outcomes, right? We don't know. But irrespective of what the broader political outcomes are globally, we are in a year of, significant elections. I don't see there being a political consensus at a global level, right? On the notion that you need to continue to integrate more and more because you are seeing different types of restrictions coming up, whether it is on mobility of goods, mobility of services, mobility of people. And I think the only thing where there seems to be very little control is mobility of ideas, right? So this can, kind of come across in Instagram, a particular meme going viral that happens at a global level nowadays, but it could also mean that you have certain, technologies, etc., which will transcend borders. And, that is really where globalization is most visible at the moment. Everywhere else, we seem to be retracing at the margin. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Rahul. I think you talked about the ideological basis being dropped. And from here, I think I'll take the session to you, Famida. Over to you.
Hello. Same question?
Yes, absolutely. From your context as we discussed.
Thank you very much. I would like to first thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this August gathering. I'm really honored and humbled. And also for the topic which has been selected, and the theme itself is so important and timely because we are all going through this, this globalization, the context you have set, and also the announcer, I don't know her name, but she also very nicely mentioned the context, the preface of this globalization, how it is all encompassing at the one hand, but it also having impacts on us in various ways. Because there is, first of all, I mean, as an economist, you have rightly mentioned that globalization, it's a means to progress, but it is not automatic, and it is not going to have a similar impact on various sections of the people, be it the first wave of globalization, second wave of globalization, now third wave of globalization. I think we're at the end of third wave of globalization. We are in fact approaching the fourth wave of globalization, as we say, that fourth industrialization, like that. So the first one was very easy, but then the trouble started, towards the second and third. So at this point in time, what we are observing globally, that the global economy has increased, the size itself, and also the amount of wealth has increased. And technological progress has really tremendously made our lives easy. And at the same time, we're also observing that the volume of trade and the transactions in terms of trade and financial transactions, the volume has increased. So to some extent, and to a great extent, I would say that the world has seen such progress which it has not seen ever before, and it can only be better. But on the other hand, the irony is that the challenges are also huge and insurmountable. Take the example of inequality. Despite having so much of wealth globally, we are observing inequality across the world, be it a developed country, be it a developing and least developed country, that is increasing as rapidly as the wealth is increasing. The second one is that the technological innovation that has made our life so simple, so easy, but at the same time, it is also disrupting or making intrusion into our lives. One doesn't know that what is left now. So everyone, all our data and information is getting stored somewhere, and how those are being used and what kind of problems we are going to face in the future, that is something which is really, really scary. And the third one is, of course, the impact of climate change. It is one of the most important problems right now, because whatever progress you make, no matter how much, how good you bring in, unless and until we can control, we can tackle the impact of climate change, everything will be washed away. It is not only an issue of the countries which are vulnerable to the impact of climate change, which are mostly the poor and marginalized countries, but also it's going to hurt the people of the developed countries in the long run, because this is a cross-boundary issue. And it's not an issue that, if I am saved and the other countries are going to be, facing sea level rise or facing natural disasters, cyclone, cedar, and we will be, living in a glass house. Because we see that in some of the countries, even in the United States, where the technology is so, up to date and so vast, so accessible, when there are simple flooding or cyclone, how they struggle to tackle that. I think Bangladesh tackles better than the advanced countries in terms of tackling the impact of climate change. So the issue, what I'm trying to highlight is that globalization brought in many positives, but it also has the negatives. But it doesn't mean that we will be shying away from globalization, because there's a saying that if you open the window, there will be flies or dust. But for that, we wouldn't close the windows because we need fresh air also. So it is the issue how we tackle that. And this is not an issue of any particular country or particular region. It is a global issue. And to that extent, I would like to bring in the issue of global governance as well. Local or domestic governance, we all are familiar, we are facing every day, day to day. But at the global level, it is so important, and it is also very difficult to make any changes. What we are doing right now, the organizations which are tasked with various responsibilities, finance or trade or environmental climate issues, so they are dealing with issues which are evolving every day. We are dealing with 21st century issues, but we have a 19th or 20th century lens. So that has to be changed. And you touched upon the issue of the 13th ministerial meeting of the WTO. which is right now going on. It was supposed to close on the 29th, as it always happens that, last minute they cannot come to an agreement, so they have to extend. So it has been extended by 1 day. But I don't think that 1 day will also bring in any good, because what I have seen, that Doha round is still going on and on. We can, I don't know how much time I have, we can come in again, because this, what we are now, instead of multilateralism, we are moving into that plurilateralism, bilateralism. So why it is not working? Again, the global governance of these bodies. Thank you.
So you have thrown light on a very important part, that though global governance is there, we know that in the last, in fact, 4 years, there have been 64 regional trading arrangements that have got added to the 101 which got added from 2010 onwards. So obviously this has made trade difficult, but the outcomes that you see when you look at the data, it looks that trade is still on the rising path. And though it may be in nominal terms because inflation is high, but the trade GDP ratio in 2022 stood at 62%. So over to you, Anakin, for you to give your perspective, the European and the global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your kind invitation. And thanks to the organizers for bringing together such an interesting group of people. I had a wonderful dinner yesterday. I had the opportunity to talk to very many of you. So I love to be back in India. I just came from the ministerial meeting in Abu Dhabi in the World Trade Organization. So I didn't finish that meeting before coming here. And as you just said, Dr. Famida, they are finalizing, hopefully tonight, the negotiations. And I hope they will achieve an agreement. I think there is a need for global trade agreements. But I also believe there will be more trade agreements between India and several countries in the world. And I hope we will be able to finalize a free trade agreement between the EFTA countries, where Norway is a member, and also India, because that will open up opportunities. So I think, as Rahul said, there will be more focus on security, supply chains, but at the same time, I think globalization will continue, because this is in our all self-interest. Let me take one example, the climate agenda. We have reached agreements here, and this opens up for new business opportunities, both for Norway and also for India. For instance, in the maritime sector, where we have a lot of technology in Norway, and you have a lot of skilled labor. And together now, we are developing the maritime green industry. So in that regard, I think this trend will continue, even though we are protecting ourselves more when it comes to vulnerability in supply chains and so. So let me end by saying a few words also about the UN, because Norway and India had different seats together in the UN Security Council. Norway, India is there quite often, but Norway has a seat in the Security Council maybe every 20 years or so. And together, we achieved, during these 2 years, to protect the international rules-based order. Even though we didn't always get resolutions through, we had the same interest: rule of law, international rules-based order. So even though United Nations is not perfect, this is the only alternative we have. So let me end this part by quoting the second Secretary General of United Nations. He said, "The UN was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save us from hell."
Thank you for that lovely remark. And so we come to you, Lars, to give in your perspective.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm sorry for not being there, but I'm sure this is fascinating. Let me just say, One remark on the sort of historical perspective, which was, of course, right on. Just want to add also 1989, because that was sort of the fall of the Berlin Wall. And, I'm coming from Berlin here. And, that led to a whole bunch of changes. Mr. Putin was actually working for the secret services in Germany at the time, in Dresden. And he said many times that he sees as the main problem of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. And of course, we Germans think differently for obvious reasons. And I think that is still underpinning a lot of the developments we're seeing right now in the Ukraine and others, which for Europeans, of course, is a very important development and actually has also led to a big discussion, for example, on the G20, which I was organizing as a Sherpa for 10 years. So I think that is also a big thing. And the other issue, I think, is that we're sort of looking after World War II. I mean, this might be a very European perspective, as really were sort of the West, and I think that's part of the problem now. The West sort of created some, the governance, a lot of the governance actually, and that has actually, led to a lot of benefits to countries like Germany and also Norway, which are free trading countries. And that is sort of changing now. And so I think those are for us sort of the big steps. And I'm not a big fan of categorizing globalizations. I think these are all processes which are developing. And I think some of the remarks you made is we have to be careful it doesn't go too far in a direction which actually doesn't help the people and doesn't help equality and fairness also. I think that's very important. So my remarks are basically 3 points. I do believe that the old world is somewhat changing. I think it's been fairly recent also with the US elections, and let's see what happens this year, that a lot of the sort of multilateralism, you mentioned it, trade and investment and supply chains, that is being challenged. And maybe that's a good thing. And I think we're going more towards what many people call the multipolar world. And plurilateralism may be the answer to a multipolar world, but I do think that you have different poles emerging, and not just China and the US. I think there's also Latin America, there's Middle East, there's India. And I think that's a good thing. And I think what Obama said that always, we should, rather than fighting each other, keeping others down, maybe that's sort of, some of the Americans think we need to keep China down. We need to work with them. And I think this is going to be my main point at the end. So I think the world is changing. And the reasons is people were unhappy with I think that it led to inequalities. It didn't solve a lot of the global issues. And there's been a tectonic shift in global economic powers. I mean, India is a perfect example. And I think that's a good thing. But what we should not do is now add too many restrictions to growth. And somebody said we're moving from just in time to just in case. Just in time being an efficient economy, just in case being, let's be worried, let's have national protections. And Europe is, I think, in danger of that. I know Norway is very differently, but other countries in Europe, I think, are more worried, typically bigger countries. And they're sort of bending into nationalism also. And they think the answer to all of that is sort of more Europe in the sense of nationalism and not in the sense of working together with the rest of the world. So I think that is, and you can go through that Inflation Reduction Act. Let me pick on the Americans. I mean, that's blatantly protectionist. They've been preaching the rest of the world for the last 10 years not to have local content, and here we are. So I think that the West itself is actually destroying some of the institutions themselves, and let's hope that not happen. So all of that, I think the danger is it will lead to more inflation, to less growth, and it's going to be very fair to smaller countries. I think that's why the WTO is very important, rather than these bilateral agreements, which I've been negotiating for Germany as well, because it's unfair. We need to solve these problems together. The other point, so I think that's my description of it. So we should be careful of not going too far in that direction. The other thing is challenges are global. I mean, climate change is something which is a global issue. We're not going to solve that by retreating back to nationalistic policies. And therefore, I think we need a new global playbook. I'm happy to expand on that when we go in the discussion. Let me stop here. So I do think that it's in a new phase. We're in a new phase. I think there are good reasons, and I think we should, I think the minister said on the WTO, maybe going for plurilaterals. Well, we need a new playbook which avoids sort of the pitfalls of going down the wrong path in terms of solving these global issues. So let me leave it at that, and then I can expand on that later on.
So thank you for your comments, Lars. And so we come down to the next part of our panel discussion. When we talked about trade being restricted through sanctions, through carbon taxes that are being talked about, carbon border adjustment mechanism, through the failure of dispute mechanisms at the WTO, which have not got realized, RTAs coming up, and a lot of such things. How do firms in this situation adjust upon, how do the firms grow? What are the challenges that they face? How are they going to optimize in terms of constrained maximization against optimum maximization? There's always going to be an impact on the bottom line. What's going to be its impact on the capital flows? Because we've seen, especially in 2002, the FDIs have fallen to the levels of 2000. They've really come down. So in that sense, how do you think firms are going to get adjust to themselves? And therefore, will this all impact things like finances for sustainable development goals, finances for climate change? So I'm over to you, Anakin, for taking this round now. And you have 3 minutes because we got limited time.
Well, since I only have 3 minutes, I'll only answer one part of your questions about the International Division of Labor. I think we will see more of that in the future. But in countries in the Gulf, for instance, they're given ILO a much more important role. And I think this is a prerequisite for more International Division of Labor. Because if Norwegian companies are going to invest more in India, there will be increased focus also on conditions for labor. So that will always be a part of all kind of trade agreements. Because we have to solve, as Lars said, he talked about the climate change, and we really need to work for that together. So recently I visited a company in Norway, and they have developed autonomous barges with zero emission technology. And these barges are developed in Norway, but built here in India. And by doing so, India is getting access to new and green technology, and we are getting access to skilled labor. So I think this is a win-win situation, but we need more common standards on climate and also labor standards, even though we cannot compare labor standards and introduce the same labor standards in all countries. I think this is extremely important. And we also need to understand why United States now is protecting their own labor market. They have lost a lot of jobs during the last years. So we need to understand that also in order to create better international regulations in that regards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Lars, we are over to you with 3 minutes for you to contribute to this session.
Okay. If I understand it correctly, I mean, there's a big debate right now, what should governments do and what should firms do in terms of these, let's say, climate change. And I think the challenge for governments is to work together. I mean, I've been negotiating the climate part in the G20, and let me just pick on carbon pricing. It's been very difficult. I mean, we're doing some steps in the right direction in Europe. I'm not a big fan of the border adjustment tax because I'm afraid that creates all kinds of adverse effects, but it's coming, and the German government in the end also agreed to it. But so I think we need to look at global pricing, and there are certain countries in the G20 which always blocked a move in that direction. So I think we need to work together. And my hope is, and I was just in China talking to some of the responsible people there, that as it gets worse, as we move forward, climate is clearly not going the way it should be going. The pressures will be hopefully larger and larger from societies on governments to actually do work together. But I'm not sure. So I do think it's important. I also think it's important, we haven't talked about that very much, is reform the governments, the international, you talked about financing. I'm chairman at BlackRock looking at climate finance. Of course, they're looking only at things where there's enough return. So this blended finance idea, the reform of the World Bank, I think is very important. Other aspects, which I think we really need to get our act together. We've been talking about that for 10 years, how to get public money better implemented to trigger private money. The whole development aid really hasn't worked very well from the West. So I think that's I think main parts of the governments, but at the same time, there's some responsible business leaders which think, given that governments can't get, put it bluntly, can't get their act together because they're under political constraints, which are reasonable. So we need to do it. So we need to have more joint ventures. We need to work together. We need to develop technologies. And I know that the German companies are very active, also in India, I think. We've been working on a free trade agreement with the EU for years, which still hasn't happened, by the way, the EU-India free trade agreement. We were very close at some point. So I think there's a role for firms to also contribute. So I think those are some of the things which I think need to be happening.
So in this puzzle of 193 countries and the complexities of globalization and trade, over to you, Rahul, to give your perspective.
Yeah, so I think, most of the time, my impression would be that companies don't necessarily sit and take a long-term view on, how are they going to take calls, especially in the last few years, right? So I'll come back to the point that ultimately they are responding to what the economic outcomes are around them and how it's going to play out. I think one fundamental change that has come about in this particular decade, and we have had COVID, supply chain disruptions, the wars, relative to what was happening in the previous 2 decades, right, where you had basically a very peaceful globalization that was going on, is that the whole logic of efficiency, profitability, dictating how capital flows are going to move is completely dead. Right now, it is more driven by what if your factory can get shut down the next day, what are you going to do, what if your key suppliers are. So it's not necessarily just a question of, the resiliency aspect is both in terms of your ability to access and your ability to disrupt, right? So when US does Inflation Reduction Act, they are basically trying to ensure that their own supplies are not going to be disrupted, right? Whether it is in the form of goods or services. At the end of the day, this was kind of the point I was trying to make in my opening remarks, that there is a bit of a siege mentality that has crept into governance networks and also in boardrooms, right? So this is not going to change just like that, right? You need significant progress for this kind of mentality to be rolled back, and you need years and years of stability for that to happen, but clearly that's not the direction of travel. The other point here is that, the fact that you are seeing differentiated pricing, particularly for key resources, right? And this could be in the form of, say, energy, where, say, if we take the example of a large German company which chose to kind of, which is kind of gradually moving to China because they can get cheaper energy over there. This kind of dynamic is also going to be at play, right? It's a question of where are you supplying to, who are you supplying to, where are you getting your raw materials from? And that, I think, will ultimately determine, what the industrial shape will look like in the next 10, 15 years. Part of it is also very visible in India itself, say with the Apple ecosystem developing. It is not that India is the core source of demand, right? India accounts for about 4 or 5% of overall iPhone sales, but eventually the gradual demand is going to come from this part of the world, especially if China tomorrow decides to say that, well, you cannot use iPhones anymore, right? If they block out the OS, then you have no choice but to shift to and look at other growing markets. So I think it's both a combination of resiliency that will drive performance, one final point I would make in terms of what governments can do, I think ultimately governments cannot force, particularly in the Western world, they can only influence to a certain extent. But the one very fundamental change which has come about as well, particularly in the context of US, China, and what we are seeing on the trade friction, is that the US industrial complex has now taken a very adverse view of what's happening in China. They don't necessarily see China as a market, they see it as a competitor. And hence, whatever 7-8 years of trade policy change that has come about is partly being driven by the industrial side, right? Not necessarily, or by the banking side, or, you have different businesses who are driving that change. So you can see that, there is an element of bipartisanship that has come about because the business interests are not aligned. And this incrementally, I think, is something we also need to think about very seriously in context of India. Because in India, we also need businesses to actually take a very active view and, a view on what is the right foreign policy approach, right? The government cannot do everything, and they may not even be aware of what what the dependencies are. So the business has to take a much more active view of what the state of relationships of our relationships with the world should be like.
From here, we come to you, Famida. 3 minutes.
Thank you. The issue which I touched upon earlier also, you just asked us to elaborate a little bit. So the issue of climate issues, climate challenges, how to tackle. So as I have mentioned, this is a global problem, maybe affecting the poorer countries more, but it has to be dealt globally. And in a manner that the developed countries provide support. Support is needed in 3 areas mainly. One is finance. It requires a lot of investment for both for climate adaptation and mitigation, and also for technological technology for mitigation particularly. And the third aspect is capacity development. Even if you have the technology, access to technology, how those are going to be used, because it's at the end of the day, it is the common people who are facing the challenge, the farmers, the fishermen, and also the people who are at the margins. So regarding the climate technology, I want to highlight, as the WTO ministerial goes on, I'm also coming from there. So one important issue is now that access to climate technology. You remember when COVID had hit us, the main issue was access to vaccines. Even though humanity was dying, but corporations were not giving access to their patented vaccine formula. But then, of course, there were political leadership came up, and then there were good senses prevailed. But then similar cases, are we facing similar cases in case of climate technology? Because as we know that, within WTO, TRIPS, under the TRIPS agreement, TRIPS clause 66.2, which talks about technology transfer to the least developed countries, which has never happened in a true sense. And I come from a country which is the least developed country right now, but going to be graduating by 2026. So this is going to be a real challenge, maybe, for Nepal also, and the other LDCs within the region, that once we graduate, we are going to lose that. But on top of that, the technology, which are very, very expensive, we are not going to have access to that. That is why access to finance has become so important. And with this regard, I would also like to mention that at the international level, many organizations, many multilateral organizations, they're working in silos. Of course, climate issue is an issue of UNFCCC, but it has cross-cutting, and it is linked to the WTO issues. It is linked with the financial institutions like World Bank, IMF, and many other, many multilateral financial organizations, multilateral development banks. So, but we see that quite often that their policies are, in silos. There's no coherence and no integration of ideas. So this is one of the challenges why despite having so much of resources, despite having so much of talks and discussions, at the end of the day, we don't see the output. We don't see the results. So collaboration within the organizations is very important.
So yes, we will now open the house to the for questions, and we have Ambassador Mohan Kumar here. So, any other questions from this side? Okay, you'll go next. And you could address your question to a particular panelist, so that would make it easy.
Right. Thank you, Jyoti. I'd like to introduce myself as an extinguished diplomat and a flourishing academic. So I was an ambassador in a previous birth, but thank you very much, a fascinating panel. I think it's important to also look at the reasons why globalization has changed from the second to third. I thought the second one was purely economic, and I'm inclined to think this globalization is geopolitical. So from it's the economy stupid, it's the geopolitics stupid. And I think the reason is that it's very interesting. In the West, I think the former model of globalization produced more losers than winners. But in countries like India, that's not the case. We actually have more winners than losers.
So your question is to whom?
So my question is actually the entire panel, but perhaps actually to the former Norwegian minister, because in the West, I think you have a problem. You had more losers than winners. As you rightly said, the US, they lost jobs and so on. But in India, that's not the case. We'd have been quite happy to continue actually with that model of globalization, but we don't have a choice. The other thing I feel is that the state is back. So we've gone from Washington consensus, which talked of shrinking the state to really a very small role, to an East Asian consensus where the state is playing a big role. Now, if you were to shift to that model, and I think you talked of, this may be addressed to Rahul, you talked of Inflation Reduction Act, the Europeans want to CBAM. The Indian state has not been that great, although I used to belong to the Indian state for 40 years, I should know. I think we are not great at delivery and so on. And that is true for the South Asian region as well. So how is that going to leave countries like India when you need a strong state and the state is really back in a big way? Thank you, Jyoti.
First of all, I would like to say is that Norway is a small country, is totally dependent on the international free trade. And if we look on figures from 1990, where the world sort of opened up, we have had a tremendous economic growth because of more international trade. So in that respect, we have the same interests as very many African countries, and also countries in the global south. So I don't think this terms that West has certain interests and that the global south has other interests. I don't think that's a meaningful distinction actually, because we have benefited a lot. But I think we will see in the United States, and they want to protect their labor standards, and they will do that domestically. And I think that IRA has very many good things, because it is a very good instrument, so America will take place in the green shift. On the other hand, it also creates obstacles also for Norwegian businesses. And I don't believe in a competition of subsidies, because that will not lead to innovation. So here we have common interests, I believe, with India. So we are facing parallel trends. I think we'll see more globalization on one hand, but on the other hand, all countries, including China, including India and Norway, we will protect critical infrastructure more than before. This is a lessons learned from both COVID, but also the war and the invasion of Ukraine. And I think our German friend here, he can confirm that we need to also look at alternative supply chains, so we are not getting that vulnerable. But yeah, so that's my
brief
answer.
Yes, over to you.
Atul Singh. I'm the founder, CEO, and editor-in-chief of Fair Observer, a platform for world affairs. I live in Washington, and I was on Capitol Hill on January 6th. Not breaking in, but talking to people. So, quick question. If you look at the US created the Post-War Order, 1991, big change. You had a unipolar world. And now what Chancellor Olaf Scholz has called, we are facing a Zeitenwende, 24th February 2022 invasion of Ukraine. But I would say the Zeitenwende begins with the election of Donald Trump. And he throws out the TPP, and we are in the Asia Economic Dialogue. TPP gets thrown out of the window, tariffs on China. The world thinks Biden will come in and we will go back to free trade. Instead, he doubles down on the Trump protectionist policy. Now, if there is one thing on which you have bipartisan consensus, and I can say it because I've talked to both Democrats and Republicans, surprise, surprise, is that they need more protectionism. How do we navigate this brave new world? And by the way, Rahul, I completely concur that political imperative will dominate economic logic for the next 10 years.
So,
great remark.
So would you want Lars to answer this?
I don't care who answers it. Okay. I'd love to hear the wise people up there.
Okay. Lars, over to you. You're muted. Okay.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, forgot. No, I would agree with much of that, especially the double down of Biden. But there was still a difference between the Biden administration and the Trump administration in the sense of a commitment to multilateralism, at least sort of, in the G20 and many international fora. But the policies actually, I would agree with the assessment. Actually, Trump 1 wasn't so bad in the end, let me say. We were expecting much worse from him. But it's interesting to now look at what will happen if he gets reelected. I think there's a lot of talk on that. And so I think that's a very important thing. And I think that on the point of geopolitics dominating economics, that's undoubtedly true. I think that's a problem also. And my point was that we need to, have a good playbook for the geopolitics. Because we need to solve problems for the people in the end. This is actually going to be interesting to see in the US elections, because you have somebody who's dividing, who is actually, not really giving any answers to the real problems of the people, is my view. And I think that also look at other countries, certainly the point also, Germans have benefited from good. We don't have more losers than winners. We have vastly more winners than losers from globalization. I think this is true for Europe in general. It may even be true for the United States, because the counterfactual is that you go away from globalization too much. I think we will go away, security of supply, Minister from Norway, I would agree, we need to be more careful. But the counterfactual is much worse for the people than if we get a right balance between geopolitics and economics. And I think in the end, people care about welfare, especially in those countries where economic growth hasn't been, welfare hasn't been, it's a huge catch-up needed. So it goes back to, we need to get a playbook. And let me just say my 3 elements of the playbook, and then I'll shut up. I think the first one is, we're going to a multipolar world, and we need to have as much overlaps as possible. So I think the BRICS expanding, the G7 expanding, I think we're not going to have one thing, but there should at least be enough overlaps. Second, we need to have the governance reform. As I was saying earlier, I think World Bank, IMF, UN, we need to have, and there's a financing issue there, and there's a governance issue. Other countries, particularly also Africa, they want to have more say in where the money is going. So I think we need to reform that. And I think the third one is what this conference is about. We need to have dialogue between these poles. And I need to find common grounds. It's a bit like in trade. We're not going to have comprehensive trade agreements, but we have plurilateral. There are areas where we should work with China. I disagree with basically, looking at them as an adversary. I think there are areas like climate change where we should work. So a pragmatic approach towards globalization, I think, is very, very important. I've been propagating that. I think Olaf Scholz is a proponent of that, because ultimately we need to solve these problems for the people. Otherwise, we won't get reelected.
Can I?
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Can I add,
In the interest of time,
sorry, Jyoti, can I add one point on this? So I think this is a very pertinent issue, because effectively what we are seeing in some ways is that you're sort of having this logic of, what the globalization is desired from a normative perspective versus the way it's playing out, right? And I think this has been the fundamental change, that it is no longer ideologically driven, right? Nobody's listening to the IMF when they're saying we want to do more trade, because, well, you're not sure, you don't want to trade with certain countries, right? So if you have differentiated, choice of like saying, okay, I want to import from this country, or I want to export to that country, you will see that fracturing, come about. It may still lead to a better outcome, but this is completely, this is going to be the dynamic for the next, decade or so. I think on the point around the geopolitical and the government imperative, I think this is being driven by the industry, right? This is the big change. Like in US, it is driven by the industry. In India, when we didn't sign up to RCEP, right? I'm talking about 2018. India lucked into industrial policy way before anyone else did. And we did it because we were not very strong on the trade side. But India is now going back to free trade agreements, right? So I think the opportunism of the whole trade structure, right, is going to be determined by what is your own context. And here, one final point would be that for countries which are adding demand to the world, right, which run current account deficits, US, India, you have parts of Southeast Asia, they are fundamentally in an advantage because you are adding demand to the world. Europe cannot pursue industrial policy simply because they are dependent on trade, right? And that, I think, is going to be a bit of a challenge as to how do you navigate that.
okay, so in the interest of time, we will not take any more questions. We end on a note by thanking all our panelists, thanking our audience. Yes, we know globalization has its sense of opaqueness. It has increased, but the manner in which it is unfurling, we do not know. It's a question of run with the hare and hunt with the hounds. And therefore, ideological based principles are no longer really there in a number of situations, because self-interest dominates what is called the overall good. But despite that, somehow the global order is coming out with something which is working, but some things which are not. So thank you on this front, and we can conclude with this session.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. May I request Secretary Kumaran to come up, Secretary for the Ministry of External Affairs, to come up and present a small token of our appreciation to our panelists. So if I could perhaps ask the Secretary, first of all, to thank Fahida, our second. Dr. Famida Khatun, thank you. Anniken Huitfeldt. And Rahul Bajoria. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And to our chair, Jyoti Chandramani. Thank you so much, and perhaps we can get a photo of all of you together at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure your stomachs are ready for lunch, so we're going to take a break, and we will be back here sharp in an hour. So look forward to seeing you after the break, when we're going to be talking all things travel and what the future is going to hold. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Another amazing opportunity and something that's coming up, we can see it. It's the future of automobiles and also the future of fuels. So what will technology look like in 2030? With rapid advancements in technology and a shifting global landscape, the automotive industry stands at a pivotal juncture, poised for transformative changes. So in this session on the future automobile and future fuels, we aim to delve into the intricate intersections of technology, innovation, and sustainability that will shape the automotive industry in the year 2030 and beyond. The transition away from fossil-derived energy sources is accelerating, with nations worldwide collaboratively steering towards reduced dependence, particularly in transportation. Against this backdrop, our discussion will span the evolution of future fuels, including using those used in electric vehicles, biofuels, and green hydrogen, and beyond. Key questions arise. How will these alternative fuels revolutionize the automotive industry? What are the transformative potentials and challenges associated with each of them? Can biofuels emerge as a competitive option against electric vehicles? And how credible is green hydrogen as an alternative, especially for heavy-duty vehicles? Furthermore, as we envision the future of automobiles, the autonomy conundrum also comes to the forefront. What are the prospects for fully autonomous vehicles by 2030? And how will car-to-car communication evolve in this time frame? Amidst these advancements, considerations regarding in-car entertainment, as Yogesh says, that experience, the navigation systems are paramount. Will automakers persist with current solutions dominated by Apple and Android, or will they pivot towards proprietary solutions akin to GM? Many, many other things for us to think about, but these broad questions will provide a framework for the panelists to share their insights and expertise. So can I first welcome to the stage our chair, the insightful Amit Baranzabai, founder of Reliscore. Please give him a big round of applause. A post-lunch big round of applause, which should be bigger. He's a tech entrepreneur here in Pune with diverse interests in software, science, and public policy. He holds degrees from IIT Bombay and the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He mentors startups, advises and invests in early-stage ventures. And with him, we have an esteemed panel of industry stalwarts. I should just mention also, he's pretty big on Twitter, if you don't already know that. How many followers now? Sorry, on X. Pretty much close to 100K, I think. So worth following him for his insights on the history of Pune and many, many other areas. But now let's introduce his panel. So if I call your name, if I can invite you up one by one. Please welcome Ramkripa Ananthan, Head of Design at Ola Electric. She's renowned for her groundbreaking work on automotive design, shaping iconic vehicles like the Mahindra XUV 500 and Thar. She now focuses on electric vehicles at Ola Electric, exploring motorcycle designs for the first time. Next, we have C.V. Raman, Chief Technology Officer at Suzuki India. Please give him a big round of applause. His career spans decades of innovation and excellence in automotive engineering. His notable achievements include upgrading the supplier ecosystem and developing Maruti Suzuki engineering into an R&D hub for the Suzuki Motor Corporation. And completing our panel is an old friend, Yogesh Ambarkar, Vice President of Business Development at Valtech. Please give him a big round of applause. He's a distinguished veteran in automotive technology with a track record of spearheading industry academia collaborations and speaking at international conferences with leadership roles at Convergent Science, Ricardo India, and CRTI. His perspective is going to offer valuable insights into the evolving automotive landscape. Amit, over to you. Looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Vandana. I know a post-lunch session as a challenge, but it's good to see the hall nearly full. So I think that's a good start. So we have an interesting topic, and one reason we discuss this topic with Ambassador Bambaule and few others is specifically because how automobile is not just something that all of us use and are familiar with, but it's something that from a geo-economic standpoint had a significant impact on the supply chains and on trade and some specific strategic issues. So that is the other connect that we thought would make sense specifically for this particular topic and this particular conference. So all of us have seen the disruptions that COVID caused to the automotive supply chains. Now, automotive supply chains are amongst the most complex in the world because they go all the way for not just material, but for semiconductors, which are increasingly a very important part of a car today. And with the disruptions that we saw a lot of policies and decisions coming in from various governments who realized a little later, but nevertheless better late than never, of how important semiconductors are. And a lot of the things that you're seeing today, whether it's US, whether it's India, many countries, these factors have played some part in driving why semiconductor, I won't say full independence, but some level of Atmanirbharta is important. So that is also an auto supply chain impact. Now, let's look at the industry size, for example. This is one of the largest industries in the world. It's a $3 trillion industry today. And with the current growth rates, it's going to go to about 4 trillion by 2030. And all of us are very familiar with the rapid pace with which the automobile itself is changing. So what we plan to do in this panel today is talk about how some of the things as it pertains to the design, as it pertains to the fuels, as it pertains to the interior technologies are going to change in the automobile, and how that impacts potentially the supply chains, the geo-economic trade angle, especially this is very important when it comes to the fuel element of it, because as you know, countries like India and China, which are amongst the largest consumers of fossil fuel, depend to a large extent on foreign countries for their fuel. So that's the geoeconomics angle to it as well. So we will discuss that, and then we will get into more specifics about some of the technologies, some of the new technologies that are coming in as far as the automobile is concerned. So we want to talk about both the automobile as well as the fuel component of it. And Vandana did a great job of summarizing the kind of fuel discussions that we're going to have, whether it's biofuels, whether it's electric vehicles, lithium-ion batteries, or some other batteries. Like there's been a lot of discussion here in Pune as well about sodium-ion batteries. And of course, hydrogen. So we'll get to that. So we have a very broad list of topics to cover, limited time. So what I'm going to do is ask my panelists to initially do a free-form 7 to 8 minute discussion about what they think of the future of automobiles and what is driving them in terms of energy, in terms of the powertrain, and go over that in one round, and then I'll come back with more specific questions. I want to wrap this up so that I leave at least 15 minutes for audience questions. So we will have a good interactive session at the end, I promise. So maybe we'll start with you, Ms. Ananthan. I know your specialization is design, so we would love to hear from you in terms of how the design element is also evolving. But over to you.
Thanks, Amit. Please call me Kripa. Thanks to PIC for having me here, and Gautam, thank you very much for inviting me here. So Gautam called me, and immediately I said yes, without even thinking what it is. And then I realized it was geoeconomic challenges. I was only wondering, what has a designer got to do with geoeconomic challenges? So I'll start with this sort of trite joke. It's a joke, so you have to laugh. And that's probably why I don't get called to conferences. But my mother was a teacher. And so she used to talk about this kid who was preparing for his exam. And he knew that this question was going to be on a cow. So he studied on a cow. It had 4 legs, gives milk, all that. And then when he went, it was on a coconut tree. So he said the cow was tied to a coconut tree and then spoke about the cow. So that's pretty much what I'm going to do. Anything that he throws me, which is not in my field, I'm going to bring it back to design. I'm a designer. Me and people of my ilk are between the customer and technology. So I guess in a way, I could relate to technology questions. How do we see customers? I'm going to say it in a very, very simple, very a reduced form. So we layer needs as rational, emotional, and meaningful. And let me, for the sake of India, broadly split it as two meaningful groups. The first group that looks for meaning in vehicles or mobility is looking at it from a livelihood point of view. It's about total cost of ownership, it's about affordability, it's about adding value to their lives. And for that person, how do I as a designer leverage technology, be it battery, motor, mechanicals, software, electronics? How do I use these levers to make that product or that service more meaningful to this customer for someone for whom, when I talk to, I'm from Ola Electric and I had vehicle design. When I talk to my customers, be it e-bikes, ride-hailing, commercial vehicles, they talk about the vehicle as a brother, as a friend in need, as a little extreme, but God. So you can see how important that product is for them. So as designers, for us, it's very important to be able to focus on lightweighting, on let's say platformization, on less parts. So these are the areas in which we sort of focus on, and as I said, leverage technology to do that. If I go to the other side, so the other set of customers for whom meaning could be in self-expression, could be in experience, and I have a long sort of experience in that genre of vehicles too. So for this customer, it's about performance that makes the drive pleasurable. Amit was talking about driving on the Nagpur expressway. And so it is about that experience. It's about technology that makes this experience seamless. It's about being connected at all times. It's about ADAS, and Yogesh will, I'm sure, talk more about that. And it's the design has to reflect that person's sense of person or their tribe. So it has to have that presence. And here, it's more for a designer, it's about being the latest trends, let's say in lighting, it's about aerodynamics, it's about frontal area, it's about very sleek silhouettes. So this is how we look at design, and the future of design is going to be broadly in these areas. And while for the second customer, sustainability is more about emissions or climate change, for the first customer, it is in a different way coming to the same aspects of sustainability, but more driven by cost. And that's how I think it's going to be relevant for India. You would see articles coming out now, how electrification is actually going to be in India from the bottom up. I'm saying bottom purely from a price point perspective. We have 20 million two-wheelers. So sorry, I'm going off subject, but
I think that's interesting because we'll come back to that later. But if you look at US, it really came top down with the most expensive $100,000 Tesla Roadster, which came about 10, 15 years back. And here we are starting at fairly at the, not the lowest end, but fairly at the low end of the pyramid. So journeys have been quite different. And probably China journey is similar to what yes. we are doing. So we'll come back to this, and I'll tie it back to the supply chain aspects of it. But Mr. Raman, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you to PIC for calling me, Ambassador Bambawale, for inviting us here. Thanks for that. So the topic is future of automobiles and future of fuels. So what I would like to talk about is sustainable mobility as my opening part. And I believe that sustainable mobility is built on three pillars. One is the economy. Second is the environment, and third is the society. So, and of course, all of this, we have to keep the customer in mind. Customer is the center of this, and Kripa talked about the customer. And today, what the customer is looking for is a total cost of ownership, definitely. He is looking for affordable mobility. He's looking for comfortable, convenient means of transportation to move from place A to place B. Use it as a means of for his own economic growth, and looks at safe, comfortable mobility. So acquisition costs, running costs are of course key as far as the customer is concerned. So when we look at from a regulation perspective and from an environment perspective and from an economy perspective, I think one of the things which comes to mind is that, and you talked about 2030, and we want to, we are a $3 trillion economy, and wanting to grow, maybe double that by 2030. And and we also in the Amrit Kal, the government feels that has a very ambitious target. The Honorable Prime Minister says, we want to be the second largest economy in 2047. And so, from that perspective, there are many enablers as far as India is concerned. The demographic dividend, definitely, I feel, is one major thing. India is a young country. And having aspirational customers wanting to have the best what is available in the world. So that is clear. For the economy to move, definitely infrastructure is important. Government is putting a lot of effort in terms of Sagarmala, Gati Shakti, and so many other initiatives. So many expressways are being built. So definitely, I think the infrastructure is growing, and that's going to be the enabler. Of course, the other thing is, which is happening, is digitalization. That's one key thing, and we have seen that from the UPI or any of the other initiatives which have happened. The Indian customer has very quickly adopted to that, and and transformed in a way. So I think that is also, you can see in a way coming into the mobility landscape in a way. And of course, the per capita income is also likely to grow, maybe double by 2030. So that's one thing. And we expect from this part that the passenger vehicle today is about 4 million passenger cars. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about two-wheelers and others, but passenger vehicle is supposed to grow at about 8%, 9%, and we will be about maybe 6.5 or 7 million by 2030. So obviously there is a lot of growth which is going to happen. Second is when we talk about sustainability, we talk about what is the need of India. Energy security and environment is of course the key things which we talk about. 85% of our crude oil is imported, and that's a large portion of our import bill. So I think that's something which we need to keep in mind. And of course, one of the challenges which we have is local pollution, which is there, congestion, and we also have INDC targets which have been increased from 30% to 45% by the Honorable Prime Minister, and we are, I think, going to achieve that by 2030. CO2 emissions are the key things which we are looking at, and there is India has taken a target 2070 for carbon neutrality, and I believe that the economic growth which is there is going to be driven by energy because and it has to be sustainable. So, and we have to grow. Our industrialization is happening now, which has happened in the developed world much earlier. So I think there is I think a lot of things which we need to do from a sustainability aspect, and so fuel becomes very, very important, and energy becomes very important. Lastly, if you come to the society, and today what customer looks for, wants to have move from place A to place B. I think shared mobility, multimodal transportation, I think are some of the things which we need to look at. Of course, another way people look at is should we reduce the travel time? Should we have spaces adjacent to everything consigned to a particular area, your place of work, whatever, everything is so that your movement is less. So I think that's also one big factor which is there, which can be sustainable. Having said that, India has to move, and I believe that today, if this is a study which was done by Terry some time back. So it says that what we are talking about, from transportation, from two-wheeler and four-wheeler is about 15% of the people of India move by this private transportation. Out of that, 12% is two-wheelers and 3% only is four-wheelers. So that's the number we're talking about. And public transport is 18%, and bicycle is 13%. On foot is 23%, and 30% of India doesn't move at all. So I think that's a statistic. So now, question is from a society perspective, how can we move 1 billion Indians for the economic growth is another aspect. And last point I would like to talk about is maybe the energy part of it and the fuel part of it. I think India has to find its own path, I believe, very strongly that, today we are a fossil-based, mobility, how we transition and how we can leverage the, advantages of India, I think is very, very important. And I believe that electrification of the powertrain is going to happen, definitely. And we are going to see a lot of traction there. And there are many manufacturers who are coming in with EV. Kripa's company is at the forefront as far as the two-wheeler is concerned. And in the four-wheeler also, you see, many companies coming in, and you will have numbers growing. But I think there are other alternate paths which are available in terms of alternate fuels. There is a large, India wants to be a gas-based mobility too. And so the government is increasing the infrastructure for CNG. You are seeing, at least in the example of Maruti Suzuki, 25% of our vehicles are CNG today. So CNG means that it's 25% reduction in CO2 compared to a petrol vehicle. So I think that's the statistic one needs to keep in mind. But having said that, the other thing which is possible is waste to fuel. How can you use waste to create fuel? And CBG is one big thing which is being again propagated by the government, and in the last budget also there was a mention of that. I think that's something, waste to fuel. You can, whatever the waste goes into as methane into the atmosphere, how can we capture that, create it into fuel? I think that's something which is very, very key. And one example, of course, one other thing which India is looking at is ethanol from agriculture. How can we create grain to fuel and create some the economy for the agrarian economy to grow, create that. So ethanol E20 is one definite step which is happening. 2020 we will have 2025 pan India we will have 20% blending of ethanol. And now we are talking about flex fuel vehicles, E100, E85, which is a Brazil example you see. And Brazil has almost 50 or 60% of the ethanol, the fuel is ethanol. And so that makes a lot of sense for a country like India is the other part. And I think any of this thing has to be green. So when we talk about the electrification, one of the things one needs to keep in mind is that, is the energy renewable? And today we are at about 25% of renewable capacity, utilization, and we may go up to maybe 50% by 2030, 500 gigawatt is being talked about. So I think that is something which is going to also further enhance the electrification, is what I believe. And so this is what some of my thoughts.
Thank you for summarizing the entire breadth of our topics that we want to discuss. A very good summary. I think we'll come to each of these specifically in the next round. You mentioned about the connection of mobility and economy. I think if you look at the last 200 years, there's been a very strong correlation between
Absolutely.
how economies have progressed and
Yeah.
how the transportation has developed, whether it was the rail in the 19th century, whether it was automobile, later on the aviation industry, and all of them have contributed. So there, just one quick data point, but if you look at India, for example, if you look at US or some of the other highly developed countries, we talk about 800 to 1,000 cars, and I'm talking about four-wheelers per population, per 1,000 population. Europe, which is very good at public transportation, still has 400, 500 cars per 1,000 population. China is around 250 now, and India is around 60. So, while all of us agree that public transportation is very important, especially for crowded cities and all that. The automobile is going to play an important role as our incomes rise. Yes, maybe people are not going to ride the automobile in the congested parts of the city, but the automobile ownership will go up significantly. And I'm not even talking about the European level, but just to get to where China is today. Of course, China is going to go much further in the next 10 years. So thanks for summarizing that. So Yogesh, coming over to you, can you summarize your first 8 minutes of overview of this topic?
Sure.
I have a lot of questions for all three of you. I'm listing them, but I'll come back to that later.
Definitely looking forward to. A very good morning. I can see some of the sleepy faces, so just wanted to say good morning just to wake up, or good afternoon. First of all, thanks Gautam and PRC for having me here. It's a really great opportunity to share the stage with Raman Sen and Kripa, definitely. I'm a more powertrain guy, coming from the engines to the electric to now the connected world. So I can summarize a lot of things, what obviously Raman Sen and Kripa mentioned, right from the customer to the sustainability to the economy angle. I'll probably touch more on the technology side, kind of what is the trend happening in the mobility industry. So one of the topic which Amit started was with the COVID. Earlier, before COVID, we used to say the trend in the automotive are case, which is connected, autonomous, shared, and electric, which after COVID got changed to the pace, which is shared became a more personalized, and the rest, the three abbreviations remain the same: autonomous, connected, and electric. So just I'll dwell some of the technology base or what's happening in each of those trend areas. So obviously electric, as Raman Sen mentioned, it's already there. Obviously, Krupa's organization is trying to kill that ice age and going totally electric. So obviously what we see as a technology wise and based on the TCO, based on the application specific thing, the two-wheeler, the three-wheeler, the light commercial, and within that light commercial, you can talk about maybe up to even 15 ton based on the duty cycle requirement. And some of the bus, city bus transportation is definitely, we see the trend towards the electric. But however, there are other segments on the long haul commercial vehicle and few other where you need a substantial energy density. We do see the trend is still as Maruti probably and most of the Japanese companies are really going in a right way, not totally shifting the gears in a 180-degree quickly. And then we see that more hybrid and in a near distance future, once the hydrogen price parity comes, the availability, we do see that the hydrogen can take a big step in that direction, particularly on the long haul and heavy duty applications. So that's more on the electric side. When you talk about autonomous, obviously India is the most doubtful country. Everybody challenges, hey, where is autonomous? However, saying that, you have seen now there's a lot of uptake is happening in a ADAS feature. So there's a level of autonomy, we say from 1 to 5. So obviously we see the level 2 autonomy is already on the road, and it is really helping in terms of the safety aspect, in terms of the comfort, convenience aspect.
Yogesh, sorry to interrupt, but this is important. If you can quickly talk about level 1 through level 5, what they mean.
Okay, so level 1 is, I mean, rather than each level, I would say level 1 is, there is a 100% you need to be on your steering and on the foods, okay? And level 5 being just enjoying, watching here and there, and so on, right? And the level 2 is where you have the level 2 features, for example, are adaptive cruise control, right? The cruise control, but now it is adaptive where based on the vehicle upfront, it will take the action of if the upfront vehicle has slowed down, it will slow down immediately. You don't need to press your accelerator or braking situation, and you need to have a steering in place. That's a level 2. Our lane departure. So let's say somebody is just, as long as the infrastructure and the lanes are there or lane markings are there, you can still use it on the highways. So lane departure, and there are certain features which helps you with the traffic congestion scenarios on the ADAS 2 level. So when you say autonomous, it's already, I would say, level 2 plus. Things are catching up. Again, it depends on the infrastructure how this vehicle to infrastructure connectivity gets built up further. So you can have a more and more autonomy there. It's just chicken and eggs game, essentially there. So we talked about electric, we talked about autonomous, and then that's my favorite topic today, which I have got into right from the powertrain to the connected is uh, the personalized and the connected. I'll try to combine both of these in the interest of time. So what is happening here is, as I think in the morning we had a session on a Gen AI, right? So we are talking about the digitalization has really grown to the all the levels, right? And in terms of the rural to the urban area, in terms of age aspect as well, overall. So that digital consumer or digital customer, and including the now 5G connectivity, the trend is really becoming loud. The vehicle is becoming the mobile on four wheels, literally. The way you can the way you experience the mobile used for different things, n number of things. I would say now what is happening is in the connected world is vehicle as a centerpiece. How do I connect with while sitting in the car? Can I get my home kind of experience? Can I get my office kind of experience? So it's kind of a connected home, connected office, connected lifestyle. So how I can do the lot of shopping. I can order the Swiggy, Zomato before I reach home. I can just while on the go, I can use that. So that's connected lifestyle. Then there is a connected home. As I said, is you the moment you get into the parking, my bedroom lights can be on or AC can be on in the summer. Then it comes to the connected energy system. So now being in electric vehicles, you want to see that how do I connect to the grid? Also, the vehicle to grid. There's a lot of things are happening in that direction. So overall, this connected car experience is shaping up a lot of different business models. And at the end of the day, the people want how car as a third living experience I can enhance, essentially. Obviously, there's a personalized aspect we talked about, I think, in the morning also. It should be in the context of me. Whatever the Gen AI you were talking about, how it relates to me. So when I just now, we have a multiple profile on the mobile phone, the way moment I sit in the car, it understands it's Yogesh, and then maybe on the weekend or somewhere time where my wife sits, the vehicle understand, okay, so it need to be shifting my music, themes, color, lights, everything. So how do I get that personalized experience connected to the vehicle? And ultimately, all these things, at the end of the day, as we were talking to the Ramansan, is uh, uh, the, the OEMs are making that car connected, and they are putting a lot of value in terms of the car connected experience. But at the same time, we do see certain challenges in terms of, I'll just touch on those challenges part as well, opportunity-wise. Is, am I secure enough? Is there cyber attacks issues? My data itself, is it private enough, or is somebody trying to misuse that? So that digital consumer is really want to have that convenience, comfort, ease of use, or that experience, but at the same time, he is equally conscious about the data privacy as well. So obviously the DPDP Act is coming along. But overall, we do see that there is a good amount of connected experiences shaping up. And the way I'm talking to a lot of the Japanese OEMs versus the European OEMs coming from VW Group experience. Now, when I talk to the Japanese or the mostly Southeast Asia, there is a still good gap. But I would say equally, and I was really, when I compared the Japanese versus the Indian ecosystem on the connected, I think it is really at a good level. So, and then the adoption is accelerating overall. So yeah, with this overall, I would say that there is a good opportunity with the 5G infrastructure shaping up and the digital consumer, the experience, the Gen Z, why the kind of expectation shaping up from the car are really getting to the next level.
So thanks for summarizing the state of things to come as far as the future car is concerned. I know it's going to be a very fascinating topic. And interesting you brought up the cybersecurity angle as well, because those are some of the things that we don't worry about a whole lot today, but those are something that we as consumers and policymakers and geopolitical strategists will worry about a lot in the coming next 5, 10, 20 years. Just to give you a quick example there, for example, you may have read about it recently that Teslas are banned in some localities in China. And that's because the Chinese government is paranoid that Tesla is getting all the data and they have cameras for self-driving. So they're actually taking live videos or photos of areas, and there are sensitive areas where they don't want Teslas to be because they're worried that that data may be uplinked back to the US. Now, this has been a paranoia for China for the past few years. US is now returning the favor by now insisting that there are going to be special acts about the kind of data that cars can capture, especially foreign-made cars can capture when they are brought into the US. And whether we like it or not, this is something that every country will have to worry about and pass legislations around and have some monitoring aspects about what data is stored where, because it brings fundamental privacy issues at an individual level and national security issues depending on what angle you're looking at. A more trivial, I won't say trivial, but a smaller, more personal example of using too much technology is the connected locks or the smart locks that have been enabled using smartphones for some of the cars. Many people thought they were quite cool, but increasingly they have become the biggest favorite of many hackers. So cars are being stolen just by hacking onto an app, which is a smart lock app. So there are challenges there as well. We talked a lot about. Sorry, you can make a quick point.
Just want to add up 2 points on the same topic. So as in India, from 2027, the Cybersecurity Act is coming. So it means that whatever incidences you are trying to talk about, that will taken care. And then already OEMs are getting in that direction. The other act is a DPDP. I think in the morning, the panel also talked about Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which is probably will get, the draft is already there, and then it's probably come in force in 6 months or so.
Just to add,
Sure.
2027, 26, 27, over-the-air updates, wherever you are having infotainment system, were OTA enabled. So they will come in the ambit of the cybersecurity, and 2029-30, all vehicles which will have to come into it. So as connectivity is increasing, I think this is one big challenge, which and software is increasing in the content in the vehicle. So it's a challenge. Yeah.
Thanks for summarizing that. So let me come, Krupa, let me come back to design. Now, if we look at what's going to happen in the next 5, 10 years as far as cars, two-wheelers, vehicles are concerned, what are some of the main changes or trends you're seeing when it comes to design? And when I say design, it's not just the exterior design, but exterior design, interior design, but also the impact on the materials, the manufacturing processes, the sourcing associated with that. Because ultimately, some of those things have big implications on the supply chains and the potential geopolitics associated with that. So what design changes are you seeing, and how are they driving the upstream supply chain?
I'll try to answer that, Amit. So our endeavor as a pure play electric vehicle manufacturer is to say that we will make electric vehicles at the price of ICE vehicles. For the customer, the powertrain in many parts of India is irrelevant. So I want a vehicle, I can afford this much, and what am I going to get? So considering a very large percentage cost of a vehicle right now is the battery. So it drives the entire design, because what was otherwise a cheaper powertrain is now very expensive. So how do we do this? We do this by vertical integration. So all the technology is vertically stacked in-house, and a little bit of the supply chain for that. So with every generation, we'll have to look at batteries as being more efficient and less expensive. So with battery technology, maybe somebody will talk a little bit more about it. So right now it's lithium ion, and you have NMC, you have LFP, you have LTO, and each of these technologies, you have to choose right for the application. So there would be difference in density. Anyway, going away from that, with every generation, we are improving the density of the battery pack, and we are able to reduce costs. We as in lithium costs are going down. Lithium mining is going up sustainably, hopefully. And so the cost of batteries are coming down. Same thing if I say for motors. Current efficiencies are at, depending on company to company, it varies. But the next generation of motors for us would be ferrite, and then we'll be going on to magnetless. As you know, rare earth minerals, and hence expensive, and hence. So more efficient, less cost, and that's the trajectory for technology, for design, for EVs. And the same, and I think he'll be talking more about electronics, but software-defined vehicles so that less dependency on hardware. Again, a large percentage of electric vehicles is, if you have to go to radars or LiDARs, very expensive at a hardware level. So this is sort of the trajectory that we are looking at for making the transition to
Now, again, more specific to two-wheelers, but this question is, I think, also relevant to four-wheelers. Especially in a country like India, do we see trends towards battery swap, or, fast charging is becoming more attractive, where removing the batteries, especially for two-wheelers, is not that relevant?
I was thinking about this when Mr. Raman was talking about other technologies, other fuels. I think there are many ways of skinning a cat. So it will have to be appropriate. There would be long haul where you probably need to swap. There would be areas just portable batteries are enough. Like the other day I'd gone to Bombay, and we were wondering why electrification of two-wheelers is not that prevalent in Bombay. And then you realize these are people living in and high rises, and so maybe portable batteries will work. And in many cases, we've seen currently that it's a change in behavior. So if you go back 100 years and think about horse-drawn carts or steam-driven vehicles, you were having that form of mobility, and you were doing necessary things to have that form of mobility. Now we've been used to ICE vehicles for so many years. So if I have to go to Bombay, I would just get up and go. I would have no worries about range anxiety, etc. However, with electric and the current form of electric, and again, if you see over the decades from what ranges were to what they are now, 1,000 kilometers seems to be easy peasy. So it is very, very rapidly improving. But there would be behavioral change. I think Mr. Raman spoke about it. The vehicle that I would have for going to work daily would probably be different from what I would do if I have to go to Bombay. So there would be behavioral usage of different types of batteries, swapping, portable, charging on board, and behavioral change in terms of how you use it.
One quick question while we're on the topic of batteries. Is lithium-ion pretty much a done deal? Because we hear, especially there's a company in Pune that's doing good work, sodium-ion and other technologies. Given the issues with lithium, and very few countries have that, do we see that changing? Are there any other technologies on the anvil?
Not my area, but I believe that all this, whether it's iron or if it's sodium, sodium-ion technology already exists. It's just a question of making it at the cost and So I think there would be from solid state to wet to dry. There are so many technologies out there that are being worked on. Mass, scale, and cost. These are the things that are being worked on currently. And it is very important for us because lithium also currently, we do have mines in India, but we are dependent on imports. So we will have to find sources of India.
So Mr. Raman, let me come to you and the question that we were discussing just before we started the panel. It's a favorite question of mine because I go back to 1997, 98 when the first Toyota Prius was launched. I don't know how many of you have heard of the original Toyota Prius or what it is, right? It was the first mass market hybrid car, and the hybrid technology was extremely revolutionary at that time in terms of recycling some of the waste energy and charging the battery and using it. And not just your company, but Japanese auto firms in general seem to have hedged their bets in the hybrid versus pure EV. There are companies like Tesla, or recently even the Europeans, who have gone with pure EV, whereas the Japanese still seem to be on the hybrid, Toyota especially. So this is a topic that we can discuss for a long time, but I would like your view on this, because this is also related to this fuel dilemma, which way do we go?
So before I answer that, I think I'll just add to what Kripa talked about in terms of design. From a EV perspective, both on the interior side, on the exterior side, there's a lot of change happens because especially on a passenger vehicle, the platform itself needs to be changed from a ICE vehicle to a EV because the battery has to come underneath. So that's one aspect of it. And second is, of course, if it's going to be swappable or non-swappable, of course, there will be a difference, which you need to accommodate the space. EV increases the weight. So lightweighting becomes very, very important. So that's when, at the highest end, you have the, Tesla, where we're talking about gigafactories and full magnesium, and so those kind of that level. And today, where we are at steel structures which are going to ultra high tensile, reducing the weight. Similarly, in the same way, from a design perspective, it is becoming very, very minimalistic and trying to reduce the sections and reduce the overall weight. The infotainment system is gaining ground, in that perspective. The screens are becoming larger because everybody wants a connected thing. So connected vehicle, and he wants to, the passenger, the co-passenger, both want to have a different type of, view. So I think that infotainment system, that is changing. So I think a lot of change happening on the material side, definitely. So coming back to your question about, the Prius. So right now the Prius is now, I believe, is in the 4th generation. It started in 97, 98, as you rightly pointed out. And so I think the key point is that it is a self-charging technology. And you were just, Kripa just mentioned about, Mumbai not having, a high population of two-wheelers in the electrified form. Reason is very clear. We talk about public infrastructure for electrification, but electrification it cannot happen unless you are doing home charging. Home charging is key. So vehicle has to be, and you would not want to do a high C rate charging. You want to do at normal charging so that you can extend the life of that. And so therefore, home charging is key. So that's the point basically. And there is a study which was done by us, and so 60% of India, especially on the four-wheeler side, two-wheeler is different. We believe that two-wheeler adoption will be much faster because spaces for parking are much simpler and it's lower voltage, so it's much easier to charge. But higher, the passenger vehicles require higher, voltage. So they are 350, 400 volts, or now 800 volts. So I think space for parking is key. 60% of India doesn't have parking space, and they park on the road, especially in Delhi and other places. If you see, they park on the road, and that's true in many other part of the metro cities. Now condominiums are putting up charging infrastructure, and so now that is one thing which you need to do. Today we go home and you put the charge a mobile on charging. If you don't have, you have a battery pack and you're able to manage that. In an EV, that's a challenge. What does a hybrid do? It is able to recuperate the energy which is being lost to the extent of about 35%, and charge the battery and give an electrified range in the city. So I think that's something which you need to look at. And from a CO2 perspective, if you look at a well-to-wheel calculation, if one does, for a EV today versus a hybrid vehicle or versus a petrol vehicle, unless the renewable energy quotient increases to 50, 60%, the well-to-wheel ratio or the calculation doesn't, is not in favor of the EV at the moment. But 2030, it may change. It will, because of the renewable, quotient which will increase. So I think that is the reason there is a thought that okay, hybrid is also one way, a path, which can also sustain the ICE vehicle, still reduce the CO2 of the vehicle, because ultimately when we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about reduction of CO2 on the cycle and on the road. And so as I said, CNG reduces by 25%, a hybrid will reduce by 35%. And we believe that all fuels will have a place because of a wide range, a spectrum of customers which you have got and segmentation which you have got. And there will be people who will buy an EV, but EV will be a second vehicle predominantly today. Right. But a hybrid could be a first vehicle also.
So Yogesh, let me come to you on this one, but you're a powertrain expert as well. So let me ask you a question specifically I didn't want to ask Mr. Raman. which is, India is short on all kinds of transportation needs and is short on all kinds of fuel as well, especially since we import so much fossil fuel. So what do you think in 2030 would be a mix in India when it comes to, ICE versus hybrid versus EV? And then in terms of fuels, what do you think will be leading? I mean, biofuels, how big biofuels can get?
Definitely.
No, I'm not going to ask the question to these two people. I'm looking at you as slightly independent on this issue.
No, I'm looking for a business opportunity, so I need to talk. No, having said that, it's really difficult question. If I have to really have that crystal ball, then I can talk about. But from a technology, because it's a chicken and eggs game, it's not just purely, as Raman San mentioned. I mean, I've been talking from my previous organization, Ricardo, which is a powertrain consulting company across the globe. And then I remember in 2017-18 when I used to go to the conference and we used to have our slide in terms of how's the future technology roadmap look like on the powertrain. And then we used to have the same slide, and I still vouch that slide with the 33, 33, 33. So it's still ICE will be there, EV will be there, and then I would say, hybrid will be there, and then the pure electric.
So you're taking a very safe stand.
Yeah, no, but then I think it's in the real sense. Now, having said that, whether that 30, 30, 33 remains same for all the segment, no. I mean, as I'm not looking for a business right now. So as two-wheeler is definitely, I would say, except the classic kind of a performance kind of a bikes, okay? There is also big shift is happening, but then except that kind of a segment on the commuter two-wheeler, it's literally IC, end of ICE. It's just not purely based on the cleanliness or climate scenario. It's a TCO in the Indian context, right? Then bus segment is where I see that currently it's a electric, which is shaping up. But if you move forward, once the hydrogen price parity comes, which is green hydrogen we are talking about, where the green hydrogen is at around $4.5. The moment, the way we are seeing Adani's, Ambani's are pushing on the hydrogen economy, right? Their fuel, they have already enabled the hydrogen-powered ICE engine, fuel cells, all those technologies. The only thing is the hydrogen cost need to come down. And obviously, Mr. Ambani have in 2021 in this AGM announced the 111 mission where he would like to deliver a 1 kg hydrogen in less than $1 in a decade. And I do see that based on the certain discussion and the development I've been coming across, probably it is a realistic situation coming across. So by 2030, I would see that for a long haul or even for a city transportation buses, it could be a hydrogen ball game. And that hydrogen ball game could be even hydrogen
combustion.
ICE engine, combustion engines as
Got
well.
it.
Because fuel cell seems to be a distant
Right.
future, given the supply chain, the maturity and everything around. So that's the way forward I can see.
So I think what we're going to do is about 15-20 minutes. So I'm going to get over to questions pretty quickly and leave 5 minutes at the end for sum up. But one point that we haven't talked about that I'll quickly summarize is the semiconductor angle. And semiconductors are becoming more and more important. Last year at Asia Economic Dialogue 2023, we did a session on semiconductors. And semiconductors are getting more and more important in every piece of equipment, especially in cars. The cost could, I mean, in the years to come could be 20, 30, 40, or even higher percentage. And we saw what happened during COVID. So some of the policy decisions that India has done, particularly over the past few years, to increase semiconductor Atmanirbharta, they are very important. And once again, as I said, when we think of semiconductors, we may not have to jump to making microprocessors or GPUs. That's a different kind of technology, and there are only few companies in the world that can do it. But the chips that are needed for automotive, which are much bigger and less resolution wafers, those need to be first built in countries, all countries that have big markets, especially countries like India. And it's glad to see especially some of the announcements that have been done as recently as this week about the semiconductor plants and semiconductor investments in India. So I think that's a very strategic progress that we're making in this area. So let me come to questions now. Few quick ground rules. I want,
May I
okay,
just
sorry, yeah, please go
I
ahead.
think, I don't know how to dovetail that into this conversation, but I think what's very important is to think of talent, future talent. For us, this time is about rapid change. And for rapid change, we are talking about reducing development time cycles from 3 years to like 9 months. And this is going to be possible only if you have really deep tech, deep knowledge in areas. And it's not a question of starting colleges now or starting to learn now. So this is an area that we will be dependent on.
I think thanks for highlighting that, because we briefly touched upon in the previous session as well with Mr. Karnik. Talent in this new industry is especially important. We here in Pune, especially, we like to pride ourselves on good talent in the automotive space and need to upgrade it for some of the newer industry. So questions, very short questions, longer questions I'm not going to entertain, and questions only, no comments. Comments can be done offline. I'm going to take 3-4 questions. Do we have mics? Anyone with a mic? Okay, please be brief. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is KV Raman. I am a water treatment and wastewater treatment professional. But more than that, I would like to ask this.
Please hold the mic closer.
So I would like to ask this question as a common man. Everybody talks about technology, EV, and all this hydrogen fuel, everything. Whatever I'm hearing about the technology, I am not hearing much about recycling of batteries. Okay, that is a great concern because absolutely silence on this front from the government as well as from the automotive industry. How are you going to recycle this battery? Is there any plan now to infrastructure or any technology to collect this?
Okay, got the question. Recycling batteries. Next question.
One more.
No, I think we'll come to one question. We're like 10 hands up. Sorry. Mike, who has the mic? Anyone who has the mic can go ahead. Please.
I have the mic. Yeah, hi, my name is Sushil Borde. We are talking about future of automotives or automobiles in this session. Expanded, it can also be future of mobility in a way. So what is going to disrupt the automobile? Do you have a view on that? Are you planning for that?
Flying cars.
A CEO that I know is saying, and is working on a solution for that, very close to it. He says that the problem with the car on the road is not the driver. So why are you against the driver? The problem with the car on the road is the car. And let's displace the
constraints
car.
for our
Let's
city.
displace the car.
Okay.
So what are you watching in that space?
Okay, we'll take one more question here.
So hi, I'm Dattatreya. I work for Bosch in the automotive cybersecurity space. So my question is for Kripa, but I'm happy to hear from any of the other panelists. While the use cases for four-wheelers in the modern vehicles are pretty appealing, how do you see future trends in two-wheelers, especially for two verticals, that is safety, driving safety, and the second being the connectivity features, considering that the fact that two-wheelers are a very price-sensitive segment, especially in India?
Got it. Krupa, you want to take this one first? Then we'll get to the recycling battery and then to the future car.
Yeah, so on two-wheelers, you were asking about safety and connectivity. I think both are linked. That's why ADAS should be not seen as autonomous, but things like level 2, where if it's ACC, it's already preventing accidents from happening. In India, I think things like helmets with, right now people don't even wear helmets, which I'm always unhappy in Pune about. But having airbags built in, these are available technologies, and I think they will come very soon to India at the right price and prevent a lot of this from happening. So that's what I would say on safety and connectedness. I would say they would be linked. There is a lot happening in the space of entertainment with connected, and yeah.
Maybe I'll just want to add up to the same question because you talked about the safety. There is another couple of cases which we have come up across is, as Krupa mentioned, helmet as a necessary. So you are on your digital cluster now, on the two-wheeler, you are having the vision models where it captures whether you have a helmet you have wore or not. If not, it will not start, right? So that gives you, I'm just giving you one use case, but there are multiple use cases. The other thing is, which you talked about, the connectivity, because the user is not paying for that, okay? And that's something, one of the things which we are on a connected vehicle side are working is a data modernization. Because the OEMs have put up a lot of infrastructure to make that car connected, including the electronics, the hardware part, the software part, and even the cloud infrastructure part overall. But at the end of the day, we were talking to Raman Sen as well. At the end of the day, the user, after 1 year or 2 years of subscription, they're not going ahead. So where we see the opportunity then is, okay, the user is not ready, but then the platform have collected a lot of data, okay, and that data can be leveraged by other service provided, and then that's what we call it as connected services we can add up, where the consumer can be targeted with certain services. Right. He generates and then because of that data or platform, the service provider generates a revenue, and hence out of that value, whatever the platform have delivered, he gets something in a bag. So that's where the data monetization
There are
things
some
are.
startups like that that are trying to work on the insurance side. But let's come to the second part. I don't know, Kripa, you or we'll talk about the recycling aspect of it as well.
Yeah, I'll come to recycling. Couple more points on two-wheelers. I think cornering lamps will come up, and things like heads-up displays. All of this at cost. So we have a cell gigafactory. It should be up very soon. So definitely batteries, second life. Once in the vehicle, it goes down to, let's say, 80%. We see it as energy storage devices. Of course, there is a lot of work going on in OEMs to make state of health clear, so that you can take the battery for end of life, for storage reasons. Mr. Raman spoke about energy storage. Big need, big industry. And at the end of that is when we'll have to think of end of life of battery. But currently, I think we are doing a lot of work on getting batteries from vehicles at 80% efficiency into energy storage solutions.
Mr. Raman?
So I'll just add to the 2 points which my panelists talked about. One is on the safety aspect of it, and I think on the connected part. I believe that, once all vehicles get connected, I think there's an opportunity for vehicle to infrastructure V2X going up, in a big way. And that's going to help in, improving the safety quotient on the vehicle, on the road itself. Because one would be able to, have a good, because if the, all the signaling is also IoT and, the vehicle is connected, there is a good indication for the customer when he is driving either a two-wheeler or four-wheeler on blind spots and things which are happening, and create an emergency braking system, whichever is there in the four-wheelers, or it kind of help, in helping on the safety side. That's one part of it. Second part of it is, as far as the battery recycling is concerned, yes, it's a very, very important topic which needs attention. Today, there are 2 recyclers in India who do recycling of batteries. Most of the batteries are being sent out actually earlier for recycling. But I think this is something which we need to grow, because if you want to have a circular economy, you want to have sustainability, I think cradle to grave is an important aspect, and batteries need to be taken care of. But in between, of course, Kripa-san talked about the second life of battery. That's also very, very important. In storage, it is possible to be used. However, energy density is a challenge because the storage battery system versus what is there on the vehicle is a little different. So I think that's something which we need to figure out. But definitely, it's a very, very important point what you talked about.
Yeah. Yogesh, I'm going to come to you with Sushil's question. But as I say, in the end of the 19th century, the automobile disrupted the horse carriage. So I guess if I understand Sushil's question, what may disrupt the automobile?
Yeah, I think just adding to starting with the battery, one more take part I can add up there is...
Yeah, real quick, I think we want to get more questions.
Yeah,
we have done this
from a second life
time.
perspective, there's a battery passport kind of a thing where you can track the past uses and enable the future uses much more efficiently. So that's the part of the recycle of sustainability. Now coming to the disruption scenario, I don't, I mean, from the perspective, the way we see now is one of the trend moving is vehicle as a service or mobility as a service. So that's the trend which we see is going to disrupt, because the new generation, they are looking for a experience, not just point A to point B travel. So whatever I'm doing it, so they don't want to spend that much time. The way we see that now, new generation don't want to invest in a home. They're more looking for a flexibility and the experience. So that way, I see that there's a lot of mobility as a service model will disrupt the thing. And then if you ask me, there'll be multimodal transportation need to be looked at based on the use case, city versus intercity to the
Okay, that's
other
a
areas.
good point. Quick point.
Quick point from my side. I think I talked about, from a customer point of view, one wants to move from place A to place B. Comfort, convenience, affordable mobility is key. And so how can we provide that? So one is definitely in terms of public transportation. If you are able to move from place A to place B, there are developed countries like Japan, where there's example, you can move from place A to place B in a very, very convenient way. The Japanese, the young people, they do not want to buy a vehicle. So what is the disruption which is likely to happen is that the customer may not want to buy a vehicle if there is a availability of a good transportation system. And that's happening because the costs are going up and the parking spaces are required and all of that. If affordable mobility is available, then one would not want to really go. And if shared mobility is there, you can always hail a cab and you can go places. So that's, I think, what I believe is going to change. And India has to move in that direction, I believe, as a mobility solution. It's not just about me as a four-wheeler manufacturer or Kripa as a two-wheeler manufacturer. I think this is all about how do we make an effort to go towards that direction. I think that's very, very key, is what I believe.
An interesting trend that I noticed at CES 2024 is looking at the vehicle as space. So yes, it is space that you use as mobility, but it's also just space when it's parked. So it serves as multiple things, conference room. So this has been in the talks for a long time, but now it's actually being envisaged, and I think will happen soon and won't just be mobility.
Okay, we have just 8 minutes, so two very quick questions. Atul, very, very short, 10 seconds.
3 reforms you would like from the government of India.
Got it.
And
Good.
state governments as well.
Good question. One more here, Rahul. Take it from Atul.
Sorry, this might be a stupid question, but what happens to the whole transition if oil prices fall below $50?
Good point. So I think I'm going to, if oil prices fall below $50, what happens to the transition? You'll be happy probably. But actually the first question, top 3 requests to policymakers.
Will emissions stop also?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
good one.
So I think
actually, all 3 of you can quickly weigh in on this,
okay.
and that we'll end with that.
So yeah, definitely. I think oil prices fall. Yeah, definitely. But then again, we have a sustainability point of view which we need to take care of. From a customer acceptance perspective, definitely it may make sense. But from a government perspective and from an environment perspective, it may not. So how do we look at that? And how do we look at as governments or policymakers to look at that portion? And today, any of these technologies which are there, I believe that today electrification is there because that's one direction which certain governments have taken and certain companies have taken. But I think from a 3 reforms perspective, I think one needs to look at the overall picture. I think that's very, very key. I believe that you need to look at what is CO2 and what is creating the CO2, and from cradle to grave, how in manufacturing or whatever we are doing and whatever we are using as customer, that how is it changing, how customer is enabled to do that. Yeah, so the full life cycle is very, very important, how customer is thinking about it. Customer today wants a bigger vehicle, which is again a conundrum, I believe. The customer wants a bigger vehicle, he wants a heavier vehicle, okay, he wants a more pricier vehicle, he wants everything. He doesn't want a small car which has a smaller carbon footprint. So I think that's something where, again, we need to look at what is it that we are doing from a mobility perspective. I think that's something which we need to look at. And I think we need to look at a technologically agnostic approach going forward in whatever recommendation which we are looking at, that what is the means to the end. Technology is the enabler, I believe, and it should be looked at from the perspective of sustainability and from a customer point of view is what I believe.
Yogesh, policymakers, 3 things for policymakers.
I think the one is, from my perspective, is infrastructure. Then as Raman and Luke mentioned, whole life cycle approach, including our power, right? Because we are talking about the most factor from the government perspective is a climate, apart from the mobility as a service or making the transportation convenience and affordable. I think the infrastructure, the life cycle management, and the technology agnostic. I mean, just one jokingly answer is I'll probably move from connected to the IC engine back, basically, if that 55.
Over what Mr. Raman and Yogesh spoke, from the government, I can think of 2. One is deep need for talent, deep talent in future tech, which currently I think we are woefully behind, and not just knowledge application. We need this in the industry and not just in the sphere of knowledge. And the second I would say is road safety. I think we have a lot of technology now that's not being, in my view, narrow view, not being leveraged for road safety.
2 excellent points. I think we'll close on that. I'll just summarize, but I think these requests are very important. Infrastructure is obviously key. We need road infrastructure. We need charging infrastructure if we are talking about EVs. We need biofuel and alternative fuel infrastructure if we are talking about other fuels. Similarly, we need this end-to-end view of the supply chain or of the carbon footprint, not just what is being burned, but how that. And you brought up this point twice, and I think that's extremely important, and that's talent. I mean, whether it's talent at the designing level, it's talent at the manufacturing level, and we are definitely weak on that front, and especially with the speed at which the technologies are changing, I think that is definitely something that we need to work on. And the safety angle, I agree, it should also be part of the infrastructure. Whatever we design into our infrastructure, the new roads, the new highways that we're designing, they need to have an integrated safety systems design as well as monitoring system into it. Yogesh, we're almost out of time. One last point, since you're...
No, I just want to praise Ola particularly. I mean, Ola as such, as a epitome of the startup ecosystem. The way I see that, how many startups will survive and go further, that is a secondary question. But on the talent point, I think the startup mushrooming has built up the ecosystem. That is the biggest advantage. It has really created a skill set for the world, I would say. That's the point.
That's good. So I think I'm going to close here with actually 1 minute to spare, which is a rarity in panels, but I like to keep my panels on time. So, okay, there is a last question or comment by Ambassador Bambaule. I can't stop that for sure.
You want to be there? Pass him a microphone, please. Just behind you, sir.
Here's a suggestion, not for the panel, but for the next term of Prime Minister Modi. Perhaps what they should be focusing on is a Pradhan Mantri Shahar Sadak Yojana for cities like Pune, Delhi, Nagpur, and others.
Yeah, I think especially for all of us from Pune who drive by a university, I think they will definitely relate to that. So on that note, thank you very much to Krupa, Mr. Raman, Yogesh. It's a great panel. There are a lot of things we wanted to cover. We touched upon a few of them. Lots more to discuss in subsequent sessions. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Please give them a big round of applause. And could I please invite Air Marshal retired Bhushan Gokhale, who is a trustee of Pune International Centre, to present a little token of appreciation to each of our panelists and our chair. So, thank you, sir. First of all, to Kripa. Big round of applause. And then to C.V. Raman. And then to Yogesh Ambarkar. And last but not least, to our able chair, Amit Paransabai. And let's get a group photo, please. So similar themes: talent, infrastructure, sustainability, and probably more importantly than anything, keeping people at the heart of whatever happens when it comes to automotive and fuels. Thank you so much, sir. All right. It's quite funny, actually. Prashant and I were thinking if we did finish this panel early, then we'll shift everything early and everyone can go home early because they would probably be quite grateful with the traffic that we have. Just to the last point on the fact that traffic is getting worse in Pune. But anyway, traffic may get a lot better if this next panel have their way. We are now moving to drones. Are they going to revolutionize the future? Welcome to a discussion that promises to explore the revolutionary aspect of drones on the future of mobility and connectivity across Asia. The region is at the forefront of a transformative shift in aerial technologies, with drones and urban air mobility emerging as key players in reshaping urban living and transportation. In India, the drone industry is experiencing rapid growth, propelled by government initiatives aimed at establishing the country as a global drone hub by 2030. Liberalized policies and production-linked incentives have attracted substantial investments, fostering a vibrant ecosystem with over 200 drone startups receiving significant funding in recent years. And across Asia, countries like China, Japan, Singapore, and South Korea are driving innovation in drones, leading to breakthrough technologies and a surge in drone-related startups catering to various civil applications. UAM, the urban air mobility, including electrical vertical takeoff and landing services, is gaining momentum, with companies developing air taxi shuttles and automated aircraft for intercity transportation. As drones represent a paradigm shift in aviation, introducing new modes of transportation beyond the traditional fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters, this panel aims to delve into their potential as the third revolution in aviation. We'll explore questions such as what technological innovations and trends are driving the drone industry forward. What is the current market growth and the potential for drones in Asia? And how close are we to bridging the gap between vision and reality in terms of urban air taxi services? Join us as we navigate this. The chair of this session is Anish Michael, the lead at the Center for Future Mobility. Anish, can we welcome you on stage? Please give him a big round of applause. Oh, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Anish leads OMI's Foundation Center for Future Mobility and specializes in urban mobility policy and technology integration. With a focus on advanced air mobility initiatives, he drives sustainable solutions and actionable insights, bridging policy research with practical implementation to ensure mobility aligns with sustainability goals. His panelists are, and if I can welcome you onto the stage as I say your name, Mark Young, CEO and co-founder of Garuda Robotics. Please give him a big round of applause. He's a driving force behind next-gen unmanned aerial systems. With over 2 decades of experience, he's contributed significantly to the development and commercialization of ground and aerial robotics for diverse applications. We then have Anirudh Gupta, founder and CEO of Pod Drones Limited. Anirudh? Please give him a big round of applause. He's a seasoned entrepreneur who's led numerous successful ventures garnering prestigious accolades such as the Economic Times Power of Ideas and the Red Herring Global 100. He has 6 patents to his name, including one which is seminal in the industry. And finally, we have Ankit Mehta, who's CEO of IdeaForge. Ankit? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so can we invite Sunil Shah, who's coming, Sunil Jha, who's coming on behalf of Ankit from IdeaForge. Okay. Thank you so much. And over to you to start the panel, Anish.
A very good afternoon, everyone, and I welcome you all to what promises to be a very exhilarating session focusing on the theme of drones. Are they revolutionizing the future? It's my pleasure to have with us a distinguished panel of innovators and technology disruptors here today, ready to explore the most transformative ideas shaping our future economies. The significance of our discussion couldn't have come at a better time as we all convene here for the Asia Economic Dialogue 2024. The Asian region is currently witnessing a remarkable revolution in aerial technologies, spearheading to what many call the drone revolution. From Singapore to Japan to South Korea to India, countries across Asia are driving innovation in drones, backed by robust research and development, investments, and even favorable policy regulations. In India particularly, the drone industry is experiencing an exponential growth pushed by the government initiatives aimed to establishing the nation as a global drone manufacturing hub by 2030. And there's been a surge of activities across the drone sector, and we have a lot of drone startups coming up in the space of last 4 or 5 years, catering to a wide array of defense and civil applications. The rapid expansion of the Asia's drone industry holds tremendous promise for economic advancement, particularly in sectors of manufacturing, logistics, and infrastructure maintenance, as well as defense. And keeping all the context in mind, it is quite clear and evident that Asia is on the brink of a drone dominance. Through the course of this panel, we'll be touching upon broad aspects of technology trends. We'll be also looking at the market growth and potential based on these trends and innovations, and of course, looking at the policy and regulatory aspects, and as well as the infrastructural development that needs to go into place to make this drone revolution happen. Having said that context, I will now turn to our panelists to share their opening remarks. I would start with you, Mr. Young. Garuda Robotics has been a trailblazer in terms of development of autonomous drone technologies. Could you probably share a little more about what Garuda Robotics does and how and the innovations that they bring to the table, specifically keeping in mind the Singapore region?
And let me start by saying thank you very much, PIC and Gautam, for the kind invitation. It's my first time in India, and I'm so glad that it's in Pune at an event as prestigious and as loaded as this, with so much talent and people who are influencing the way that our world's going to be changed. I like to approach questions like this from both ends, right? So I want to start by giving you the bigger motivation before I then pivot to telling you about the things that we make and the things that we do, so that you understand also the framework through which we make decisions about where to go and how we see the world and the changes and the trends that are coming. So back in 2015, I gave a TEDx talk, and I said, we need to start thinking, and this was at the start of the drone revolution, we need to start thinking about drones as infrastructure. So not drones requiring infrastructure, not infrastructure for drones, not inspecting infrastructure with drones, but drones as infrastructure, right? Now that's a bit confusing at the time. What does this mean? So think about your phones today. You have all these equipment, tools that you take out and the human has to go manipulate them. If you're doing work, if you are a tradesman, you have a bag of equipment that you sign out from the store and then you go do something with it, and then you have all these gadgets that you use. And that's very different from your phone that's connecting to the cloud services in the back end. that just works, right? And in a nutshell, that's the difference. We want to turn drones eventually into the silent infrastructure that just gets stuff done without a person having to go there and use it as a gadget, as something that you have to go poke a few buttons. Now, that's the big vision. So what does that actually look like? Maybe one day, wind turbines, every wind turbine has its own drone with a bunch of robots, and it takes care of that inspection and maintenance and checks. Maybe you have people working in plantations, the farmers, who after they set everything up, never have to go and tell a drone, press a button, go off and monitor the harvest, monitor the trees, get things done for me because it's part of the infrastructure. So that is the motivating idea behind everything that we do. Now, what is it that we do? So today, when we talk about nuts and bolts and concrete things, we build intelligent unmanned systems. We build drones, we build everything, we're full stack, everything from the aircraft to the payloads that sit on the aircraft and make them useful, because having something flying that doesn't actually capture data or doesn't actually do anything in the real world ends up not being very useful. We also build the software layer that allows you to fly multiple drones from a single pilot station. We build the connectivity. Our drones are among the first in the world to be 5G native, meaning every drone that you bought from us from the 1st of January 2023 came with 2 5G radios, and you could put in maybe one SIM card from Geo and one SIM card from Airtel, so that you can fly anywhere and always have that drone connected back to a drone operations center, bringing what you see in science fiction and in the military, bringing those capabilities to commercial enterprises, to government users, and hopefully one day, even recreational and home users. So we built all of that. But I also want to talk briefly about the ecosystem building that we do, because we don't like doing things on our own. We like doing things together with other best-in-class partners, whether it's within Singapore or in other overseas jurisdictions where we go out for the first time. So we like to build partnerships. Some of the partnerships that we build include with telcos, and they include the human capital side. Kripa early on in the previous panel was talking about the need for deep talent. So we are the first approved drone pilot training organization in Singapore, and we are actually the longest running organization that's been focusing on professional drone pilot training for the purposes of getting a license. Every single drone in Singapore is required to carry a tracker, a GPS tracker that's connected over 4G, and it's reporting in real time its position. So the regulators, the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, is able to see in real time on a big dashboard where every single drone is flying at any time. Now, we can do that in Singapore, really, really small. I'm not sure how DGCA would do that even in a room this size, right? But the idea is, with more visibility and transparency, you should be able to get more things allowed from the operators. So every drone has to carry that tracker. That's a system that we built. We were actually the first in the world, first jurisdiction to have something like this rolled out back in 2019. It was supposed to have been rolled out in 2020. Unfortunately, we all know what happened. And the government said, we're not going to impose a new regulation on people at this time. And so this finally rolled out in 2022. Every single drone carries our tracker, and it's being tracked in real time. We also then actually care a lot about infrastructure, right, for drones. We are the operators of the largest drone testing site in Southeast Asia. It's just across the border. So my Malaysia office is literally 10 minutes drive from my Singapore office. And then I'm across the border in a different country. It is about 611 hectares of land that's under a special waiver from the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia for anyone who wants to come in and do testing, not just of drones, but eventually we hope for air taxis as well. Imagine having to get in an aircraft that's not been properly tested. So testing infrastructure is going to be, I think, the big gap that needs to be solved. Where will you safely fly and certify and demonstrate your equipment? It can't be at an operational airport, because that is real time and that's critical infrastructure. So there needs to be a separate sandbox where you can go and do all these tests. That's what the drone testing sites are about. So I hope I've given you that overview that tells you how we are working towards that vision, right? Because strategy drives tactics. Otherwise, you're just scrambling around in the dark. Eventually, we want to make every part of this system, ecosystem enabled, everything from the aircraft to the places where you certify the aircraft to the human talent that needs to operate the aircraft. clearly there are some parts of our business that are more bigger contributor to revenue than others, but we believe that entire ecosystem has to develop in order for the industry to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yong. I think that gives a holistic perspective of you going from an end-to-end service and ensuring that all aspects and components that go into manufacturing of a drone, right from testing to even ensuring you're providing services for drone pilots to get their licenses. I think that's great to know how Singapore is kind of leading the way, and you're also leading the way with Garuda Robotics. I think over to Mr. Gupta, sir. Podrons has kind of, been commissioned to provide first mile, last mile logistics in commercial spaces. So you entering also into the drone space. So could you provide more details about the work that you do and the drone vertical under Podrons and your vision and the work that goes behind it?
First of all, thank you to PIC for inviting me. Thank you, Anish. Thank you, Ambassador Bambawale and Prafulji for referring me. Honored to be here. Some great talent in the audience as well as here on stage. So, in a lighter vein, I built a drone about a half a century ago. Okay, when I was a child, I created this drone out of a carbon fibrous material, and it was propelled by a latent tensile potential energy system. Okay, I'm talking about balsa wood airplanes. Okay, with a rubber band to propel it. Okay, joking a little. Okay, so the most recent drone that I built had 4 propellers, motors, but most importantly, I mean, in that sense, it's not so different just in shape. But the big difference was that it had a full computer on board. It had 1 GB of memory, it had an ARM chip, and so on. Okay, and I/O ports, obviously. Okay, so I just wanted to make that point that a drone is not just some flying object. Okay, a drone, and that's why I've sort of, again, I'm being academic and pedantic here, but I don't even call them drones anymore. I call them UAVs. And by UAVs, I mean unmanned and autonomous vehicles. He mentioned unmanned. Okay, that's important. So, and by the way, a little segue here into plug for our association. We've created an association. Some people here who support that are here. It's the Unmanned and Autonomous Vehicle Association of India, uavai.org. It's a non-profit. Please do look it up. Please do join us and participate. The idea behind UAVI is to actually spread the word about drones, how useful they are, make them more accepted, and also to create an environment, to create a network, to create the ecosystem of people supporting each other in this space, in the UAV space. Okay. So coming back to this UAVs, my interest in these unmanned and autonomous vehicles is in the field of logistics. So we are in the space of last mile logistics, and we are essentially a technology provider. Although we do some of the services ourselves, we are hoping to sort of franchise it more broadly. But like I said, one of in logistics our interest is in logistics. One of the big problems there in logistics is the delivery of packages to a specific location. Now, using GPS, which is what most UAVs do right now, is not accurate enough for proper delivery, because GPS is average of 7 meters accuracy. It's improved now, of course. There are other technologies involved, and also there's issues with when you have heights. So this whole vision of drones delivering to somebody's balcony or into the window is not going to happen simply using your ordinary, run-of-the-mill GPS. So we have some technology in that area. I have some patents that actually deal with precision delivery. So we can position a drone with theoretically 1 millimeter accuracy, although we haven't achieved that yet, but it's possible to do. And essentially it does that by using image recognition, by using image analysis, pattern recognition, and things like that. So that's sort of what we do in the drone space. And we are very clear that drones will replace some human delivery people in the delivery space, but it will be in the literal last mile. Okay, it will not be in the middle mile. It will not be, you won't, for example, be able to get your favorite pastry or biscuits from Kayani delivered to Baner. But you will be able to get something delivered if it's less than half a kilometer radius. And I won't go into all the details on how that thinking has happened, but there are certain technological issues there, as well as certain law and order, business issues, policy issues, which we can talk about in more detail later.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. I think the logistics space is again one major application for the drones, and a lot of startups are also looking on how to solving the last mile delivery, and great that you are pioneering that effort as well. Over to Mr. Jha. I think IdeaForge has long been a pioneer and kind of like a market leader when it comes to the Indian drone sector. And with your extensive experience witnessing this growth and also seeing the revolution, so what are the key developments and that has happened over the past years that has led for IdeaForge being what it is today?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. IdeaForge is a deep tech company, started somewhere in 2007 by 3 IIT graduates, IIT Mumbai. Ankit Mehta, who was supposed to be here, and I'm representing IdeaForge today. It started with eVTOL UAVs, and now it has different sets of UAVs in its portfolio, starting from 2 kg range of MTOW to the 7 kg range. It is located at Mumbai, both Design Development Center and also the manufacturing plant. Well, it's as you know, it's a #1 ranked in India, #5 in the world, and last year it was also put on the NSE. So lots of accomplishments since 2007. And looking at all these technologies, what it has evolved by itself, looking at from the manufacturing in-house, sourcing from our supplier network, etc. So it has come quite a long way until now. Under the product roadmap, other than the VTOL and hybrid system, what we already have in offer, we have a well-stable roadmap for having a tactical UAV in the range. So essentially, when you look at today's, we are maximum up to 7 kg MTOW range. And what we are aiming right now, or what we are working on, is at least 10 times all of weight from there. So lots of complexities, lots of challenges. And not only they are taking from the previous session, wherein we were talking about road transportation, logistics, etc. So that is in our roadmap as well on the middle mile logistic. And for sure, the future of that would be mobility. And if you look at carefully, the challenges in logistics are way more than what we can envisage today or what we can imagine today. So, high altitude, transportation for the goods, whether it is for defense forces or for civilian applications, the challenges are quite high. So that has been the journey until 2024. Beyond all that, IdeaForge is also a great place to work, recognized recent past. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Jha. I think when you're talking about the challenges, I think any technology that comes into place has that phase where challenges are there, and then you're developing the technologies to ensure that you're reaching a place where you're providing safe means of technology. just continuing on the technology aspect as well, I think, Mr. Young, your expertise lies across various sectors from agriculture, emergency services, security. And as the drone industry continues to evolve, we see more and more innovation applications coming into the space. So could you highlight those key technological advancements that you see have kind of put this industry and put this sector on the map? And also seeing, in the recent years, just touching upon, again, what are those advancements specifically within the Singapore, Malaysia region that you spoke about? You mentioned some of them in your opening remarks, but if you could just dive a little more deeper into those aspects.
Right, so let me try to talk a little bit about some of the key tech advances that have, like you said, brought drones to where they are today. Some of the constraints we're facing, right? And we're always looking for solutions. So if anyone here has solutions to these difficult problems, let us know, because this will be the next 10 years of development. So how do we get to the point where you could buy a drone, and even my grandmother can say, yeah, my grandson works on drones, and she can talk about that, for $3,000 from a store. One of the big advances that we actually got to ride on was the development of these guys, right? As you mentioned, today every unmanned aerial vehicle is stuffed full of chips. So a bit like the automotive industry, right? We are stuffed full of chips, and we benefited from the fact that you could now buy chips for a few dollars that 20 years ago were 100 or 1,000 times that price. I remember when I was an engineering student, I paid $250 as a freshman to get a kit. It was compulsory for my first semester course. And this was an accelerometer, so it tells you which way you're tilting, right? And this allows you to move your phone all over the place, and it knows exactly where you're pointing. So back then it was $250. They told us each group of 2 shares 1, because we don't have that much supply. Today, each of those chips is 20 cents. And they are completely commoditized. So that's the kind of development in the space of just 20 years that's brought us to this point, where we're able to buy something off the shelf for $500, and you have all the computing power available in this chip that tells you, read the GPS, tell us where we are, figure out which way I'm tilted, figure out how to control 4 motors, and adjust the speed so that even if wind is blowing, you can tilt the right amount to balance it. And you can do all this so stably that any camera that you put on it is going to correct itself and not look as though it's shaking. That is, if you look back at the history of development, a absolutely stunning capability, right? The second thing is actually connectivity. And if we were having this panel 5 years ago, it'd be a very different conversation, because I'd be explaining to people why connected drones are the future. Today, they are kind of standard, right? But 5 years ago, we were telling people, look, how long do you think it's going to be viable for you to have drones flying with a pilot standing 50 meters away? What is the point? Imagine if you're a security guard. Somebody's breaking in. So you have to walk with the drone and use it to see who is this person who's trying to break in. Is it a dog, a rabbit, a cat, or an actual intruder? Doesn't make sense, right? So there's this concept of beyond visual line of sight. When the pilot can no longer see the drone, that's when it's the worst for the regulators. It's the most scary, but that's also when the drones actually become useful. So BVLOS is the next big push, and we can talk about the regulatory framework that's coming up, right? So these 2 things, connectivity. Now if I go to any city, chances are I will be able to get 5G networks, but at the very least I will have 4G. Now, we started off doing in 2016 3G connectivity on our drones. So we could do slideshows, every 3 seconds a picture comes through on the screen. Then in 2018, we started doing 4G. We could do 720p streaming. Now, we can do 4K live video streaming over a 5G network. And I'm sad we couldn't do this today, but this past week, my team was in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, at an offshore technology conference. And they were demonstrating 3 times a day, flying a drone from KL. The command center is in KL, the drone's in Singapore. We're flying over the internet, over a fully encrypted network, streaming live 4K video back to the command center. 5 years ago, nobody believes me. Today, they say, that's great. Now what more can you do? So that's how quickly things change, right? So moving forward, what else is going to come? I want to tell you about the 3 constraints. Number 1, autonomy. Number 2, energy. Number 3, safety. Now, let's start with autonomy. you have to get to the point where drones are able to take care of themselves. So this is a bit like the level 1 to 5 self-driving car problem that we heard earlier on. Once the drones are far away from you, the pilot can't see it, the drones have to take care of themselves if something goes wrong in between. So that's a big problem that needs to be solved. Today we've got a full graphics card on board the drones, and that's able to do all sorts of computer vision, fancy AI stuff, so that the drone can take care of itself, even if that link is lost. So all of this is important. One day you need to be able to press a button and just assume the drone is going to be safe, and it will get work done. Number 2, energy. So today everything's based on batteries, even though the military drone systems, the unmanned aerial vehicles, those usually run on gasoline. Now, why is this important? I want to give you some real numbers. The energy density of gasoline is about 50 millijoules per kilogram. The energy density of a lithium-ion battery is about 0.5 megajoules per kilogram. So it's a factor of 100, right? So we just cannot keep up, That's why we can't do things like deliver for long distances based on battery. So if you have a solution for that, let us know. That would be awesome as well. And then final thing is safety. So I want to go back to then manned aviation. Why is it that we are able to get on a plane and feel safe? Imagine an aircraft, Airbus aircraft. So you've got 5 computers on board, and 5 computers all voting at any time to say, when you push the stick this way, which control surfaces should move. They all vote because sometimes computers make mistakes, and there's safety in numbers. How do you make this safer? 5 computers, 3 of them were built in one facility, the other 2 were built in the other facility. Of those 3, 2 were designed by one team in Toulouse, the other one was designed by a team somewhere in the UK. So there is multiple levels of safety and redundancy. How can we do that on a drone? An Airbus A350 costs $300 million US. An ATR-72 turboprop plane costs $30 million US. Our mid-sized drones cost $30,000 US. An off-the-shelf commercial hobbyist drone costs $3,000 US. So we have to find some way to build those safety and redundancy systems into something that costs 1,000 times less. These are the 3 big challenges. It's coming, but what I can say is that around the world, the environments are opening up so that all these developments can happen. The technologies are being driven by students coming out of the universities who are being told this is the future. So there are people being trained in AI, there are people being trained in computer science and engineering, and all of different technologies that ultimately are needed to build the next 10 years of developments in our sector. It's going to be super exciting.
I think, thanks, Mr. Young. I think what you said of looking back 5 years and seeing where we are today, I think the 3 constraints that you're mentioning today, hopefully we don't have to wait the 5 years, but hopefully sooner we're able to find a solution for that. And I'm sure, given how technology is advancing, we'll be able to kind of see that. I think I'll just move over to Mr. Jha. A similar question, sir, I mean, from an Indian context. Now we're seeing India wanting to be this major global drone manufacturing hub by 2030. We're having projections of the market being about close to $24 billion. Given that context, again, what are those key technological advancements that has allowed, say, even the Indian drone market to even project itself to that number? And what is kind of IdeaForge's place in that space? Yeah.
Well, first of all, I would like to change the word drone towards UAS or UAV. I took from Mr. Gupte. To make it more gender neutral, I would say uncrewed aircraft vehicle now, not unmanned. So I would like to replace that. And if you look at our philosophy from IdeaForge, we have 3 major drivers during this UAV development. One is reliability, which also links to what Mr. Young mentioned about safety, is a part of reliability. Performance, needless to be said, and autonomy. So, and these are our 3 mantras during this whole course of UAV development. And when you take care of these, you meet total cost of ownership for the customers who are driving or you are flying with your UAV. If you look the technology advancements, it starts from the airway structure or airframe itself. So when I compare UAV, although the MTOW or the weight, maximum takeoff weight we typically call in case of UAVs, you deal 5 kg, 10 kg, 20 kg. When I compare with my prior experience on some Indian development indigenous missiles of 6 tons or 5 tons, it looks very simple or very lighter compared to that, of course. However, when you go deep inside, I would not call from the technology complexity perspective even a micron below that. So because it has every system, and some of our colleagues already mentioned. So therefore, looking at airframe itself, today we typically work with FRP composites or the magnesium alloys or aluminum alloys for weight efficient structures. Moving forward, how I look at it, it is not going to stay only up to magnesium or aluminum or typical FRPs, but it's going to be more of nano composites. So if you look at carbon fiber reinforced plastics, some graphene induced or some other nanoparticle induced to make it lighter, so weight efficient. And each gram of weight is very important. They are very critical because you have to power by the energy storage systems, maybe battery in this case. So I see that high performance material innovations are part of UAV design and development moving forward, and we cannot ignore that for sure. On the payload, Mr. Young mentioned already about, so the resolution of camera, the performance of recorders are improving day by day. And as the technology are improving on that aspect, it is getting horizontally cascaded and implemented for UAV as well, needless to be said. I also see that in future, we will have provision for multiple type of payloads, which we do not have today. So when we look this whole UAV ecosystem as a whole, we started with lots of restrictions. So when I read the subject line of the theme today, revolutionizing or revolution, I said revolution has not yet kicked off in this front. It is yet to happen. So we are at a very, very elementary level on that. Even if I can claim that IdeaForce has done a lot, and likewise many other globally industries have done, but those are at the very elementary level right now. If you look at the energy sources, again coming back, battery is not only limited, the energy density is well explained by Mr. Young a few minutes before. So is fuel cell alternative, are the solar power alternative, are other sources of energies alternative? Because what is very important here, moving forward, that the endurance and range. So we have that struggle. You cannot keep more than 50% as your power source in a UAV. Then you do not meet the objective for which you are designing the UAV. And therefore, the weight budgeting is important, and hence the source of power is equally important. Likewise, if you go to ground communication system and related devices, there as well lots of researches are ongoing in electronic side, both embedded and power electronics. And beyond that, the smart and intelligent software systems. So these are certain areas which I foresee that it's going to go in next 3 to 5 years' time, not limited to maybe.
I think, thank you, Mr. Jha. I think that also puts into perspective of how these technological challenges that manufacturers also overcoming and also ensuring that the market continues to grow, overcoming all these challenges. I think moving to Mr. Gupta here. So we're looking at AI and machine learning also in drone technology. I think given that you're in the logistics space, I think that kind of transforms a lot of things within the drone sector. Given these innovations that are coming into place, how do you see this technology play into what you do? Yes.
So we at Podrons, we take a very, very narrow focused view of the technology that we have to work on. I know very little about batteries, nor does people in our team. We leave that to others. In fact, after building the first couple of drones or the prototypes, we decided not to get into the manufacturing, the hardware part of the drones, pretty much. We focused on exactly what you're talking about, which is the machine learning or AI. And I mean, it's a, if I call it AI, it's a very crude form of AI, okay, right now at least. But it's essentially, like I said earlier, pattern recognition, image recognition. And you know, if I can take a moment to explain, it's really, I find it interesting. I don't know if you will, but it's, the technology is very simple. You take your camera, your phone camera, and you can try it right now. Just position it over some rectangular object, okay? If it isn't correctly positioned, if you know, this piece of paper, for example, is a little further, what will you do? You'll move the phone a little bit, okay? This is your sort of just rational thinking. And that's essentially what our technology does, okay? We use image recognition, and it can be any image. You know, it can be a QR code, it can be something that you know, a picture of your child that you sent a drone and you put that picture on the table and the drone can come and see it and position itself there. So that is a key thing that we're working on, and obviously we'll get more sophisticated and use more machine learning and more AI in that. And that is how we are going to really transform that last inch, you can say, of delivery.
I think just a follow up on that, and probably just moving into our next segment of looking at the market growth and potential. Even where you're talking about fixing that essential last piece of the puzzle in looking at this thing. So what are the kind of economic implications of the widespread adoption, say specifically even within the logistics sector? And could you also elaborate a little more on the value chain that it creates?
So we are going to be disrupting the delivery people. You know, and you know, it's not, I mean, not being hard-hearted or anything, but really, I feel that they shouldn't be out there in the dust and the heat and the cold and in the rain doing deliveries, and machines should be doing it, right? And those same people, I feel, and this is a policy issue, those same people should then get into the drone delivery part. Now, this may be a little unpopular statement here, so please forgive me, but I don't think we should be training drone pilots, because what we want really is autonomous drones. This is where we are heading. We don't want somebody sitting there guiding the drone, because actually, even a good drone pilot, the machine can do a much better job, actually. And the more it learns, it can do an even better job of maneuvering to the right locations. So I think, you know, as a policy issue, I think, you know, if at all the government has some say in the matter or wants to do anything, instead of encouraging drone pilots, you want to be encouraging drone engineers who can build these, who can experiment with UAVs and the artificial intelligence built into that, and even into the battery and the aerodynamics. And maybe there can be a specialty. It can be something even like an ITI just for drones, you know, or a specialty within ITI for drones. That is, I think, where the policy should be heading. And the economic impact of that will be huge, because, you know, ultimately, and this is an unfortunate thing in India, is that we rely too much on the labor market, okay? And that keeps people poor. And that limits the kind of economic impact that can happen in India. And the more we embrace technology solutions and, you know, and train our workforce to be technologically skilled rather than manually skilled, I think, you know, it'll be a big boost economically. It'll be a very powerful force, I think, in the Indian economy.
I think rightly said as well. I mean, there are policy challenges that needs to be kind of looked into, and ensuring that we're creating a conducive environment as well. I'll move to Mr. Yong as well. I mean, Singapore has been you know, kind of forthcoming in ensuring that regulations are, of course, keeping the safety in mind, but also ensuring that it is advocating and advancing technology, specifically in the drone sector. In that context, how do these regulatory frameworks and government policies influence the development and adoption of drone technologies? And what do stakeholders like you, who are in the manufacturing and who are also from an end-to-end manufacturing perspective, kind of play in this whole regulatory landscape?
So let me answer that with a couple of stories first. At the air show in 2018, I think, there was a panel, someone from representing the Rwanda side, and then Hong Kong and Singapore and a couple of other countries, right? And Rwanda is actually well known for being pioneers in the use of drones for blood delivery. And it's got a massive life-changing, life-saving impact because you don't need individual clinics to store refrigerated blood supplies anymore. You need it? Okay, a drone's gonna get it to you in half an hour. So an hour before the surgery happens, if somebody came in in an ambulance, you can get fresh blood supplies. So the CAA representative from Rwanda was talking about this and saying, it is incumbent on us as civil servants to serve the people by opening up this usage of the airspace because it literally saves lives. Now then, next it was the representative from Hong Kong who said, we have this situation, this is the airspace in Hong Kong, it's much smaller than Rwanda, and every single inch of that airspace has 5 people claiming the use of it. So in Singapore, we are closer to Hong Kong than Rwanda, right? And this just to illustrate what it means when drones as an industry have to grow up. Now, it's quite one thing when you've got people building drones in a school, people using drones for videography to take photos, to actually saying we want this to be widespread and doing deliveries over a city, right? You are in aviation. Now, what does this mindset actually mean? 5 years ago in Europe, so EASA, the EU Aviation Safety Agency, they were going through this debate. Is a drone a fridge or an airplane? And you think about that for a minute. So what they were asking is, who should regulate drones? Are they consumer devices that are regulated like fridges? Or are they aircraft that are regulated by EASA? We all know the answer, right? So you are a part of aviation. So eventually, right, you cannot escape this. You will be held to all the standards that we take for granted, that I took for granted when I got on a plane in Singapore and landed in Pune. How do we get there? And that's critical. So I think there are many in the drone industry who are still trying to push this away. They're not willing to grow up and say, yes, we get the sector that we're in. And so today, I want you to think about, all of you, how much do I pay every year in licenses and certification fees compared to, say, how much I pay for rent? I'm not going to tell the answer, but it's scary, all right? But it's a good thing because every license gives me clarity. It tells me what I can and cannot do. Now in Singapore, when we apply to the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. I have an annual operator license I pay for. I have individual permits that I pay for each flight. Each flight can be applied for no bigger than 2 kilometers in radius. I have height limitations. I have height limitations on weekdays and weekends. It's great, right? And when I apply for a permit with the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, they go and circle around to 13 other agencies to get sign-off from the Law Ministry, from the Home Affairs Ministry, all these people. That is, if I wanted to be any more regulated, I could build blockchain into my systems, and then the finance side comes and regulates me. And I have a drone insurance platform, so I'm kind of already tied to the finance regulations, right? So all these are critical if we are one day going to fly side by side with manned aircraft in what we call an integrated national airspace, because until we get there, the manned aviation community does not take drones seriously. The manned aviation community says drones are unsafe, and the true economic potential of uncrewed aerial systems, whatever form and shape they take, whether they're piloted or whether they're completely autonomous, will not be fully realized. And that's something which is also unpopular. There are many people who say, let's just push whatever we can. But I think we need to step up and say, look, let's work with the regulators. So that's what I've been doing for the last 10 years. I work with regulators. We work with them to do tracking of drones, even though the community then says, you are basically the regulator. We're not. We're a private company. But we believe that regulations are important, and we will do everything it needs to prove that our devices, our aircraft, are safe to fly side by side with a Boeing aircraft, with an Airbus aircraft, and that is the standard that we hold ourselves to.
I think an interesting point that you brought about. Yes.
Maybe I would like to add few.
Yes, Mr. Jha, please.
Into it. So we should look at it from drone as a product and drone as a service both. And when you take the drone, or I would like to use UAS again, or UAV. So when you take it beyond surveillance purposes, so you are using for traffic monitoring, disaster management, the minor logistics, and also the enterprise applications as well. The regulations and certification requirements play a very vital role there. Today's ecosystem is not as developed as we would like it to be. There are agencies, we have government agencies, DGCA, through Quality Council India, then we have certification bodies, and then comes the manufacturer. So it's the queue is longer. There are challenges we have from the ecosystem itself today, and DGCA has its own challenges under Ministry of Civil Aviation. At the same time, some limitations what we have, for example, 6 months lead time for getting regulation or type certification before you make the UAV deployable and you can use it. That's something which is a challenge right now, and that needs answer, how to expedite it. And when I go closer with MOCA or DGCI, I understand what challenges they have right now. Second, one manufacturer can apply or can work on only single type certification. Imagine you have 10 product lines. So it takes 5 years for you to have type certification done. And why I was trying to link with this is with services as well. Because for surveillance, it goes with Indian Armed Forces or respective armed forces around the world, wherein you do not necessarily need type certification, but to make your UAV airworthy so that you can officially use it, you have to have type certification. And there are challenges, and there has to be right regulations because it plays with safety as well. It's the same airspace where we have civilian aircrafts flying, helicopters are flying, and then our flying altitudes are falling at times with them. So, yeah.
I think, yes, sir.
I have a question for my fellow panelists, and perhaps you. Do you see, because you mentioned, both of you, that drones flying next to Boeing aircraft, manned aircraft. Do you see them actually next to each other, or do you see separate sort of streams, one for certain kind of drone, one for a different kind of drone than the manned aircraft? What is your vision in this? So do you see them all sharing one airspace, like drones to Boeing aircraft, or do you see layers or streams, and where would they be? Do those streams follow the roads?
Well, again, it depends on what kind of UAV we are talking about. So starting from nano to micro to a small, mini, medium, or high class of drone. So depending on that, your flying altitude is. Typically, the government regulation limits you up to 200 meters right now, above ground level. And that's not the operating range for helicopter or aircraft. So therefore, in the ranges of UAVs what we have today, we are leaving their aerospace. But future, as we were talking about 5 to 10 years, when you see you have middle mile logistics or the mobility services added, also tactical added, which would have to run at higher altitude, which may fall with the typical defense helicopter applications or civilian applications as well. So there has to be a proper airspace designated, and that has to be certified, and a lot of work are supposed to be done at the moment.
I think we look at both the performance and also, again, the ecosystem, right? So we all know that airliners operate at a certain altitude, several tens of kilometers up. Helicopters usually 500 to 800 meters, thereabouts. And then where do drones go? Today, drones go 200 meters and below. But think about it this way, from the aviation regulator perspective, they always give you the worst case. What if everything fails? What if everything goes wrong? Even if you have the drones limited to, say, 80 to 200 meters, if everything goes wrong, if they sense that they're actually at 20 meters, but they're actually at 80, because the chip has gone wrong, then this thing is going to start climbing up, right? It climbs up into the place where helicopters are. What if the chip is even more wrong? It starts climbing up into the part of airspace where your 747 is, 747, no, 777 is taking off, right? So that's the way regulators think. And I think it is incumbent on us as trailblazers in the sector to say, look, we understand your worst case concerns, and then come up with mitigation strategies. You cannot work with a regulator if you have a very rosy picture of the world and you're always telling them this is the best case, because regulators think about the worst case, and that is their job. They're doing exactly what we pay them for. So I think, whether or not it's going to be segregated airspace, whether or not everybody will be able to fly, whether there's some intersection, truthfully, I don't know, because the market is yet to work itself out. We're all very hyped about drones, but people forget we're only about 10 to 15 years into this commercial drone revolution. And it's impossible to predict. My track record, I won't tell you specifically, my track record on predicting how the market will go has been 50-50 at best. So I think I will stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Young. But I think that in the interest of time, I think it's very interesting how to see the whole UAV segment with the larger commercial aviation space as well. And given that we have a common regulator here in India as well, I think that's very kind of an important aspect to kind of ponder upon and not look at the whole UAE segment in silos. I think just in the interest of time, I'll open it up to the audience if there are any questions. We have 5 minutes.
If you allow, I would like to add another aspect which was spelled out during initial session, that a production link incentive topic, that's very important for us. So, so today, if you look at overall policies and schemes from government, so one is drone rules 2021, it came up, that opened up lots of avenues for UAV manufacturers. The production link incentive has been another one, which has been very encouraging for the industries. And maybe a few words about that. If you have more than 40% value addition inside your manufacturing facility, you are eligible for that. And what you are eligible for is that percentage, 20% value comes from this government support of PLI. What we should also do in addition to it from the regulation perspective is giving weightage to design and innovation. So one is producing, and we are doing it, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, whichever scheme we call about, and that's very positive development, like I said. But we have to have weightage for design innovation. So for example, if you are working on research and development of it to bring it to the next level, so there should be some encouragement from the government scheme as well, or else you would, for the sake of getting under PLI, you produce 40% by having value addition and bring everything from somewhere which is available. Of course, we should not reinvent the wheel, as Mr. Young was mentioning, but at the same time, having technology, innovation, and patent developed inside this ecosystem is very, very important, and that is something which I wanted to bring in.
Thank you, sir. I think just a quick round of questions with the audience. I think we'll just take one.
Yeah. So I have a question. Anyone can pick. And I was not daring to ask this after learning a lot of regulatory challenges that you're facing. Will drones always be uncrewed? Will those ever be used for applications where there will be people in the drone, like ambulance or some of those things? Will that R&D happens? Yeah.
Yes. So I think we'll take the questions together. Yes, sir, please.
I have a question regarding the energy source for drones. One is probably a little nearer us. What is the status of using hydrogen for drones? That's one. Second, I'm sure you've come across a news item which came about 2 years back, where a company in New Zealand has developed methods of transmitting electricity wirelessly over large distances. is there a possibility in the future of having towers which will generate wireless electricity which can be used for drones, which do not consume too much power?
Yes, I think one final question and then we'll just pass it on to the panelists.
So in the Russia-Ukraine war, the Russians and of course the Ukrainians have been jamming drones. I don't know enough about this, so I'm very curious. What are the risks of sabotage to drones when it comes to civilian use?
Yes, I think if you could answer the energy aspect, since you brought up that also as a challenge, and then we can have you answer the flying cars.
Yeah, so the first one I would like to take, when you say, does it necessarily need to be uncrewed? So when we say uncrewed, it's a pilotless, or else in the middle mile logistics or mobility, when you see, there would be human aspects as well in it. So, so the first step is logistics, wherein you carry what you want to carry. For example, when a helicopter pilot from Indian Army takes some logistics from here to high altitude of let's say 5,000 meter AMSL, so above mean sea level, it can carry 20-25 kilogram of logistics. That's very little, which you can avoid having a pilot's weight at least putting into the logistics weight. So then you can carry immediately to 100 kilogram. So uncrewed means pilotless. It can. So in place of payload, it's a human. But we are not yet there. So around the world, there are companies like Volocopter in Germany, who have started doing this as a demonstration, technology demonstration. But as you know, there are a lot of safety regulations which have to go into, and the world is just step by step moving towards that.
So if I might just add to that, we are very far, in my opinion, we are very far from uncrewed passenger vehicles in the air, because we haven't yet even got uncrewed passenger vehicles on the ground. And this is happening in the US, where Tesla has been banned from conducting these. So I think we're a ways away from that.
We just close with the energy and the security answer, and then yes.
Right. So energy, I think the short answer is I have been pitched like every month. A startup or somebody will come to tell me wireless transmission of energy. When you're hovering over the power lines, can you tap from the power lines? Hydrogen fuel cells. I think we are all open. It's all about ultimately scale. So it's no use having one demonstration system that you can use to showcase, because our interest is how do you put 1,000, 5,000 of these machines out in the plantations of Malaysia where we operate so that it can actually be commercialized, right? So I think that to me is the fundamental question. Can you commercialize it? Until the point when you can produce from your factory whatever I demand, it is still R&D and it's on the roadmap. I think that's a short answer. The second part is security, so absolutely. So I think we've all talked about this in various forms. Having more AI on board means that you are more and more likely to be able to have the drone work well. Now, I want to say the number one reason, it's a half joke only, the number one reason you still have drone pilots, if a drone crashes into some high-rise building in downtown Mumbai, who's going to go to jail? Somebody has to go to jail. Somebody has to stand in front of the judge and say, sir, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please be lenient. That is fundamentally what the drone pilot is about today.
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, thank you all. It's been a great session. We've covered a vast array of topics, from technology to potential growth to also addressing if flying cars are a possibility. I thank each one of you, and thank you once again, and hopefully this has been a great conversation and great insights for the audience as well. Thank you.
Please give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Could I invite Ambassador Bambavale up onto the stage to offer a small token of appreciation to our panelists and our chair? So let's start with Mark Young. With Anirudh Gupta. Sunil Jha. And to our chair, Anish Maikor. And let's have them gather for a group photo, please. While they're doing that, now we've explored the skies with our discussion on drones, it's time to ground ourselves with a well-deserved coffee break. So grab a cup of coffee, recharge those batteries, and get ready to soar even higher in our next session, which is on the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. See you back in 15 minutes, please. If we start on time, we'll finish on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can request you to take a seat, and the PIC staff, if you could please call everyone in, especially the speakers for the next session. Right, so in the interest of time, I'm going to get started. Welcome to today's final session on the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor known as IMEEC. This corridor, announced during the G20 summit in 2023, stands as a beacon of collaborative effort, aiming to revolutionize economic integration and connectivity across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. The IMEEC is designed to enhance connectivity and economic integration across Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. It's expected to foster economic development by improving trade accessibility, securing regional supply chains, and supporting sustainable and inclusive economic growth. It's an ambitious initiative, and it seeks to link these regions through a comprehensive network of railways and ports, thereby facilitating seamless connectivity between Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Furthermore, the corridor aims to promote the development and export of clean energy, laying undersea cables, linking energy grids and telecommunication lines, and connecting communities to reliable electricity and stable internet. This multifaceted approach underscores IMEEC's commitment to drive sustainable development and foster innovation across the interconnected regions. Now today, as we delve into the profound implications of IMEEC, we're honored to be guided by a panel of distinguished experts. Leading our discussion, if you could welcome to the stage Dr. Ajit Ranade, Vice-Chancellor of Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics. Please give him a big round of applause. He's renowned for his contributions to economic research and policy formulation. And joining him are esteemed panelists. And as I say your name, I invite you up onto the stage. Anita Prakash, Senior Policy Advisor at the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Jakarta. Can I welcome you to the stage? Anita brings extensive experience in trade and investment policy with a focus on enhancing connectivity in Southeast Asia, East Asia, and India. Welcome. Ambassador Peresami Kumaran, Special Secretary at the Ministry of External Affairs. Can I welcome you to the stage? Please give him a big round of applause. A Friday evening round of applause, people. Thank you. He's renowned for his diplomatic acumen and strategic insights, particularly in fostering international cooperation and relations. And finally, we have Dr. Alvita Singh Ningtojam. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. Alwhite. Okay, sorry, Dr. Alwhite. Welcome. He's Assistant Professor at Symbiosis School of International Studies, Pune, a seasoned expert in international affairs, specializing in geopolitical dynamics and counter-terrorism efforts in the South Asian region. So together, our panelists will navigate the complexities of IMEEC, exploring its economic and geopolitical implications, and shedding light on its transformative potential for the interconnected regions of Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. Ajit, over to you.
Thank you, Vandana, and good afternoon, folks. From drones to electric cars and cybersecurity, we get to the more mundane stuff like geopolitics and geoeconomics. And I'm delighted to have with us a really distinguished panel. I just want to tell you how difficult it is to maneuver the complicated ways of geopolitics. And when it gets complicated further by intertwining with geoeconomics, it's not easy. So we need experts to help us understand. Just to give you a flavor, our Prime Minister went to a great welcome and inauguration of a very grand Hindu temple in the Emirates. That's one development, recent development. After a lot of back and forth, we were able to get 8 of our Navy men discharged who were on death row. I'm told they were to be sentenced, hanged to death. And they've been acquitted and they're back from Qatar. I think it speaks something about Indo-Qatar relationships. We also have been, I'm told, exporting labor to Israel and export of drones. I think that also says something about the relationship. And I could go on. So if you trying to make sense of exactly, how does this align, this has bearing on this discussion today. As Vandana said, this session is on the Indo-Middle East Economic Corridor, right? IMEEC, IMEC, let's call it. And it's an announcement which was made just before, during India's presidency of the G20. It's a very ambitious announcement and initiative. It involves something like more than 2,000 kilometers of railroad, but it's a combination of rail, road, and even sea, not just transportation linkage, but communication. As I think Vandana mentioned, it's also digital linkage. And it is, some people say, and hopefully this will come out in the discussion, perhaps it is India's foray into trying to be a counter to the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, which was launched in 2013, to which 150 countries signed up, not India. And so we will see what the panelists have to say about that. And as we signed, I think in September 2023, but unfortunately on October 7th, the events of October 7th and subsequent events have thrown a big question mark and a cloud over this thing, because the IMEC, which is the signatories to IMEC, include Saudi Arabia, the European Union, Italy, France, Germany, USA, and Israel. And it somewhat seems to be predicated on cordial relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. But the events of October 7th and subsequent events, even as we speak, they are putting a big cloud on the prospects for normal and cordial relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel, which are sort of which are a prerequisite, if I may say so, for the IMEC initiative to succeed. In fact, it's not just me. I believe President Biden, Joe Biden, said something which the US authorities have backtracked immediately. But he alleged that the Hamas attack was driven by the desire to derail the desire for both Saudis and the Israelis to normalize the relations. So we don't know. So this is just to give you a flavor that geopolitics is not easy to kind of understand. So the structure of the discussion is that I'm going to request Ambassador Kumaran to go first and with his initial remarks. Then I'll ask Ms. Anita Prakash to give her comments, and then Dr. Alved Alwai. And then we will have a round of discussion, and then we will have everybody else participating. So can I request Ambassador Kumaran, maybe about 10 minutes? Over to you.
Moderator of the session, Dr. Ajit Ranade. Thank you. My fellow panelists, Anita Prakashji and Dr. Alwhite, distinguished guests, invitees, good afternoon. Let me, before I get into the topic, which is the IMEC, whether it's a new spice route, let me try and give you a few preambular comments on the various dimensions of connectivity and the kinds of connectivity that we normally encounter so that we can set this whole idea of IMEC in context. We, of course, talk very often about transport connectivity when what we understand about connectivity in general is transport connectivity, be it road, rail, ports, air connectivity, etc. But we also have other kinds of connectivity, for example, economic and trade connectivity. This involves business-to-business connectivity, supply chains connectivity enabled by free trade agreements, links between technological and research ecosystems, servicification of goods trade, which could involve connectivity with neighboring countries and regions, tourism connectivity, healthcare tourism, education, people studying in areas other than their own, talent and skills mobility, that is also a kind of connectivity, special economic zones and export promotion zones, taking advantage of subsidies, preferential trading arrangements, trade facilitation measures, reduced trade barriers, and also simplified customs procedures. We also have financial connectivity, which involves linking payment systems and shared DPI, digital public infrastructure platforms. For example, ONDC that is still in the process of developing and refinement to expand cross-border e-commerce. We also have the idea of connected financial markets, connected stock exchanges, etc. All this in general form financial connectivity. We also have digital and data connectivity. This could involve fiber optic links through undersea data cables, cross-border movement of data. This is something that involves regulation. We also have something called regional data centers and a new idea of data embassies. We'll try and talk about it later if we get a chance. We also have digital partnership agreements. The ASEAN and some other European countries are very keen pursuers of such agreements. These are often seen as digital equivalents of FTAs. We also have, in this sense, regulatory convergence to deal with data. We have also regionalization of startup ecosystems. That is also a kind of connectivity. We are also, we've also come across energy connectivity, which involves regional and cross-border power grids. The Prime Minister often talks about the one sun, one world, one grid approach, which involves connecting grids across a vast set of geographies all the way, for example, from Vietnam to Morocco, which can take advantage of multiple time zones and therefore maximize the hours of sunlight available. It can also integrate multiple sources of renewable energy to try and deal with the problem of intermittency that renewable energy suffers. We also often talk about integration of energy policies, cross-border energy delivery and trade. We know it in our own region, Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Bhutan. We also talk about linked markets for renewable energy networks, again in our region. Very often, and this is an aspect that is not discussed very much, security connectivity. Security creates the foundation for the trust required for larger connectivity and cooperation that flows from it. This can involve, in some sense, a broader convergence of security perspectives and security considerations, the need to together find approaches to combat transnational crimes and terrorism, smuggling, narcotics, trafficking, etc., through improved border management techniques and border infrastructure. So with these preambular remarks, let me try and come back to the main topic, which is IMEC. As Dr. Ranade pointed out, the announcement on the IMEC was made at a special event on the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, PGII, co-chaired by Prime Minister Modi and US President Biden on the sidelines of the G20 summit on 9th September 2023. The MOU, of course, was signed by India, USA, Saudi Arabia, UAE, European Union, Italy, France, and Germany. Notably, the participating countries constitute 40% of the world's population and roughly about 50% of the world's economy, amounting to about $47 trillion. Such connectivity was also proposed earlier at the I2U2 inaugural virtual meeting held in July 22. And the ITU2, as you all probably know, is India, Israel, UAE, and the US. Dr. Ranade again pointed out that the dynamics in the Middle East are complicated, but they keep shifting. Unthinkable in the past for a group such as I2U2 to be formed, which brings together the UAE and Israel on one platform. So clearly, we were moving in a direction that is very positive and something that India could benefit from. And recent developments, of course, have complicated matters, but I'll come back to it shortly. The other important point here is that the linkage with PGII, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, secures US buy-in for this ambitious IMEC corridor. By way of background, PGII is a US-sponsored initiative that was announced during the 48th G7 summit held in Germany in June 2022. It is supported by the Build Back Better World, B3W framework. It aims to narrow the infrastructure gap in lower and middle income countries and accelerate progress on sustainable development goals. It basically envisions construction of transformative economic corridors, and the IMEC certainly fits that description, and promotion of infrastructure investments that can boost and ensure economic development across multiple countries and sectors. The PGII already has helped in terms of supporting corridors in the Balkans, in the Caribbean, and also to develop resilient infrastructure in the small island developing states. Let me try and point out a few key features of IMEC. The MOU basically brings out some kind of political commitment on the part of the participants. It does not create any rights or obligations at this stage. My understanding is that the details will be thrashed out on the basis of further negotiations between the stakeholders. It basically calls for the establishment of a 4,800 kilometers long corridor, including a network of railway lines, ship-to-rail transit routes, designed to supplement existing maritime road transport routes and also enable goods, services, and also transit between India, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, and Europe. It involves a northern and eastern corridor. We've already heard of the basic details. It connects India to the Middle East, multiple countries in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, UAE, all the way to southern European ports on the Mediterranean. Basically, the initial points highlighted are Marseille in France, Messina in Italy, and Piraeus in Greece. The broad objectives have been identified as unlocking greater investment for infrastructure development, strengthening the various dimensions of connectivity. That's the reason why I highlighted the various dimensions, to promote transformative economic integration and creating inclusive economic, social, and environmental impact. In addition to catalyzing more trade and manufacturing capacities along the corridor, it also envisages export of clean energy through hydrogen pipelines, laying undersea optic fiber cables for high-speed internet, and an alternative route for telecom connectivity in order to de-risk other potential options like the transatlantic, trans-Pacific cables, etc. Linking energy grids to expand reliable access to electricity. Again, I referred earlier to the One Sun, One World, One Grid approach that we pursue. Facilitating also investment in R&D for advanced clean energy technologies. The MOU called for the signatories to meet in the next 60 days to take forward further discussions. Unfortunately, that could not happen due to developments in Israel and Gaza. We hope that at some point we can pick up the threads and take the discussions forward. The estimated corridor is expected to, the cost of the corridor is estimated at about $20 billion. This involves laying a rail network contiguously supported by a state-of-the-art optic fiber network and the hydrogen pipeline that I mentioned. Initially, the existing UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan rail network, augmented by the construction of a 300 km further railway line connecting Amman with Haifa port in Israel, is planned to be operationalized. There are 3 industrial corridors envisaged, namely food, green energy, and knowledge economy. Of course, the details will be thrashed out. Now, why is this very important? What is the big deal about IMEC? The key point is that it is the shortest trade route connecting India and Europe. It reduces time by 40% and cost by about 30% if we get the various pieces right, compared to the existing Suez Canal route. It is designed to support seamless movement of goods through a single digitized trade document and harmonized transport rules. This, of course, involves a lot of work through multiple government agencies in India and the other participating countries, and also the private sector. Congestion and accidents in the Suez Canal, of course, cause significant disruptions, as we've seen in recent years. Recent attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea region have also shown that excessive reliance on the Suez Canal has its risks. Transport through that route has recently fallen by nearly 40%. It therefore makes a strong case for us to develop an alternative route to de-risk supply chains and logistics. Of course, there will be competition from other similar corridors that are envisaged by various actors. Dr. Ranade mentioned about BRI, and of course the China Central Asia West Asia Economic Corridor as part of that, the new Eurasian land bridge, etc. And observers also point out the fact that Turkey, Egypt, and Iran are not part of the IMEC and stand to lose from it. But my argument would be that we initially have to make the case for the benefits that come out of IMEC, and gradually the number of participants would increase, and we will probably end up making a self-sustaining argument in favor of IMEC. Initially, IMEC, of course, was conceived as a catalyst for political normalization between GCC countries and Israel. And recent developments thereafter have complicated matters, as I noted earlier. However, my sense is that the situation in the region is extremely dynamic, and at some point we may see the return of favorable conditions. And until then, we continue to be involved in discussions, implementing the corridor in a phased manner, and paving the way and supporting the arguments for a broader accommodation. We are already engaged in discussions to fund the investment and also the governance mechanism for the IMEC corridor. There are various parties involved, US financial markets, the EU financial markets, and of course the GCC sovereign wealth funds. India and the UAE have already signed a framework agreement for empowerment and operation of the IMEC. RITES and Abu Dhabi ports have signed an MOU. We also have arguments that support energy security in India, opportunities for large project and service exports, interconnecting significant markets, production centers, logistics corridors, and creating another major transport corridor and a multi-dimensional transport corridor that links Indian markets to the others as India grows and emerges as a large manufacturing center. In fact, setting up a logistics corridor also enhances attractiveness of promoting India as a manufacturing location. Of course, we need to get the other pieces right, including the network of FTAs that we are negotiating, and the policies that we need to get right to make India a competitive manufacturing center. I think I'll leave it at that. I may have comfortably exceeded 10 minutes, but I'll come back to some of the other points later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Kumaran. Thank you. I just want you to keep in mind some of the key things you mentioned. $20 billion is the investment. We don't know who is going to make it, but that's one number. Egypt and Iran are not yet part of IMEC. Just keep this for when you ask your questions. Sir, even Turkey is not part of it. The Haifa to Paris sea link is through Turkish waters. He also mentioned UAE. By the way, UAE is India's, I think, in the top 3 trading partners already. So that's a very strong linkage. And you mentioned 30%, 40% less time and 30% less cost, but we'll take you on that because I'm not clear. And one important thing you mentioned is this is supposedly a very visionary thing as an alternative to Suez, which which is a really fantastic thing. So, Anita Prakash.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajit. So Ambassador Kumaran has already pointed out the several challenges that are there in IMEC, and no doubt it is a very ambitious program. So where are the immediate solutions and where are the longer term solutions? For that, we need to put IMEC in some kind of a perspective. And here, I would like to give an example from our experience in how infrastructure connectivity has worked on the eastern side of, eastern flank of India. That is to say, in Southeast Asia and East Asia. Most of us here know that Southeast Asia and East Asia have all the Asian tigers and several other economies which have actually left poverty behind and worked up their way into the middle income countries or lower middle income countries. So all these are actually success stories. And therefore, connectivity per se has a distinct Asian origin to it, which is a slightly different version of the way the movement of goods, services, people, and finance is dealt with in Europe, where it is an absolute freedom, and for which several years of policy processes have gone into, and several domestic sacrifices have been made. Asia practices a freer version of movement of goods, services, people, finance not as much. And for that, then, infrastructure and institutional continuity or connectivity is the way it has been practiced here. And I believe that IMEC, at least in the shorter run, has to practice this kind of understanding of connectivity. That is to say, it cannot be a geographically contiguous program or a plan from the very outset. And fact of the matter also is that the new economic architecture in Indo-Pacific is also predicated on similar lack of geographically contiguous arrangements, which is why we have even regions like EU or UK participating in the Indo-Pacific architecture. That having been said, closer home, we have to look at our own experience when we are working on the trilateral highway. Ambassador Reddy is here, Ambassador Mohan Kumar is here, and they all are aware of this very, very ambitious program that is there. And one single gap in this very, very practical program, and I mean Myanmar here, and some smaller gaps in Laos and Cambodia, have prevented us from operationalizing this very, very fine connectivity program in which all natural elements of institution, manufacturing, and supply chains were present. So, and I don't even refer to China here, because please note that China's centrality in the supply chains of Asia was actually predicated on Asia's internal connectivity first, that is to say Southeast Asia and East Asia. And later, of course, China built upon its own domestic connectivities. So therefore, whether this kind of a unique understanding of connectivity can actually be transported into IMEC also, ASEAN played a very important institutional role in the Eastern experience of connectivity. Can we have a similar program, similar institution playing an important role? Can GCC take upon this important role that ASEAN has done? And going further, I would like to caution on one point at least and this responsibility is upon all of us, to not tout IMEC as a game changer and as an alternative to BRI. BRI by itself was predicated on some very, very inefficient economics, and it was actually a modernization program and a bilateral program in which existing or historical infrastructure connectivities were modernized. The de novo projects were, let me put it very mildly, are not financial successes. And if if IMEC is to be touted as a kind of an alternative to BRI, that's a very wrong analogy to even begin with. What IMEC can be, the argument can be brought into favor of IMEC and get the policy conversation mature on this is by championing IMEC as the provider of the alternative and alternate and diversified and resilient supply chains among trustworthy countries. Please, Ajit, just winding up, I will also like to remind here that China got itself connected to Europe through its ambitious railways program, but the largest part of that program is a subsidized one where wagons come back empty on one side. So any infrastructure connectivity is being done for the sake of it, may not go that far. And final point, Ajit, is that while working on IMEC, perhaps it may also be a good idea to touch base again with EU and look into their own program where EU introduced the building blocks for connectivity with Asia, which is which has actually done a lot of homework on how institutions and legal and regulatory conformities can also be put in place. So I'll stop here, Ajit,
sure.
and we'll come back for more.
Thank you. Thank you. You can tell that Anita Prakash is not a diplomat. She was already referring to BRI in the past tense. She was saying BRI was this and BRI was that. And even though her board has one member of the board is a country called China. But anyway, thank you for being frank about it. Before we go to Dr. Alwai, I want to ask one question because it's related. See, what was not mentioned, but I think is implicit. So her main thrust was, let's learn from the connectivity successes of ASEAN and East Asia and so on. But madam, the biggest thing is that there was a peace dividend. All these countries are not fighting each other. Our rail route cannot even go through Pakistan. We have to go through some Jebel Ali. So surely the peace that exists in the Southeast Asia is a big contributory factor to its success. Wouldn't you say so?
Yes, and Ajit, I had kept this point for a later part of today's session, but since you have mentioned it, I must tell you that the funding aspects were largely taken care of by Japan. The peace was, security was underwritten by US, and to some extent, lesser degree EU.
ASEAN is 50 years old, right?
Yeah. So Europe also.
European Union is breaking up after 50 years.
No, some elements of security was underwritten by Europe also, but similar coalition of funding and securitization those also have to be built in, but later.
One very quick answer, if you can give a short answer to this. Who provided the funding for the infrastructure? You said that, I mean, why should Indian taxpayers pay for a highway in Vietnam or Laos or Cambodia? So who paid for the connectivity infrastructure?
That's a very interesting question. So as you know, Asia Pacific was a post-war construct, and Japan had to pay a lot of reparations in that region.
That was Japanese
so
money.
part of the reparations were actually transferred into building of roads, which later got transformed in utilization as production networks. So there is a historical element to it.
So because
also.
I make $20 billion, we need to figure out who's going to pay for it. Dr. Alvai.
Hello.
Yeah, we have a mic here also.
Yeah, thank you, sir. At the outset, I would like to express my gratitude to Pune International Center for giving me this opportunity to speak a few words about IMAC, and particularly to Ambassador Gautam Bambawale, who called me one evening and imposed on me that you have to speak, and you have no choice. Thank you, sir, for giving me this platform to speak on a subject. Yeah, to be very honest, I was a little skeptic to be a part of this dialogue because I have never dealt with so much of economics and technology. I've been mostly looking at military diplomacy and foreign policy, that too very traditional sort of a topic. But when it comes to a little bit of Middle East and what we are doing in the region, I have taken up the pledge to be a part of this program. Since yesterday, we have been hearing a lot about different kinds of diplomacy, different kinds of activities which are being carried out by different countries. If you look at the current international order or the international system, economic diplomacy, tech diplomacy, and now I can also put in corridor diplomacy or connectivity diplomacy has become an important pattern of some of the countries' foreign policy objectives. That also applies to countries like India, where we are looking on both sides of the frontiers how to expand our networks in terms of connectivity and corridor projects. The reason why I'm saying this is because if we look at the trajectory of the Indian foreign policy, particularly since 2014, this is not to say that we haven't done anything before 2014. And when it comes to a region like the Middle East or West Asia, there has been a significant improvement in terms of our visibility of what we are doing in the region, moving beyond the traditional oil and energy trade. Now the relationships have become a lot more comprehensive and significant than how it used to be before. Also adding into the elements of security, we can see that with countries like UAE and Saudi Arabia particularly, with the exception of countries like Israel, with whom we have been trading in defense products, and Oman, considered to be one of the strongest defense partners. But when it comes to the IMAC, Sir has given a very brief primer of what IMAC is all about. If we go back to a little bit of the history of IMAC, sometime in 2017, if we look at the geopolitics of West Asia or the Middle East, there were some signals coming out from Israel, particularly in 2017, when the former Israeli intelligence and transportation minister, Israel Katz, talked about reviving the ancient Hejaz railway network, particularly in Saudi Arabia, connecting the port of Haifa, which Sir talked about, and then parts of Amman in Jordan, and then go down all the way to Medina. That was a proposal which was floated by the former Israeli minister in some of the forums in the region, and also that was a time when even Benjamin Netanyahu traveled to Oman to visit the former Sultan Qaboos. That had given some sort of a hint about the geopolitical realignments which was going on in the region, particularly between Israel and some of the, you call it moderate Sunni countries. That includes Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and one major factor was Iran, and at the same time you have other economic incentives of merging together. Then we have seen the discussions during the I2U2 discussions about the possibility of coming out with a kind of a corridor project that would include some of the countries mentioned by Sir and Ranade Sir also at the introductory remarks. The corridor still very much in its initial inception stage, and I would agree in saying that, in believing that it's a very ambitious project, but I for one would not write off the effectiveness of this project because there are lots of intents, very strong desires in the intents coming out from various countries to push these projects towards fruition, not to leave it in between because of many challenges that we are seeing in the region. The corridor project holds significant geopolitical and economic implications, particularly at this juncture when economic diplomacy and connectivity has been given due importance by not only by India but also by the partners from Europe, also by the partners from the region. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you look at the current geopolitics, again, particularly in the Gulf region, there is also a kind of a look east policy being adopted by these countries to warm up to some of the strong economies in Asia. That includes India, China, Malaysia, Singapore, then East Asian countries like Japan, South Korea. And then they would like to build more economic partnerships, knowing that there would be some economic dividends or returns, particularly by getting closer to growing economies like India. So this is a kind of very strong intent. If you see the kind of visits and I would say the optics that have been coming out of our prime ministerial or any sort of a high-level visits, the intents seem to be very strong and very discernible in the last few years. So that's precisely the reason why I'm saying that it is too early, because many of the write-ups that we have seen, the moment this corridor was announced, people have already related it with many challenges. Of course, there are many challenges that we need to keep in mind, and some of them already have been flagged, particularly the BRI or the non-inclusion of some key countries like Iraq, or, Turkey from the region, and at the same time, what's happening right now in the region in terms of Hamas-Israel conflict and the ramifications that we are already seeing in the region. So these are challenges, but at the same time, what needs to be kept in mind is while we are waiting for these challenges to ebb down or to ease down, there are fair requirement of groundworks to be done by some of these countries in terms of improving on their existing infrastructure in order to make this corridor a lot more effective. We already have identified many ports in India. There are several ports in UAE, especially two of them, Jebel Ali Port and Al Jubair Port, and we have Haifa. And then if you recall some of the speeches given by the dignitaries who came from Europe, particularly the Prime Minister of Greece, who was the chief guest at the Raisina Dialogue, he talked about this corridor as a supercharged corridor, and also extending full support to use the port of Piraeus to be the entry-exit point for this corridor. So I leave it here, then we can go into the further discussions.
So I'm going to go to Ambassador. Thank you, Dr. Alvai. Ambassador Kumaran, so your initial remarks were extremely straight batting, no crooked shots. So I'm going to give you a crooked ball, googly. The diplomats, they never say no, but they don't always mean yes. So see, you mentioned that this corridor has economic benefits, but is it really fair to say that it's motivated by a reaction to BRI? Anita Prakash says, don't think about BRI. It's like, don't think about pink elephants, but everybody's thinking about pink. So is it really in reaction to BRI that this thing came up?
Sure. Let me try and take it as directly as I can. Well, yes, the BRI was an idea put forward by China. It aims at taking advantage of China's manufacturing capacities, helping the Chinese economy develop further into the future, hardwiring connectivity in many dimensions with China so that the others also develop shared interests in China's growth and hope to grow with it. But IMEC is something that exemplifies the idea of disruption. Just because somebody is manufacturing an electric vehicle, it doesn't stop me from entering that industry. I may have a better idea. I may think my idea of competing product is better. So why not? Our understanding is that IMEC offers a viable alternative. We think that as far as India is concerned, it sets up hardwired connectivity in multiple dimensions in a way that gets others, key partners like the US, because PGII is a US initiative. They are looking for interesting alternate ideas to promote connectivity, promote trade, promote investment, develop infrastructure in a way that helps friend shoring, if you will. So you connect friends in a way that helps them share prosperity, connects them together. And for us, it helps us, we are a part of one end of the corridor. It also helps us promote our neighborhood first policy. If we can connect some of our neighbors with whom we are already undertaking sub-regional connectivity initiatives, I would say
So you mean
it is
to
a
say on
perfect
its own also
disruption
it's a
idea.
good idea, without reference to BRI on its own. But the routing is so complicated. It's you go by ship up to Jebel Ali, and then you go by rail, and then you go. I just mentioned. So do you want to comment on this? You mentioned that Iran and Egypt are not part of this alliance, and you have to deal with Straits of Hormuz. And what if they're not happy about it? And then the other thing is that when you go from Haifa to Piraeus, you have to go through Turkish waters which belong to Turkey, and they're not part of this. So do you see? I know that it's very easy to point out challenges to IMEC, but we must face them, right? I mean, it's not. I'm not. So don't you think?
This is very interesting, and I'm very tempted to take you back to what happened multiple centuries ago. When ships did not have a steel hull, and we were mostly limited to wooden ships, dhows with mostly coast-hugging routes. The Middle East was a very important player in the East-West trade corridors. Small ships used to go along the coast to the Middle East. Camel caravans used to take it across the Arabian Peninsula all the way to Turkey and further on to Europe. The invention of steel-hulled ships, which could go into deep waters, that undermined this traditional East-West trading route, and therefore Europeans developed the confidence to cross the Atlantic, travel across Africa, and go deep water into India, all the way to India and further to Southeast Asia for silk and spices, all the way to China, etc. But the development of the Suez Canal changed this again, and therefore they developed a shorter route, etc. So all the time, new developments tend to disrupt existing trade routes,
Optimistic
etc.
that we should be able to deal with any difficulty we may face from the Haifa to Paris and Jebel Ali.
We are optimistic, and I think we will start by putting some pieces of this corridor together. As the benefits become more and more obvious, it will become a self-sustaining virtuous cycle, which will attract more participants to this corridor.
I'm going to come to Anita Prakash, but since you are on the spot and you served in Pakistan as well, you see at one point we were very optimistic about the Iran, IPI, Iran-Pakistan-India pipeline, gas pipeline. And just one or two incidents has just come. We have forgotten about that. Do you think something like that is something we need to remember?
Sure. I mean, we have to remember everything that we learned from every other experience. I mean, there's no doubt about it. IPI did not work because of geopolitical considerations. It basically depends a lot on how our relationship with Pakistan is going and whether we are able to invest sufficient trust in a pipeline that increases our dependence on Pakistan. I'm not sure we ever reached that point. And therefore, the logic was not convincing enough to take the idea of that pipeline far ahead enough. TAPI, of course, the Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India pipeline, also did not take off because of conditions in Afghanistan that were unstable for many, many years. But if geopolitics changes in a way that suddenly makes such ideas more exciting, surely all of that can come back to the table.
So I'm tempted to ask you more questions, but Anita Prakash, tell us about the peace dividend that you see. I mentioned European Union because we have already had Brexit, and we have had people, some countries in sort of the eastern part questioning. There have been elections fought on the issue of whether to exit European Union or not. On the other hand, the ASEAN unification is still going stronger. I don't think there's any talk at all of breaking away from. So what is this? What is the secret of this peace and stability in East Asia, which is also 50 years old, and it's also a mix of highly, very less developed countries like CMLV, Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, and Vietnam, and then Singapore and Brunei. So, is there something to be learned from their peace dividend, or how they maintain the peace?
Yeah, thanks, Ajit. That's a very great observation. And I would like to elaborate on that. And in fact, from CLMV, the V is out now, and Timor-Leste is now in, so it is now CLMT. Vietnam, just for your information, is now the second largest exporter from ASEAN, just after Singapore. So that is yet another green flag that has to be.
That's also a peace dividend.
Uh,
Vietnam's success.
and a peace dividend and a model of cooperation where hand-holding from both sides is going on. And so Biden visits Vietnam, and just after Biden, after 15 days, Xi Jinping also visits Vietnam. But yeah, to come back to your main question, indeed, the peace dividend is very important, but more important than that, the fact that Asia, developing Asia, and even smaller, the LDCs, CLM would not have been what they are today. Myanmar, of course, is undergoing a kind of turbulence. But I speak of Myanmar before the junta came in this round. The fact that out of the community building process, if LDCs can actually increase their incomes by participating in a community building process, and rising stars like Vietnam, that itself is a great incentive. Even a landlocked LDC like Laos can aspire, can chair the ASEAN as it is happening in this year. So this process of inclusive development is something which ASEAN has put on table for other parts of the developing world. Of course, in this process, some of the larger dialogue partners of ASEAN have been very helpful. And I come back again to a very, very pioneering role of Japan in this. And to a larger extent, Korea also, in terms of manufacturing capacities. So yes, there are lessons.
Yeah, I think these parts of the world should actually stand out as an example.
Yeah, and linked to this is my first observation in today's presentation was not to see IMEC, and somewhat echoing what Ambassador said, is not to look at IMEC, at least in the shorter run, as a geographically contiguous program of cooperation, but rather than where it can work among the trusted partners.
Dr. Alwai, a question for you from geopolitical point of view, that do you think the Middle East can afford to alienate China, because they have very strong linkage? And if the Chinese take it as an affront that you guys are going too enthusiastically about IMEC, and secretly behind the scenes, if some pressure is brought to bear?
So that's a very interesting question. If we look at the trajectory of, again, the Chinese involvement in the Middle East, it's not a new terrain for them. They have come dealing with the region from the 70s, 80s onwards, particularly with the four modernization drive, technology, defense, agriculture, and academics and culture. So Middle East was very much in their, within their lens. If you look at the current scenario, one of the major drivers of China's relations with the Middle Eastern countries, particularly the Gulf countries, is energy. The bulk of the energy goes from the Gulf countries too, and that is something which they do not want to lose out on. If we compare the, and they are also very mindful of what they can do and what the Americans can do and what we also can do. I think this sort of an understanding are also there in the minds of the leaderships in the Gulf countries, because they are also kind of balancing the relationship between the US and the kind of a security guarantee which the Gulf countries expect from the US cannot be the same thing from China. But having said that, there is also a gradual visibility that the Chinese are also heading towards improving its military security relationships with the Gulf countries. If we see the investments coming in from China to the Gulf countries and vice versa, it's still very huge. The bilateral trade between China and GCC is about 320 something billion by 2022, which is a huge amount, and they cannot afford to lose that. And in the recent times, the nature of the relationship is going a lot more into technological aspects, which the Gulf countries really want. And at the same time, the GCC countries are also looking for a post-hydrocarbon future.
Yeah, that's right.
That takes to a newer level, and we already are aware of what kind of a role China is playing in terms of something which we already have discussed before the session about the electric vehicles and the kind of resources that they have in that regard, which Saudis or the Emiratis or any other West Asian countries would want to. I would say that it's still a very complicated situation, and nobody would like to give up on one another at this moment.
Can I also add something,
Sure,
Dr. Anade? It's very interesting that you see that as something that is a binary choice. The imperative is that we need to make a positive case in favor of IMEC. And those will involve elements such as the fact that India will be a key piece in driving the next phase of growth, given the fact that we still have a lot of room for economic growth, the fact that we have a favorable geopolitical situation coalescing in favor of our interests in many ways, the fact that we have a young population, our economy has multiple engines firing, and so on. It can't be at the it can't be on the basis of an argument that somebody choose option A over option B, etc. I think the case has to be essentially the fact that we think that we are going to grow well in our Amrit Kal for the next 25 years, and it would be a good idea for you to link your bandwagon to ours, connect yourself well to us, that you can also benefit from it.
Yeah, this is a point which I often like to make, and thank you. It gives me a cue to mention it again. You see, the rise of India does not cause any anxiety in the world. Whereas the rise of China over the last 22 decades has always been a source of some apprehension, some anxiety, some discomfort, whatever it is. So far, but India is, this amazing pivot on Ukraine. We still don't publicly condemn Russian invasion. In Israel, even though the International Court of Justice is, so many countries have voted, but so it's a very amazing diplomacy. I mean, thanks to your community that we seem to be in this situation where somehow the rise of China is not seen as threatening the world order. In fact, it's seen as benign and something that everybody should. So, rise of India, okay, same thing. So I want to, we need to know, yeah, sure, but we will go to the questions now.
Just one very brief point, Ajit, adding to that, is that in this IMEC conversation, we should actually bring the conversation back to, just as there is an ASEAN centrality in Southeast Asia and East Asia, we have to bring the conversation back to India's centrality in the Eastern and Western connectivity. And since our organization is a research organization, so part of our job is advocacy. And this advocacy that even if there are still policy overhangs in India, but you cannot, the global finance and the global supply chains cannot keep waiting for that perfect landing zone in India. That advocacy actually must emerge from India's leadership in the IMEC conversation. So there is a huge task for us also.
No, India is actually, it was signed in India. It was signed, the declaration was signed here. So clearly India is, and I think some of the $20 billion investment is perhaps India will proactively make that. And you mentioned the Partnership for Global Investment in Infrastructure, the PGII. It's a G7 initiative, but some of that money will. We actually need to give some time for the audience participation. So, as usual, the rules are that keep it brief, keep it direct, short. Yeah, whoever has the mic can go first. Yeah. I should say whoever has the more working mic goes first.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Shafat Yusuf. I teach at the Symbiosis School of International Studies. Yeah, my question is regarding India's participation in Middle East. Regarding this IMEC, for example, many factors don't depend on how India plays. Many factors depend on what is going on in the Middle East. So that means India's involvement in the Middle East would also go along. But as we see, for example, the recent Saudi Arabia, Iran, kind of peace deal, China was more active there. So if any of the panelists could answer this, is India's participation as a rising power, as a power, regional power, going along, what are its interests like in IMEC? And also, alongside that, India's strategic autonomy and its independent foreign policy. In IMEC, how India would like it to have it, because in IMEC, it's the Western interests also in continuing China and Western European interests, US interests also.
Okay.
So how India is dealing and
MS
having a strategic autonomy.
So,
Thank you.
Kumaran, can India be even more proactive in being brokering peace, or I don't know, in taking IMEC, driving IMEC?
In terms of driving IMEC, I think we are talking to all the participants. In terms of conditions in Israel, Gaza, other issues in the Middle East, we do talk to all our partners and convey our views on matters that are relevant to us. I'm not sure we can talk very much in detail on that, but broadly, you did mention, Dr. Anade, that we run a very complex, multi-layered foreign policy, and people very often express surprise on how we are able to bring multiple partners into the equation. It's something that many countries cannot understand. But there are pieces that can work despite immediate challenges in the Middle East. We anyway want to enhance our connectivity with the Gulf region, with Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, etc. And it makes sense for us to go ahead first with that piece and hope that conditions improve in time for the rest of the pieces to fall in place.
I must mention, since Ambassador Kumaran is reminded that as we speak about Saudi-India relations, Saudi UAE, in fact, India has signed a 25-year treaty with Qatar for gas supply, which will take care of something like 40% of India's gas needs. So while we are talking about, Qatar is not part of IMEC, so I think it's quite an amazing balancing act that we have managed to do. Any other question?
Hello.
Yeah.
Myself, Neha, and I'm a research scholar from the Department of Civics and Politics, University of Mumbai. Actually, I have two questions. One is related to India, ASEAN, and the second, which is India and Middle East. So first of all, yeah, we did very tremendous efforts to India-ASEAN relations in the context of economic cooperations and FTA. But India and ASEAN, particularly the specific countries, is quite worry. For example, India-Malaysia relations, we are still facing lots of trade deficits. And recently, palm oil issue, India and Singapore, the same, the immigrant issue in 2005. On the other side, we talked about the India and the Middle East. So I need to focus on GCC, which is Gulf Cooperative Councils. So actually, the foreign direct investment is dominating by the UAE and the Bahrain. And I think so we are still the part of the negotiations for the FTA with the GCC. So why we are not focusing on bilateral relations instead of we are jump into the multilateral or the multi-cooperation? Thank you.
Okay. So maybe the ASEAN question, Anita Prakash.
Yeah, thank you. The answer is not very complicated here. Look, with Malaysia, the issue is not so much about trade as it is about some non-trade issues. My friends in the diplomatic circle know better about it. And no, Malaysia was the first country she mentioned. So on those, we can have a separate conversation altogether. And there are certain red lines in our governance process and our policy processes, which India does not allow any country to cross as much as possible. And economic relations, So with Malaysia, that's the situation. However, what is happening with Singapore, what's happening elsewhere, these are simple issues which occur with any country with which you are, which you don't have an ease of trading, which includes goods and people altogether. So it's more like getting institutions in place, refining the institutions. The ATIGA is under review at this point of time, and we hope some good results will come out of that. But other than that, ASEAN-India relations, and in particular relations with countries like the palm oil issue was more Indonesia's domestic politics, which happened to influence, because India is the largest importer of palm oil from Indonesia, just after EU. So that was more of, the issue was on the Indonesian side, and it was not a bilateral issue per se. But because of India's huge need for palm oil, that's how it turned out to be.
Dr. Alvai, about the GCC.
Yeah, I think your question regarding the bilateral and the multilateral, and also with regard to GCC,
Yeah.
I think we are doing fairly well in terms of our bilateral relationships with almost all the GCC countries. You can see the trade volume going up than ever before. With UAE, we have signed the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, which again has shot up the, the target in the next couple of years is about 100 billion. But if you look at the bilateral trade between Saudi and India, it's about 56.2 or $3 billion in 2023. With UAE, it's about 76.2, so which is a very substantial, handsome amount of bilateral trade. The FTA negotiations are still going on with regard to, and that's very important to look into the region holistically. That is something which we, as compared, again, we tend to compare ourselves with what the Chinese are doing in the region also. Even the Chinese are also kind of figuring out what's to be done with the GCC in terms of the trade. Of course, they are much higher than us, but we need to have a kind of a very holistic approach to deal with the region also, not only bilaterally. We need to engage we need to step up our engagements with GCC, Arab League, and many other regional forums, so that we know the region not only bilaterally, but also regionally. So I would say that we are doing fairly well, and with the kind of a goodwill, given by the leaderships from almost all the countries in the region, the future looks very promising. So just to give one couple of updates with regard to the IMAG, all of us since last evening, we were a little clueless about what's to be, spoken during the session, because we often talk about lack of information with regard to developments. I had this discussion with Mbawali sir also like last week about the lack of information in terms of where we are heading. There are few developments in the last couple of months with regard to IMAG. The latest being the intergovernmental framework agreement signed between India and the UAE to push the corridor project. And then we also have France, for that matter, has been coming out very strongly supporting the IMAG. Emmanuel Macron just the last month, appointed a special envoy to look into the execution of the IMAG. And we also seen some developments in this state where we are sitting right now to construct a port. Now we are waiting for some clearances from the environment-related authorities. So these are some of the developments with regard to the IMAG developments.
In fact, the Haifa port, the winning bid was by an Indian company, as you know. So actually, and incidentally, the IMAG, some of the delicate issues, they are predicated on Saudi-Israeli relations being more cordial, but the medium to longer term view on that, Ambassador Kumaran?
The Saudis are modernizing and changing their society in many ways that was unthinkable some years ago. There is also huge amounts of investments to modernize the Saudi economy. NEOM is envisaging an investment of $500 billion. So surely, with that kind of ambition, I'm sure they are looking at serious paradigm shifts in the way they look at their neighbors, in fact, all their neighbors, including Israel. We just have to wait for the right kind of conditions to come up. I'm sure, in the next few months, we will see some kind of an accommodation, some kind of a deal on hostages will probably turn things around, and obviously, political developments in countries concerned can also help improve conditions in the region.
In fact, it's quite amazing that there's a very positive and noticeable tilt of India's foreign policy towards Israel at a time when our relationship with the Emirates and Saudi and even Qatar are also strengthening. This is just it's a kind of a really some kind of a magic formula, but that's the India's diplomatic success. But I'm glad you reminded that India's foreign policy, the number one rule is strong GDP growth in India. I mean, that is sort of a precondition for all of this, because this is the market that's of attraction.
Just one a couple of sentences, Dr. Anade. I think the India-EU free trade agreement that we are negotiating, that will also make a strong argument in favor of this corridor. In fact, both will be mutually reinforcing, and also the fact that we are looking at multiple other FTAs, all that will pull in some kind of support.
What's the process? Because I wanted to actually, maybe this, I know we are running out of time, but you see the signatories to the IMEC also include EU. It's not just Italy, France, and Germany, but also EU. And I find that the most reluctant partner or slow-moving partner is actually EU. So what's the prospect for EU's FTA? Because they also stand to benefit from this trade, commerce, and logistic linkage.
True, the negotiations with the EU are always very complicated. There are multiple offensive and defensive interests when it comes to trade between India and the EU. There are also issues relating to services trade and investment protection. There's still a long way to go on that. Both sides are working hard, but
I thought it's only wines and automobiles that's holding.
No, there are. It's a little more complicated than that. But I think a good logistics corridor will make a case for a faster FTA to be concluded, and the other way around.
So I think we've run out of time, but on balance, it looks like IMEC has bright prospects despite what's going on currently, because we need to take a medium to longer term view. And the developments are all in favor of this IMEC project actually being realized. And as was pointed out by several speakers, this is not just a logistic connection, it is also trade, commerce, digital, and financial linkages. So I think there's many parts to it which can work. So thank you all to the panelists, and thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Great final panel. Can I request Ambassador Sudhir Devre to come up on the stage? He's a member of PIC, and we'll ask him to felicitate our guests and give them a token of appreciation. Thank you, sir. If we could first give to Anita Prakash. Big round of applause. Ambassador Kumaran. And Dr. Alvait Singh Ningtojam. And of course, our able moderator for this session, Dr. Ajit Ranade. Thank you so much. Let's have a photo. Thank you all so much. Okay, well, as we say goodbye to day 2 of our conference, we have embarked on a journey of sector insights, delving deep into the intricacies of innovation, technology, diplomacy, and economic corridors that are shaping the future landscape of the Asian community, as well as the global community and connectivity. From exploring the transformative power of generative AI, it seems like a long time ago this morning, to discussing India's pivotal role in information technology and digital diplomacy, we've traversed through sessions that have ignited our imaginations and stimulated our intellect. We've envisioned the future of automobiles, pondered on the revolutionary impact of drones, and delved into the profound implications just now of initiatives like the India-Middle East-Europe Economic Corridor. Well, get ready to dive into stimulating discussions tomorrow morning that promise to ignite your curiosity and inspire action even further. So join us on a journey of reimagining and revitalizing the World Trade Organization. With an esteemed panel, we'll explore groundbreaking ideas to shape the future of global trade. Then brace yourselves for a deep dive into the realm of critical and emerging technologies, where we'll unravel the mysteries of securing our future. Get ready to explore the cutting-edge innovations that will redefine our world. We will then fly into the next session on expanding regional connectivity. We'll chart a course towards a more integrated South Asia. And finally, join us for the grand finale, the valedictory session, where we'll wrap up our conference with a bang, celebrating the insights gained and the connections made. So a gentle reminder to all of you, set your alarms and your calendars right, because as they say, time flies when you're discussing the future. So let's make a pact to be here on time tomorrow, ready to dive into our final day of the Asia Economic Dialogue. Thank you very much. This is Vandana Saxena Poria signing out. Bye-bye.